Epstein survivors just released a statement saying the files released today expose survivors' names and identifying information while protecting the names of abusers. We're all on the side of accountability, but I think this just outlines why the DOJ has been redacting so much and taking their time past the deadline. There's so many pages and the correct redactions are necessary for the victims. Well, even with taking their sweet time, they still screwed up by exposing some of the victims. Meanwhile, a draft indictment that was released today from the Southern District of Florida from the 2000s, which would have charged Epstein along with 3 others who are described as being employed by Epstein, except those 3 are redacted. They are mostly described as people facilitating appointments between Epstein and the girls, not involved in the acts themselves. Well, also a DOJ diagram showing Epstein's inner circle has multiple redactions. Well, the DOJ sent a letter to Congress explaining their redactions, and the Epstein Transparency Act does allow for redactions, for example, in cases that would jeopardize current investigations. Well, the victims noted that victim Virginia Giuffre, for example, who is now dead, reported many abusers connected to the Epstein network that the public does not have transparency about. Okay, but there's also many examples of prominent men's names being revealed in these releases today, including Donald Trump, Bill Clinton, Elon Musk. I'm sure they'd like their names redacted, but they weren't. Yeah, but I think the frustration is the needle has not been moved. We are not closer today to new prosecutions than we were yesterday. Well, both the Biden and Trump administration reviewed the documents and deemed no evidence existed to warrant new prosecutions. We have to come to the realization that sexual assault, especially that which happened decades ago with very powerful people, is extremely hard to gather evidence for to hold up in a court of law. And unfortunately, maybe that evidence was never able to be obtained by law enforcement. Or it's being protected or destroyed. But that's why the Epstein Transparency Act demanded everything the government has so that people can be led to the truth. But so far, we got a lot of redactions of conspirators, yet revelations of victims. Yes, victims are unfortunately being hurt by this release, which is why many of us argued against this release for months. Human error is inevitable when releasing millions of pages. Yeah, I think it's clear they went over heavy on redactions protecting the accomplices and under heavy protecting the victims. A lot of rich people have been exposed. We want the co-conspirators in the Florida indictment. I'm sure there's a reason they were redacted. Why are you so sure?
And that's where we are with that. And we are live. Yo, this is S.E.T Media, and I'm back with another one for you. All right, guys, I'm about to go ahead and get into this Trump gaggle with the press. We're going to go ahead and get into this looming government shutdown, which actually is already here. And then, of course, we're going to get into the Epstein list because, yes, 3,000 pages came out. Everybody's name was called out. We're going to see what the defense, well, really what their defense is, because Trump, of course, was called out. Elon, of course, was called out. We got Epstein's lawyer that's being called out, and a whole lot more. But don't worry, we'll get right into that. But let's not forget to double tap that screen, like the video, and let's get right into it.
Everybody,
How you doing, Mr. President?
I'm very good. We had a good time at the alfalfa dinner. We did well. I hope we did well, but it was very good. Tremendous people. So what's up?
Sir, could you give us an update on where your thinking is right now with Iran, if you have made a final decision on what you want to do?
I mean, I certainly can't tell you that, but we do have very big, powerful ships heading in that direction, as you know. I can't tell you, you know.
Okay.
But I hope they negotiate something that's acceptable.
It does look like we are still negotiating with Iran on, well, their nuclear capabilities to give up all of their enhanced uranium, or sorry, the word's kind of escaping me, but to pretty much get rid of their uranium, the 60% uranium that we believe they still have, and also their missile defense system. Now, that's what kind of stalled negotiations last time, so I'm assuming that's what stalled negotiation this time. It does seem like Iran is okay with giving up their uranium, but they're not okay with giving up their missiles. So we'll see where this goes.
What's your reaction to that, sir?
Some people think that, some people don't. You could make a negotiated deal that would be satisfactory with no nuclear weapons. They should do that, but I don't know that they will. But they are talking to us, seriously talking to us. What about it? I did. Well, I met with Jeb Bush. I was on Jeb. I think you mean Jeb. No, I introduced him. Nice. He's a good fellow, and he's been very nice to me the last 6 months. I don't know what happened, but he was very nice. We had a good time.
Mr. President, on your Fed nominee, Kevin Marshall, why are you willing to wait for Senator Tom Tillis to leave the Senate, essentially, until, if you have to, if Senator Tillis?
For Tillis? I didn't say I wouldn't wait, but I mean, he's leaving the Senate for a reason, because what he asked for didn't get done. So it's one of those things. I think he may get Democrat votes, too. I think he's so good that he'll probably get Democrat votes. He should. It's very good. My choice, my Fed choice, should get Democrat votes.
Do you have a sense of what he's going to do as far as interest rates are concerned?
I hope he's going to lower them. I mean, if you watch him on television, because I watch interviews and statements, I hope he's going to lower them, but he's going to have to do what he wants to do.
Did he tell you? Did he make any commitments?
No commitments. I don't want to do that. I couldn't do that, I guess, if I wanted to. I didn't. I based it on quality. I mean, he's a very high quality person. He should have no trouble getting through.
Mr. President, did you make a comment at the dinner about saying that you would sue?
About what?
About suing war so he does not lower interest
Yes,
rates?
it's a roast. It's a roast. It's a comedy.
So it's a joke.
And I said, of course, it was all comedy.
And then in a more serious note, you're suing the IRS. Talk a little bit about what it's like to be on both sides of a lawsuit.
It's very interesting. I have another one where I've virtually won the Mar-a-Lago break-in suit. And
So he's pretty much suing the IRS for his tax records being exposed, even though it was done by a separate individual. Well, maybe they're able to link this back to a leaker in the IRS. I mean, we'll see where this goes. But yes, that's what Trump is suing the IRS for, is for the leaking of his tax records.
I have to work out some kind of a settlement. I'm supposed to work out a settlement with myself. Because, when the FBI broke in, we sued. Before I was president, I sued. And obviously it was a very good suit. And I have that one, and I have to work out the settlement.
Any instruction from Brandy on how to handle that at
Well,
all?
I think what we'll do is do something for charity. We're thinking about doing something for charity, where I'll give money to charity. We can make it a substantial amount. Nobody would care because it's going to go to numerous, very good charities.
Okay. He's saying, all right, so even if they paid me the $10 billion or whatever settlement amount, he'll just give it away to a charity, just like he does with his salary. Oh, guys, let's not forget to double tap that screen, like the video, guys. Let's get more people on the conversation by double tapping that screen.
Might not see federal authorities intervene.
On what?
Secretary Note not to send the DHS in Democratic states.
No, I let them ask us if they want help. They're always complaining. If you go in, they complain. They complain no matter what. We brought crime to the lowest point in the history of our country, 125 years, 1900. Think of it. Year. Think of that, 1900. Can you imagine? We have the lowest crime in the history of our country, despite the fact that our country was riddled with a lot of bad people from the Biden open border. But we've taken a lot of them out. We're at the lowest point in history. We have the least number of murders in the recorded history of our country. That's incredible. But honestly, the crime-ridden cities are all Democrat-run cities. And if they want help, they have to ask for it.
Yeah, I'm be real with you. The cities with the highest crime ran by Democrats. Most expensive states ran by Democrats. Most expensive cities too ran by Democrats, and they got the highest crime. I mean, it's kind of crazy how they were even voted for. Actually, no, it was hilarious. Like I said in Virginia in one of the videos that I released, go make sure to go check out that clip, that I was kind of making fun of the people of Virginia for voting in Abigail Spanberger, because I'm like, you were really voting in a Democrat on the guidelines of affordability, for affordability. And what did they do? They voted her in, and what did she do? Make things more unaffordable by putting in a whole bunch of some pretty discriminatory laws. Like, it's pretty like she's discriminating against white contractors. Yes, they're gonna stop giving government contracts to white contractors who are charging cheaper, by the way, and start giving them to female and minority contractors. I mean, damn, way to discriminate against your own kind.
Because if we go in, all they do is complain.
White people, right?
If they want help, they can ask for it, and they're going to need help. Los Angeles is an example. We went in, we solved it. The chief law enforcement officer in Los Angeles said they couldn't have done it without the federal government. A week later, he said they didn't need the federal government. So we don't want that. If they want help, they'll ask, but they have to say please.
On DHS funding, sir, the Democrats have made 3 demands. They say they want no roving patrols, they want established rules for use of force, and they want masks off.
Well, we'll talk about it. It's not appropriate yet. We have to let a little time go by, but we'll talk about it. But we want. I got elected for law enforcement, for the border, for the economy, things I've done a great job with. I mean, when you have the lowest crime rate in the history of our country, recorded in 125 years, to be exact. So I fulfilled so much. We'll have to talk about that over the next 3 or 4 days.
Sir, Mr. President, what did you think of the latest release of S.E.T files, and do you think your critics will be satisfied with?
Well, they should be, because it looked like this guy Wolf, was a writer, was conspiring with Epstein to do harm to me. And I didn't see it myself, but I
mean, look, there was a lot that was revealed in the Epstein files. And, you know, the release of the Epstein files made things a bit more confusing because, one, there's still more to be released, like 3 million pages, a whole lot more pictures. And here's the problem. When they released them, there was a caveat that the administration put out there. Like, I just want to let you guys know that whatever you guys see, remember, some of these are just accusations that never got followed up. So we don't know if all of these stories could be corroborated. Just know that somebody was out there said this, and we don't know if it's true or not. Like, this is why everybody's kind of going off on this whole, what was it, story with a girl said that she was raped by Trump and Elon and Epstein all in one setting. And it's just like, yeah, there is people out there that's saying damn near anything and everything, and it ended up in the Epstein files, and we don't know if it's true or not. We can't corroborate some of these things, but we'll see, because like I said, people's names were called, and this is what I wanted. I don't care who name was called in the Epstein files. Defend yourself. Where's your alibi? Because we need it.
Told by some very important people that not only does it absolve me, it's the opposite of what people were hoping, you know, the radical left. That Wolf, who's a third-rate writer, was conspiring with Jeffrey Epstein to hurt me, politically or otherwise, and that came through loud and clear. So we'll probably sue Wolf on that. And maybe the Epstein estate, I guess. I don't know, but we're going to certainly sue them.
You want to sue the Epstein estate?
Well, you may, I guess so, because he was conspiring with Wolf to do harm to me politically. That's not a friend.
And what was also released was, like, what was it? It was a 2-hour interview that was done with Steve Bannon and Epstein. Yes, there's a 2-hour interview with Steve Bannon and Epstein, and it really wasn't him going over his crimes or anything like that. It was about him going over his financial career. So it really wasn't all too much of an interesting of a watch. It just explains Jeffrey Epstein's financial savvy, which he rarely has or barely has, and his interest in spirituality and all that good stuff, which is a bit strange considering what he was doing out here.
For Venezuela oil, sir.
You okay down there? You okay? I don't want to run on top of it.
You said that the profits will be split with the U.S. and Venezuela both benefiting. What's Venezuela's share of the oil profits going to be?
Well, we haven't discussed that, but we're getting along very well with the leadership of Venezuela. They're doing a really good job. We're going to be selling a lot of oil, and we'll take some, and they'll take a lot, and they're going to do very well. They're going to make more money than they've ever made, and it's going to be beneficial to us. We're going to really, I think Venezuela is really going to turn around. You know, I opened up the airspace over in Venezuela so that now people from Venezuela came from Venezuela here. They're going to be able to go back for the first time, go back to Venezuela.
Yeah, just give you a quick little Venezuela update. So, well, pretty much give you the background of it. Now, since Trump done pretty much snatched Maduro and the Venezuelan oil, we've put a lot of countries on their heels. Like, Russia was getting Venezuela oil. China was getting Venezuela oil. I mean, honestly, one of the biggest benefactor of Venezuelan oil, Cuba. And they're now getting chokehold. As you see, Trump seems like he's ready to snatch that guy as well. So as Trump sits here like this.
Stole that shit. That's what I do, nigga. Fuck, nigga, I stole that shit. And I stole it. Like, bro, but niggas don't understand. I talk facts. Vlad, I talk facts.
Oh, you're right.
I
don't even deny it. That's cool.
I talk facts. What deny? What, nigga? Give me that, nigga. You don't know what to do with that.
Okay.
You know when a nigga got a girl, her shit fat? Bro, you don't know what to do with that. Give me that.
So, you know when a country got resources and they don't know what to do with that, like their oil, and they don't know how to refine it as fast as us? Yeah, we're like, give me that. You don't know what to do with that. And that's literally what we're doing.
Stay, perhaps, or go back and see their relatives, go for a short period of time.
Sir, do you think China's going to get their money back from all the money they lent to Venezuela for
I don't
oil?
know. I don't know anything about that, but I'll tell you what, China is welcome to come in and would make a great deal in oil. You know, we welcome China. We've already made a deal. India's coming in, and they're going to be buying Venezuelan oil as opposed to buying it from Iran. So we've already made
In
that
Russia.
deal, the concept of the deal. But China's welcome to come in and buy oil.
On Venezuela, do you think that Machado should be able to return to Venezuela?
I'd love to be able to do something with it and maybe putting the sides together, doing something. I think she's a very fine person.
Do you think she'll
But I think I have to say at the same time, the current leadership is doing a very good job.
Did you have any knowledge of the arrest of Don Lemon before it happened? Did you have any conversation?
No, I don't know anything about the Don Lemon thing, but he's a sleazebag. Everyone's known that. He's a washout. Probably from his standpoint,
Yeah.
the best thing that could happen to him. He's getting, he gets.
Now, what Don Lemon got arrested for was violating the FACE Act, which pretty much says that you can't try to intimidate people or coerce them in their place of worship. So it's kind of the reason why people stay outside of mosque when they're protesting Islam and all that good stuff. Yes, that you're supposed to do that, because if you was to go inside the mosque, you'd be violating the FACE Act. So you're allowed to protest. Just make sure you're doing it outside of the place of worship, because it would be seen as intimidating or coercing these people to not be able to go inside their place of worship to worship, which is against our freedom of speech. So that's what he violated pretty much. He brought in a bunch of protest. Well, he didn't personally, but he followed a bunch of protesters into this church, and he tried to sit there as if he didn't know where they was going. But let's be real. Once Don Lemon pulled up to that church, he should have seen immediately where this was going, was like, yeah, I'm not doing this. But no, he went in there. He was basically a part of the protest because they're in there disturbing the service. And so are you, by asking the pastors questions, keeping him from trying to maintain whatever orders left in that church. So he cooked himself on that alone. And he got arrested. Now he's been recently released, and he has some words like, oh, this goes against freedom of speech. We're in a dark time in America. But no, that's just him playing victim.
No viewers. He was a failed host. And now he's in the news. I didn't know anything about it.
So what's your response to Claudia Sheinbaum's warning that the embargo or the restriction on Cuban oil to Cuba could cause a humanitarian crisis there?
Well, it doesn't have to be humanitarian crisis. I think they probably would come to us and want to make a deal. So Cuba would be free again. They'll come to us, they'll make a deal. But Cuba really is not a problem. They have a problem. I know so many people from Cuba. But we have a lot of people in the United States right now that would love to go back to Cuba. And we'd like to work that out.
What do you want to see from Cuba? I mean, what do you need to see to make that
We'll
kind
work
of
a
deal?
deal. I think we're going to work a deal with Cuba. I think, we'll be kind. We have a situation that's very bad for Cuba. They have no money. They have no oil.
Oh, God, do me a favor and double tap that screen, like the video, guys. Let's get more people on the conversation by double tapping that screen. Let's get us to 100 likes.
Venezuela, they live off Venezuelan money and oil. And none of that's coming now. And then the president of...
And that's what I meant by we were putting the chokehold on Cuba, because they were making money from Venezuelan oil. Actually, they really needed it because they're already going through an oil or a fuel crisis in Venezuela. And they were going through that with Venezuelan oil. Now that that's been cut off, imagine how bad that's going to get. Oh, yes. And Mexico has now agreed to stop sending oil to Cuba. They said they weren't, but then they kind of walked it back and bend the knee to the Trump administration and said, no, what? Actually, yeah, we're not going to send oil to you guys. I know you're going through a fuel crisis. I know Hispanic brethren and all that, but yeah, we won't be sending that oil to you.
And none of that's coming now. And then the president of Mexico, President Sheinbaum, was very good. I said, look, we don't want you sending oil there. And she's not sending oil.
On your plans for Washington, D.C., sir, the Washington Post reported that you're considering an arch that's 250 feet high. Can you talk a little bit about that and address critics who say that might be a little bit too large for the space?
We're considering an arc. It's like the Arc de Triomphe in Paris. So for 200 years, they've wanted to build an arc. There are 57 cities throughout the world that have them. We're the only major city, Washington, D.C., that doesn't. The circle prior to the bridge, the Arlington Bridge, has been waiting for hundreds of years to have this done. In fact, there are 4 Eagles that got built. but it was interrupted by a thing called the Civil War. And so it never got built. Then they almost built something in 1902, but it never happened. So we have an unbelievable ark that I think will be the most beautiful in the world being built there. It's going to be built there.
It's 250 feet.
I don't know what the height is. It's just appropriate for the site. We're setting up a committee, and the committee is going to be going over it, but it'll be substantial. I'd like it to be the biggest one of all. We're the biggest, most powerful nation. I'd like it to be the biggest one.
And to all of the charity.
It's a very exciting job, actually. They've been waiting for many years, just like the ballroom. For 150 years, they've wanted a ballroom. Now we're going to put up the most beautiful ballroom anywhere in the world, as far as I'm concerned. And I could have built a much bigger one. I didn't want to do that. I wanted to be in keeping with. I didn't want it to be taller than the White House, etc. So I wanted it to be in keeping. But it's a really beautiful building, done by some of the best architects in the world. The ballroom, likewise, the Ark. I think it's going to be great. We're just setting up a committee now for the Ark.
Could the money from the lawsuit that you may settle with yourself go towards paying for that arch or for the ball?
Well, we hadn't thought of it, but we're going to probably, it's sort of a strange position because I have a lawsuit like the break-in of Mar-a-Lago, and I pay myself that somehow will never look good. So when I added other people, a lot of outside people said, what a great idea. Because nobody cares how much if it goes to good charities. So you settle by giving charities a lot of money. And I think we're going to do something like that. We're looking to do something like that.
The charity be to pay for the ballroom and the arch?
No, I don't think either of those. I'm talking about American Cancer Society. A lot of I think they should be probably established charities. I would say established and respected charities.
On Iran, you had threatened those secondary tariffs on countries doing business with Iran. We haven't seen those yet. What are you holding off on?
Well, we're going to see. Look, we have a lot of things happening right now with Iran. We have a tremendous lead going in that direction, and they're talking to us. So a lot of things could happen.
And the Canada tariffs, sir, that you talked about, are those coming?
Well, that was on the airplanes. Are you talking about
the China deal?
Yep.
If they do a deal with China, yeah, we'll do something.
Which I'm actually happy because I don't know, like when Trump first heard about it, he said, "Oh, China could do a deal. I mean, not China, but Canada could do a deal. Whoever they want, they can get a deal with China's in their interest." That's what he first said. Then he turns around and goes like, "Well, actually, I mean, China, if you do that deal, I'm gonna hit you with 25% tariff." I'm like, "Whoa!" Now I'm actually happy he did that. Because I was just like, we did just snatch a president right out of his bed for being too close with China and Russia. So here we are, a neighbor of the United States, which is Canada, getting closer with China. And what, nothing's going to happen to him? We're not going to snatch him out of his bed? Not that I want that, but no consequences whatsoever. So I'm actually happy Trump is being consistent with keeping Chinese influence out of the Western Hemisphere.
Very substantial. Because we're going to have a great relationship with China, President Xi, but we don't want China to take over Canada. And if they make the deal that he's looking to make, China will take over Canada. And the first thing they're going to do, end ice hockey.
So speaking of China, sir, there was a military purge in that country a week ago. What do you make of that?
Well, as far as you're talking about China?
Yeah.
As far as I'm concerned, there's one boss in China. That's President Xi. That's the person I'm dealing with.
Are there any concerns about stability or
no? I think President Xi is the boss. I watch it very closely, and he's highly respected in China. He's the boss.
Now, just to give you a little of a glimpse, when I was looking up in Chinese politics, there is a bit of concern with Xi still being in power. I mean, Xi has got rid of the generals and people close to him that was supposed to, be the next guy up, and he's gotten rid of them. And so we don't know how strong Xi's actual power is in China. It does seem that he is still the leader. I mean, he is still basically the dictator. I'm sorry, but prime minister of China, because for some reason we play nice with them. But yes, he's still the leader, but we don't know how well his power is actually holding because hard economic times are going on in China. They're actually upset that he's not more aggressive against Taiwan, which is actually pretty relieving. It's kind of funny that he's the guy that's kind of trying to hold off on Taiwan, And there's others in the CCP that's like a little bit more hawkish on it. It's like, it's funny to hear that because you would think he would be. But yeah, that's what's going on in Chinese politics right now. Collapsing economy built on debt, and an unwillingness to go into Taiwan hastily.
Can I go back to Cuba for 1 second? Who exactly are you negotiating with on the island? Who's the government representative there you're speaking with?
Where?
In Cuba. Who are you speaking with?
We're starting to talk to Cuba. Yeah, we're starting to.
Can you tell us who it
Look,
is?
they need help on a humanitarian basis, and we're starting to talk to Cuba. Don't forget, a lot of people that live in our country are treated very badly by Cuba, and we want them to be. They all voted for me, and we want them to be treated well. We'd like to be able to have them go back to home to their country, which they haven't seen their family, their country for many, many decades. So we'll work that. I'll be able to work that out. Yes.
Do you have any update on what's happening with Greenland negotiations? Have you been in contact with Presidents Macron, Starmer, some of those European
Are
leaders?
you talking about on Greenland?
Yes.
On Greenland? Yeah. We have started a negotiation, and I think it's pretty well agreed to. I mean, they want us to do it. I think it's going to be a good deal for everybody. Very important deal. Actually, from a national security point of view, very, very important deal. I think we're going to make a deal there.
Mr. President, back to your post on ICE protests. What did you mean when you said people?
Yeah, now when it comes to Greenland, the deal does seem to work out in his favor. Like I said, it's giving Trump mining rights, which seems like forever in Greenland. They're allowed to build more military bases. They're going to be building the Golden Dome and Greenland. So Trump's pretty much getting everything he wanted without pretty much making Greenland an American territory, or USA territory.
Mr. President, back to your post on ICE protests. What did you mean when you said people will suffer an equal or greater consequence?
If they do anything bad to our people, they will have to suffer. I'm sorry. If they start spitting in people's faces, punching our people, punching our soldiers, our patriots, they will get taken care of in at least an equal way. They're not going to do that. Like, you see it, the way they treat our people. And I said, you're allowed, if somebody does that, you can do something back. You're not going to stand there and take it. If somebody spits in your face, that will not be a pleasant thing for the person that spits. We're not letting people spit in our soldiers' face as they stand at attention, and they're not allowed to do anything. If they throw bricks at a car, at one of our vehicles, that are very expensive vehicles, they're going to be met with very, very serious force.
Sir, do you think it's good having lots of cameras on these kinds of incidents between law enforcement and the people?
I think it would help law enforcement, but I'd have to talk to them. I'm going to be talking to them tomorrow. Actually, I think it would help law enforcement. That works both ways. But I think overall, it's 80% in favor of law enforcement.
Oh, guys, make sure you guys double tap that screen and like the video. And you have any questions, comments, jokes, or disagreements, I'll be happy to read it out loud. Just send $2 and up. Appreciate support, guys. Let's get back to the show. And like I said, don't forget to double tap that screen.
Who are you talking to tomorrow on law enforcement?
A lot of people. Well, I'm speaking to Christian, I'm speaking to Tom Logan, a lot of people. We have it in good shape. And, Minnesota crime is way down because of what we've done. We've taken out thousands of criminals. What we want in Minnesota, we want them to open their jails and give us their criminals, and we're gone. That's all we want, and they're going to have to do it.
How are you feeling about Secretary Noakes handling the matters in the last
Well,
week?
she's did great. I mean, we have a close border. We've taken out thousands and thousands of killers and murderers and everything else, removed them from our country by the tens of thousands, and we have the crime rate that's the lowest in history. I didn't do the crime rate stats. It just came out yesterday that we have the lowest crime rate in the history of our country. So how's she doing? I think she's doing well. She's a good person. She works hard. Tom Homan is a star. He's incredible. I mean, the guy's incredible.
Now, look, I get that Trump's going to defend Kristi Noem. I get it. It's just that she jumped off. I mean, she spoke a bit too soon. And or as we like to say, man, she just jumped off the porch a bit too early when she said, "Oh, domestic terrorists and all this crazy stuff." And I'm just like, "Oh, assassin!" And we're like, "Whoa, whoa! Oh, he was brandishing a gun or embellishing a gun." I'm just like, everybody's seen the video. We all know that's not what happened. Like, y'all didn't have to go out there and say all that craziness, and it just made them look bad. And it made Stephen Miller, Kristi Noem. Bavino. They made them all look. We had Gregory Bavino, I think his name is. Made them all look bad by just saying domestic terrorists with no proof whatsoever that they were going out there to be domestic terrorists whatsoever. And I don't even believe Renee Good was trying to be a domestic terrorist, nor Alex Preddy. So, and with no proof either, that's what just made it oh so bad. I mean, to be quite honest with you. And that's why everybody was calling for her to be fired, because like it was just such an incompetent thing to say. Like, why would you say that with no investigation done? Like a day in. But hey, it is what it is.
He's got an unbelievable, he's tough, and yet everybody likes him, both sides. So he's been great. But he said to me just tonight, he said, look, they've got to open up their prisons and give us their criminals and their murderers and their drug lords, and and we'll take care of them. And that's why,
I mean, yeah, there's only three things we want out of Minnesota. Is like we want the criminals, the detainees that need to be deported. I mean, we want them to start providing crowd control for ICE. We want their voter registration data, and we also want their welfare data as well. And if they could give us that, man, bro, it's all good. All good, man. Look, we'll be able to have some trust in those guys again. That's all we need out of Minnesota. It's not that hard. We're not asking for too much. And shout out to Toe. She says, want to send love to the best media live groups of members and most importantly, hosts. Best group I've been a part of. Hey, I appreciate that, Toe. Shout out, Toe. Man, been a member for more than half a year now, I believe. Appreciate it, sis. I truly appreciate you being here.
crime is down in Minnesota, not because of anything they did, it's because of what we did. Same thing in Chicago. We have crime down in Chicago, and most people don't even know we're there, but we're there doing a good job. We have crime down all over the nation. Thank you very much, everybody.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
That's a very dangerous shot he's got.
It's the worst.
That's the worst. That's got to be the worst shot.
And all right, now let's get over to our guy Mike Johnson, because we got to get to this looming government shutdown, which I believe we're already in. But let's see what Mike Johnson got to say for himself. Because I mean, bro, it's your job to avoid this type of stuff, and it seems like we cannot avoid this type of stuff. We just got done with the longest government shutdown in history. We broke a record right there. Thanks, Dems. And apparently, I guess they went around too. And what y'all want? What, like 45, 50 days? Y'all trying to go for another high score? But let's see.
And joining me now is Speaker of the House, Mike Johnson, Republican of Louisiana. Speaker Johnson, welcome back to Meet the Press.
Always great to be with you. Thanks.
It is great to have you. And as we sit here today, we are in the...
Hey, yo, and shout out to my man, Jade. He's like, I want so many illegals deported. We never have to press 1 for English ever again. God damn. All right, that was funny. Never have to press 1 for English ever again. Is it nah, bro? It's gonna be like what? Do you want UK English or American English? That's the only type we want. That's all we want to hear. That'll be a beautiful day indeed. But I think we're stuck with that one for life, sadly.
Midst of a partial government shutdown. So I want to start right there. The latest reports are that you've spoken to Leader Hakeem Jeffries, that he has made it clear that you don't have Democrat support to reopen the government. So let me put this bottom line question to you. Are you confident that the government will reopen on Monday with Republican votes? Do you have enough Republican support?
And I want to tell y'all this, like, bro, now the Dems are doing this to what? Defund ICE, right? That's one of the main goals, is talk about funding for ICE. Well, here's the crazy part. Funding for ICE has already been passed for the entire year, of 2026. So if they shut the government down, they'll be hurting every DHS department but ICE. So they're not even, if they shut the government down over them wanting to defund ICE, it is too late. It is too late unless they want a promise to defund ICE for next year or something. But right now, if they're asking to defund ICE now, it is too late. They already got their funding. It's cooked. But if they're willing to put the American people and everybody else that falls under the American people and the other agencies that fall under DHS in trouble, then okay, so be it. But I just want to let you guys know, if they're doing this for ICE defunding, they're not going to get it. Just then think about it. We're talking about the same group of people that did this for what? The ACA subsidies. Have the ACA subsidy been passed? No. So did they get anything they want last time? No. So I'm really wondering what they're hoping to do with this.
Well, let's say I'm confident that we'll do it at least by Tuesday. We have a logistical challenge of getting everyone in town. And because of the conversation I had with Hakeem Jeffries, I know that we've got to pass a rule and probably do this mostly on our own. I think that's very unfortunate. Here's what's happened. You know, the House and Senate appropriators worked very well together, bicameral, bipartisan, committee-led process, especially after the 43-day shutdown, the longest in U.S. history last fall. No one wanted to put that pain on the American people again. The Democrats forced it. We were insistent that we would not allow that to happen. But, you know, I tip my hat to everybody, appropriators in both parties who got this together. After the Senate acted over the weekend, we will now have 11 of 12 separate appropriations bills approved by both chambers. Because they modified our package, they've sent it over a little differently, which means we've got to address the bills again. So they're going to separate the Department of Homeland Security bill. Our intention is by Tuesday to fund all agencies of the federal government except for that one, and then we'll have 2 weeks of good faith negotiations to figure it out.
And just bottom line, you think you have enough Republican votes to reopen the government by Tuesday?
Yeah, because Republicans are going to do the responsible thing and fund the government. They're playing.
But you have a razor thin margin. That's what I'm getting at.
I have a 1 vote margin, yes, for the rest of 2026. But we're going to demonstrate once again that this is the party that takes governing seriously. The Democrats play games with this, and I think it's very unfortunate because what they're doing is they're jeopardizing services to the American people. When you're talking about the Department of Homeland Security, remember what's included in that. You have TSA agents for the airports. You have the Coast Guard. You have FEMA. We're in the middle of a winter storm disaster on the East Coast. We can't play games with this.
So let's talk
and that's what I'm saying. It's like they're holding the American people hostage like they were doing with SNAP benefits. And they was asking them to use the contingency fund, but the contingency fund was already appropriated for a school lunch program. So like the Dems are kind of like riding reckless on this. Again, it's like, you know, we're still under a snowstorm. There's this apparently some type of snow cyclone that's about to hit some states in the South. And you guys want to freeze funding for DHS and defund them. And you can't do it for ICE. So who are you doing it for? Like, it doesn't make sense at this point, but we will see how they make it make sense because they're going to have to. Because it does seem like they are about to shut down the government for nothing again.
What Democrats are demanding as a part of this, they want to see changes to DHS, to ICE in the wake of the deaths of those 2 Americans in Minneapolis. The changes they're asking for include an end to roving patrols, no more face masks, mandatory body cameras, and judicial warrant requirements. Given what has been happening on the ground in Minneapolis, Mr. Speaker, do you support any or all of those changes?
Listen, there's been tragedies in Minnesota and in Minneapolis in particular, brought about in large measure by the circumstances on the ground. You have the governor and local officials there, in some cases inciting violence. They're encouraging citizens to disrupt the operations of law enforcement, and it sets up a dangerous situation.
But they're calling for peaceful protests.
No,
well, they are, but they're also.
I mean, no, look, they're calling for peaceful protests while also calling for the obstruction of ICE and to view these guys as Gestapos and Nazis. I mean, the doublespeak is crazy. So here's the problem. These guys, these protesters, peaceful protesters are turning into obstructionists. They're following ICE around. They're creating Discord chats and all that to mark down their license plate and all this good stuff to follow them around. This is turning into a community organized effort. If they spend this much community time, cleaning up their streets and cleaning up Somali's fraud or looking for fraud, I promise you Minnesota would be the most crime-free place in the United States. But instead, they're putting all this community effort into stopping the enforcement of immigration laws. Like, I'm telling you, we're going to watch this James O'Keefe video later on in the stream, and I'm going to show you how much effort they're really putting into stopping ICE. And it's going to be sickening because you're just like, y'all could have did this for way better reasons than this bullshit right here that actually helps the community instead of put people in your community in danger. But okay.
To resist. They're also saying they're doxing the agents of ICE, the Immigration and Customs Enforcement. And so when you're talking about masking, the reason that ICE agents wear masks is to protect their own identities and protect their own families. And in some circumstances, they've had a price put on their heads effectively by local officials. And that's what's created the dangerous conditions.
But these state and local officials respectfully didn't pull the triggers that left these 2 Americans dead. President Trump has even acknowledged that ICE has made mistakes. Do you think within that context, any changes need to be made to ICE and the way it's operating on the
Yes,
ground?
look, I think President Trump was right to acknowledge that. I think he's operating in good faith. He said he wanted to turn the temperature down. He put Tom Homan in charge there. He was right to deputize him over that situation.
And shout out Tove, appreciate the support, sis. She says the Great Lakes, New England State. Damn it, why the Great Lakes? But yeah, the Great Lakes and the New England states and the New England coastal states will be getting hit with a polar vortex and a bomb cyclone towards the end of the week. So yep, set. We're gonna get hit hard. You may want a generator. I mean, bruh, again. I just got done digging my car out of 14 inches of snow, bro. I mean, sis, you don't understand. I'm still dealing with the 14 inches of snow now. Like, this is some bull. But all right. I mean, it is what it is, man. Life hits you with snow, you get the shovel, apparently, or the snow blower for you more luxurious types. Because I'm getting me that snow blower. I'm telling you that right now. But all right, though, back to the show. Sorry, guys.
He has 40 years experience in border patrol and in these issues. So I think that this is going to happen, but we need good faith on both sides. Some of these conditions and requests that they've made are obviously reasonable and should happen, but others are going to require a lot more negotiation.
And you'll support some of those that you say are reasonable.
Yes, in fact, I was in the Oval Office with the president a few days ago when he was on the phone with Leader Schumer, and they agreed, and Tom Homan was on the other line, and they agreed to most of those conditions. But the mask, for example, the additional judicial requirement for a warrant would be a whole other layer of effectively bureaucracy. Remember, the immigration judges have already issued warrants, and that's what the ICE officials are acting upon. So there's a lot of details in this. We could get deep in the weeds, but we will do that over the next 2 weeks. And I hope that Democrats will be in good faith, as Republicans are, to try to bring some order to all.
I mean, here's the wild part about it. Like Dems, you do know that, yes, you are protecting your undocumented neighbors, but you're also protecting undocumented pedophiles as well. I hope you know this, like, because I know what you're thinking, like,
What did he say?
yeah, but you are protecting pedophiles and child molesters and people who do the worst of the worst, who do pretty heinous crimes. And yes, but you're at the same time, though, you are protecting your undocumented neighbors. But just remember, you're also obstructing ICE investigations to catching these guys as well. When you block them off, when you blow the whistle, you know, you're letting these guys know that ICE is in the area so they can get away and continue doing heinous crimes. Or, you know, on the brighter side of things, you know, you're just helping your undocumented neighbor who you knew for years get away because you don't want to see him go. You know, both things you're doing at the same time, simultaneously.
Are there any proposed changes you would agree with? They're demanding also roving patrols and body cameras be worn by ICE officials?
I think even Tom Homan has acknowledged both of those things are acceptable and what he was intending to do already. So I think we're on the path to get agreement, and I really hope that everybody will come to the table in good faith. That's what's going to be required here.
Let me zoom out and ask you about Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem. As you know, there's been a lot of focus on her hours after Alex Preddy was killed. Secretary Noem accused him of being a, quote, domestic terrorist before the investigation had been done. She said he had brandished a gun at agents, which videos and DHS itself later contradicted. Do you think the Department of Homeland Security needs new leadership, Mr. Speaker?
Look, I think Kristi Noem has been called to do a very difficult job. Remember,
now I do think it's unfair how they're already trying to call for her to be removed. When I'm gonna be honest with you, like, Minneapolis is just a one-off situation. Like, she's actually been doing pretty well when it comes to other states and other cities. So trying to fire her over what's happening in one city is a bit unfair. And it kind of goes to show that Minneapolis is a special case. If we're doing this in other places and it's not going this bad, it kind of lets you know that something different, is going on in Minneapolis that is making this turn into a pretty violent or protest, or not really a protest, that's really turning into a riot. That's looking like it's about to get sent into an insurrection, because they are obstructing law enforcement. They don't want the enforcement of federal law, and they're willing to go against government authority to do so. So, I mean, that's the definition of it. We don't need an insurrection act right now. I'll agree with Monty when he says that, but to be honest, you guys are there.
That The agency was effectively eviscerated.
And I don't think we need to fire Kristi Noem because of that one-off situation. But she does need to be condemned for just trying to call them, domestic terrorists. And I mean, Stephen Miller went off he went off the rails with the whole assassin thing.
For 4 years under the Biden
Where he was
administration,
going
wide
with
open border. So nearly 20 million illegal aliens came across that border, and many of them are dangerous, hardened criminals and even terrorists. So she's taken over a crushing assignment. I mean, anyone who's in that position would have a difficult time with it. I think it's important for all of us at any level not to prejudge circumstances until we get all the facts. And I think that that's been a good reminder to everyone. We've seen now in the last couple of days that Mr. Peretti that passed, it was a tragic situation, that he was involved at least in the week before that tragic event in inciting law enforcement. And, everybody's seen the video now of him kicking the taillights out of an ICE vehicle. If local law enforcement had been involved, we have to ask ourselves this question: would he still be alive right now? Because if they had apprehended him and he was in jail safely, he would not have been on the streets to have been involved in that circumstance.
But you don't think kicking a taillight amounts to something that's punishable by death?
Well, no, of course not. No, and that was a separate.
No, but I mean, he kicked the tail light out. He spit in their direction. They forced him to the ground. I believe he broke a rib in that situation. And then the man goes right back out there and gets himself involved again. And this time he ended up dying. It's like kind of crazy because it's like, hold on. So a week ago, or maybe more, I believe, they said it was like a week ago, before he got shot by Custom Border Patrol. A week ago, he got into it with ICE. They showed the footage. And when he got put to the ground, he broke a rib. He did not learn his lesson. He still went out there a week later and think it was okay to obstruct law enforcement during a law enforcement scene. And yes, I know it is tough to see an old lady get pushed down. I get it. But to go in there in front of an officer while you're like armed without letting that officer know, yeah, that's kind of what did him in, sadly.
Circumstance. But the point is, it is unlawful to impede the operations of law enforcement, and it sets up a dangerous situation when people do that.
But do you have
and shout out Toe. She says that's the point of Minnesota. They are letting it get out of control to make it seem like this is what it is happening everywhere where ICE is and will go. And yeah, I mean, they're trying to paint a picture of, no, this could be you guys. No. This is what happens when the governor used inflammatory language like, oh, they're the Gestapo and they're about to kidnap you and take you to a foreign torture dungeon, which is actually what Tim Walz said. Then you got Jacob Fry not providing any type of crowd control to protect his own constituents, but he'll sit there and tell ICE to get the F out, but won't tell his officers to step the fuck in. It's like, okay.
% confidence in Kristi Noem, Mr. Speaker?
I do have confidence in Kristi Noem. I think that
full confidence.
Yes. Look, she has a difficult job. I have a lot of sympathy for her job. I've got a difficult job too. I think that there will be a recalibration in some measure. This is President Trump saying that they're going to look at the way operations are conducted. The intent is to rid our communities of dangerous, illegal aliens, hardened criminals who are here causing great havoc across the country, and they need to continue that work, and that is fully supported by the American people.
All right, let me ask you about another major story. On Friday, the Justice Department released what it said were the rest of the Epstein files. A group of Epstein survivors responded with a statement saying it's not enough, saying, quote, Epstein's enablers continue to benefit from secrecy. The Justice Department cannot claim it is finished releasing files until every legally required document is released and every abuser and enabler is fully exposed. As long as the survivors say that not enough is being done. Has DOJ finished its work, in your opinion?
We all want every abuser and enabler to be fully exposed. We want justice to be done. It's long overdue. But I do think the Department of Justice is complying with the law, that we have now 3.5 million documents. You have over 2,000 videos and I think 180,000 images out there. And as soon as they finish the final release, they give us the full report to Congress, which is required under the law. And then they issue I think in the Federal Register, they have to publish why they've made any redactions. The DOJ will have fully complied with the law and done their job. But think of the mass, the volume of documents
No, I did
they've
hear
had to
about
go
that.
through.
No, I did hear about that wildness. Somebody did try to break Luigi Mangione out of jail by impersonating law enforcement or a federal agent. I'm just going like, bro, wait, they got James Bond coming after this guy? Like, bro, you just about to pull up, impersonate a federal agent, and just disappear with Luigi Mangione? And we was never going to hear from that guy again. Lord knows that. But they to shift that man off to Cuba. So I'm glad we stopped that, because could you imagine if that actually worked?
Remember, they have to go through and make sure that they're protecting the innocent. So some of these young women who were victimized, we do not want them to endure further harm. And so that's been the intention, is to make sure that their names are taken out of that.
President Trump's name appears throughout the Epstein files, including in many of the new documents released this week. Now, we want to stress appearing in the Epstein files does not amount to or imply criminal wrongdoing. But do you have any outstanding questions, given that, about the relationship between President Trump and Jeffrey Epstein?
I do not. I mean, I've spoken to the president about this privately and personally many times, and he's spoken very candidly and openly to the public. He says the same things privately that he does publicly. He's never had any concern about that. Remember, President Trump was one of the first people that called Epstein out. He kicked him out of Mar-a-Lago, off the property, because he heard of some of the nefarious things he was engaged in. He's never had any concern about that at all.
He did at one point call these files a Democratic hoax. But let me ask you about something.
Well, what he said specifically was the hoax of the Democrats trying to turn this into a political issue and use it against him. That was wrong.
Let me ask you about something that Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene, of course, who's now resigned from Congress last month, in part over this fight to release the Epstein files. This is something she said about you in an interview with the New York Times. I want to give you an opportunity to respond. She says, quote, "I want you to know that Johnson is not our speaker. He is not our leader. And in the legislative branch, a totally separate body of government, he is literally 100% under the direct orders of the White House." Mr. Speaker, how do you respond? Are you 100% under the direct orders of the White House?
It's comical. If Marjorie had ever attended conference meetings and been involved as a member, as she should, she would know that that is simply not true. I vigorously defend Article 1 of the Constitution. That's the legislative branch. I was a constitutional law attorney before I became Speaker. They're closely together because we have unified government. That's what the American people voted for last fall. They gave the Republican Party control of the White House, the Senate, and the House. And the intention there is that you work efficiently and effectively together. So the president and I have conversations, sometimes multiple times a day, about policy procedures. We have a lot of our discussions and sometimes debates together behind the curtain, because you don't want to do that when you're in the same party out in public. That has made a very effective and efficient government. And I will say this.
Now, look, like I said, I kind of agree with Marjorie Taylor Greene complaints on the administration, but the way she went about it was all types of wrong. And think about it like this. She never went on Fox News or News Nation to get any type of pushback. No, she went straight to CNN, MSNBC, to where she knows she could sit there and say whatever she wants with no pushback whatsoever. None whatsoever. I mean, like I said, I remember when she went on CNN and started talking about, oh, I'm not really agreeing with the immigration and they're reporting the innocent illegals. You know, I'm in construction. And I'm just like, are you effing serious? You're the people that we don't like the most then. These people, millionaires who sit in our face and tell us, oh, yeah, we want to hire undocumented immigrants because it's cheaper for us and not hire you guys. Why? Because it's cheaper for us. And you're saying it in our face? And she's literally said that on CNN in an interview. After that, I was just like, oh, yeah, she cooked. She cooked in my eyes. I don't really care what she got to say after that, because she kind of exposed it was all on self-interest, even though she brought up some relevant points in the Trump administration, how he needs to start focusing on domestic policy instead of worrying about foreign affairs.
First year of the Trump administration that we just got through, was probably one of the most productive in all the history of Congress. And you can go back, that's what history is going to show. Very productive, very efficient, effective government. We had to reverse all the madness of the 4 years of the Biden administration. And we got so much of it done already and still more yet to do.
Is there any area where you do disagree with President Trump? Is there one place that you can point to?
Yes, but as I just said, we do this privately and not public. I'm going to support my president. Our party is leading. We are governing. We have closed the border. We've gotten the economy going again. We're fulfilling our promises. And that's why we're going to win the midterm election, by the way, and keep this going.
Okay, you take me to my next question. In fact, I want to talk to you about the midterms. And I want to play you something. This was in focus this week. President Trump said this last week at Davos. This was about the 2020 elections. Take a look.
It was a rigged election. Everybody now knows that. They found out. People will soon be prosecuted for what they did. It's probably breaking news, but it should be. It was a rigged election. Can't have rigged elections.
Is it healthy for this country's democracy, for the sitting president to be questioning the 2020 election 5 years ago? Something.
Okay, let's make sure we double tap that screen like the video, guys. Let's get us to 100 likes. We just need about 38 of y'all to double tap that screen. Appreciate the support, guys.
Claims that have been deemed to be false again now that he lost.
What's healthy for our country and our democracy is for everyone to be laser focused on election integrity. If you don't have free and fair
election integrity,
well, yes,
Mr. Speaker.
Yes,
this was asked and answered and litigated and relitigated. The page has been turned. He's still talking about an election that he lost, allegations which have been deemed claimed.
The president.
I'm be real with you. Nah, not really. I mean, there's been plenty of proof that there was tampering in certain areas in America when it came to the election, and those weren't relitigated whatsoever. So no, I ain't going to look. 2020, sketchy things were going on. Everybody knows it. And the funny thing is, the Dems love to sit there and play in our face like nothing happened because they're the benefactors of it. But you know what? I wonder if they'd have that same attitude if it was them. But they don't ever really got to worry about that one because they're the ones doing the rigging. I mean, this is why they want all these illegals in here, to rig it and not to have them vote. They could do it through the census.
Keeping the focus on election integrity, it must be in the forefront of everyone's minds, because if you don't have a free and fair election, you cannot maintain a constitutional republic. He's bothered by what happened in 2020, and we all know there was a lot of irregularity and problem in that, and we're not going to relitigate it. That's not the point. What we have to do is go forward and ensure that we don't have these problems in the future. That's why the House has passed the SAVE Act twice already. We have further election integrity measures that we're working on.
And here's a wild thing, though. You know, it kind of makes it obvious that the Dems don't believe in election integrity. Why was it such a big, why was we really pulling teeth with these guys to invoke voter ID? Like, really think about that. It should have been we're gonna do that. Yeah, voter ID. Instead, they try to make it seem like minorities and minorities were dumbass and be like, well, they won't know how to fill out the paperwork, or that's just extra steps. Like, think about it like that. If they really cared about voter integrity, why are they making excuses on voter ID? Why are they making excuses to hand over their voter registration records? It's so easy. Just do it. I mean, that's why there's actually a case coming out of Georgia now about voter integrity or voting integrity. And don't worry, it will be. Well, actually, you can go look it up for yourself. You can go look up voting fraud in Georgia. And yes, new investigation into it. And it actually has some substantial evidence. We'll see what comes out of that.
Now, and everybody in both parties should applaud that. They should support it.
You're saying there were irregularities. State and federal election officials called 2020 the most secure election in history. But let me ask you about what's happening in Georgia this week. FBI agents executed a warrant at an election hub in Fulton County, seizing ballots and records tied to the 2020 election. I want you to listen to what Democratic Senator Jon Ossoff of Georgia had to say about this search. Take a look.
And here's the thing. This is a shot across the bow at the midterm elections. He tried to steal power.
Hold on.
Executed a warrant at an election.
It's hilarious.
Both parties should applaud that. They should support it.
You're saying there were irregularities. State and federal election officials called 2020 the most secure election in history. But let me ask you about what's happening in Georgia.
Hey, no, that's how you know they stole it. When they sit there, be like, no, that was the most fair. No, there was no discrepancies. Nothing happened. No ballot stuffing, even though it was all caught on camera. But nothing. That was the most fair election ever. It's like, okay, bro. Okay. I mean, it kind of shows something when you got to sit there and you got to emphasize on how fair it was, knowing damn well people were asking questions all over America, all over. We was asking questions about it, but apparently we're not supposed to believe our lying eyes.
This week, FBI agents executed a warrant at an election hub in Fulton County, seizing ballots and records tied to the 2020 election. I want you to listen to what Democratic Senator John Ossoff of Georgia had to say about this search. Take a look.
I mean, why does he have to say anything at all? If he cares so much about voting integrity and there's nothing to hide, I mean, why even say anything? I mean, he should just sit there and be like, look, bro, we're just going to get proved twice right again. He's just going to prove us right twice. Go ahead. Take the records, like look at them at your discretion and come back to us. Why does he even have to say anything? Doesn't it kind of seem that, like, isn't that a bit funny? But hey, I could be overthinking it.
And here's the thing. This is a shot across the bow at the midterm elections. He tried to steal power when he lost it in 2020. We have to be...
No, he didn't try to steal power. He just wanted it to actually be investigated. That's all they was asking for, to be quite honest with you. It's funny how they try to frame Trump and January 6ers as trying to overthrow the government. And if they were, I mean, let's be real, January 6th would have pulled up with the AR-15s and stuff, but they didn't. It was a peaceful protest that turned into a riot, not an insurrection. But it is kind of crazy how they're trying to bring that up as, oh, he's trying to overthrow the government. No, they were protesting the vote. They did it like 3 times before January 6th. They was protesting the election, asking for recounts, asking for it to be properly investigated. That's all they were doing. And they weren't heard on that. And it is what it is.
Prepared for all kinds of schemes and shenanigans. We have to be prepared for him to try to deprive people of their voting rights. In Georgia.
What do you say?
So now it's about voting rights. Oh, okay. So us double checking your election records is now violating voting rights. I mean, okay, bro. You see, it's like y'all hiding too much. Every time we look into it, these guys get thrown into a frenzy as if, oh, we're wrong for even thinking about it. Think about it. Remember this. YouTube was taking down videos for talking about election rigging. They were taking down videos just talking about it. And of course, if you said anything against COVID, but those were the 2 things during the election you could not talk about, was COVID and election rigging. So it goes to show you how crazy it was, like when it came to election, how crazy the topic was when it came to election rigging, because people were actually showing real proof and getting their videos taken down across all platforms. And I mean, shout out to Mark Zuckerberg, because admitting that the Biden administration did coerce him to take down anything that spoke on election rigging and COVID. And this has all been proven. But you know what hasn't been proven? That the election was stolen. All we have is all this evidence and witnesses and all that good stuff that's never really been truly investigated. So, I mean, Dems got us on that. And shout out to Tove. Appreciate the support, sis. She says, whoop, stealing power is a Democrat's move, my guy. Yeah, I mean, ain't that the truth? Look, here's the thing, though. Here's the thing about it. The election being rigged, if you actually look at, what was it, 1,000, 2,000 mules that they sit there and try to debunk, even though there are witness statements and all this crazy stuff, literally saying they were getting paid to stuff ballots for the election. I mean, the fact that Biden held, like, the fact that when all these senators were trying to talk to Biden, talking like, yo, there's something going on with this election, he's hitting them with the no debate, no debate, no debate. All that meant nothing. All that meant nothing to the Dems as long as they got their guy in there. So that's what we also got to understand. I mean, when they're rigging or when the cheating works out in your favor, are you really complaining? Like, think about it. Do you think what was the team that got caught up for deflating the ball? Was it the Patriots or something like that? I mean, if you're a Patriots fan and you won and you got your money from the cheating, or or you're happy that they won. Did you really care that the cheating went down and it went in your favor? I mean, that's just how it is sometimes. Now, me, off the guidelines of integrity, I would care, but most people don't. And it is what it is.
To that allegation that President Trump is going to meddle in the 2026 midterm elections, that's what he's doing in Georgia.
I find it comical that one of the senators from Georgia is talking about schemes in elections. Remember, Georgia was example A of that in the 2020 election.
There were two statewide recounts in Georgia, Mr. Speaker.
They sent mail-out ballots to everyone. Everyone knows all of the problems that occurred in Georgia. It was very controversial.
Bro, the same problem that was happening in Georgia was happening in Ohio. They were sending mail-out ballots, ballots of people who don't live in houses no more, or sending like ballots out of people to their old address, and people was able to double vote with that. They'd be able to put in a whole lot of votes because there was no way of verifying if that person was actually the one who was voting with the mail-out ballots. Shoot, somebody could have got your ballot and voted for you, and you don't even know. So, yeah, I'm sorry. There was plenty of problems with that. Oh, and especially the no voter ID. Like, come on now. You can't sit there and say that was the most like fair election or held with the utmost integrity and the held to the utmost standard of fairness. It's like, it wasn't. There was a lot of bullshit going down. And some states were more egregious than others, but it was going on across the country. We all noticed it.
Controversial and remains so to this day because of all the things that happened there. Again, we're not going to relitigate that, but what we have to focus on is going forward to ensure that there are not questions about the elections. And that's why Republicans are working at the federal and the state levels to clean those things up, to clean up voter rolls, to make sure illegals are not voting, for example. That's what the SAVE Act is about. And we have to continue that. And the president is keeping a proper focus on it. This investigation is to ensure that all the questions about the elections in Fulton County are investigated properly so that people have confidence in the system again. That's very important.
But there are really no questions about election integrity from 2020 that have not been asked and answered. Even the Republican-led governor has pointed out it's been years and no one has ever come forward under oath with evidence of fraud in Georgia. But let me ask you, was it appropriate for the director of national intelligence, Tulsi Gabbard?
What do you mean, bro? Y'all was taking people's videos down anytime somebody presented evidence. Bro, actually, there was governors and there was senators, and congressmen who was trying to present evidence. They was hit with the no debate by Biden. That's what I'm saying. They act like nobody stepped up to the plate. No, you're wrong. When people showed video, you took it down. When people try to present it to your face, you said no debate. I'm done listening. And then they want to call that, oh, well, nobody actually came up. No, people did. You just shut them down.
Was on the ground there. She is prohibited by law from taking part in domestic law enforcement. Was it appropriate for her to be a part of the raid on the election center in Georgia?
I don't know. I do believe the DNI has some involvement in some role to play in ensuring election integrity, but I don't know the details of that, and we have to reserve judgment. I will.
The National Security Act of 1947 bars U.S. intelligence agencies from exercising law enforcement powers.
But we don't know that that's what happened there. I don't know that she was part of a law enforcement function there.
Okay, let me ask you, bottom line, do you have confidence in the results of the 2026 midterm elections that they will be free and fair?
I do, because of all these efforts and the legislation that we've been working on, and the efforts and the attention that we're keeping on this subject. I think it's very important. And again, it's not a partisan thing. Every American should applaud that. We'll continue.
All right, House Speaker Mike Johnson, thank you so much.
And all right, now House Speaker Mike Johnson got to say what he wanted to say. Now, U.S. Deputy Attorney Todd Blanche pretty much explains this pretty much atrocious handling of the Epstein files. Because, I mean, hey, you know, they're releasing them, but it's really causing more confusion than giving us answers. So let's get to it.
Is the Department of Justice considering bringing any additional charges here?
Well, look, I can't talk about any investigations, but I will say the following, which is that in July, the Department of Justice said that we had reviewed the file.
Oh, and shout out Tova, appreciate it. She said we got mail from the Dem Party thanking my grandpa for voting in the 2020, and they had hoped to get his vote again in 2024. He passed away in 99. Yep. I mean, shoot, I remember during the 2020 election, what was it? I remember I pulled up to my mom's crib and she got mail from the previous owner of the house that she bought, and they was sending her mail to her, and they sent the mail-in ballot to her. Now, lucky my mom has integrity, or she might have been one of those folks that'd be like, all right, bet, nah, F Trump. We need double to vote for Biden. Now, she didn't do that, but you can see how that could have been done, especially if people are just getting people's vote in mail ballot. I mean, you see how that's kind of sketchy, Dems? But apparently, oh no, set the old people. How are old people gonna vote? And they kind of just like, pulled on our emotional strings on the old people. When really we're like, well, for voting integrity reasons, we need people to pull up. We need to know actual Americans are voting and participating in these elections and is not being defrauded in any way, shape, or form. But hey, man, the Dems didn't care. They just want to pull on emotional strings and be like the old people.
The quote Epstein files, and there was nothing in there that allowed us to prosecute anybody. We then released over 3.5 million pieces of paper, which the entire world can look at now and see if we got it wrong. And so it's not performative, and I respectfully disagree with that statement. We were ordered to do so by Congress and then by the President of the United States, and that's what we did. And let me, I said it on Friday, this Justice Department, the FBI, DHS, we have gone after more sex traffickers, more child pornographers, more men who have done harm to children and young women than any administration in history. And so we need to separate those two ideas, the fact that there's the Epstein files and whether there's anybody there that we can go after, and the work that we are doing every day, which is extraordinary, and we will continue to do that.
You just said that now these documents are out for the world to see and maybe something could come up. Are you suggesting that if a sort of civilian sees something that you should prosecute, that could open an investigation?
Well, look, the way that we start many of our federal cases is because we hear tips from civilians or from others in the community. But my point in saying that was slightly different. It was that the review that we had done before concluded that there was no such information, and that's where we remain for what we've seen and what we've released from the Epstein files. Now, there's a lot of correspondence, there's a lot of emails, there's a lot of photographs, there's a lot of horrible photographs that appear to be taken by Mr. Epstein or people around him, but that doesn't allow us necessarily to prosecute somebody. And
yeah, I mean, there was one picture that was pretty disturbing that BBC covered. It had Prince Andrews, a picture of Prince Andrews on all fours. I mean, I was like, yo, yeah, this is black man material. The bro's on all fours. And then, of course, they had other people in there posing with girls where we don't know their age or anything like that. So I don't know. Like I said, it's causing more confusion than giving answers. And because then, like I said, they also put the caveat of, now, we all know what you're going to read is pretty terrible, but just know that we don't know if any of these stories are actually true. We're just like, are you serious?
What's important for the American people, and the victims want to be made whole. And so we want that. The Attorney General wants that more than anything, but that doesn't mean we can just create evidence or that we can just kind of come up with a case that isn't there.
Among these new files is a list compiled by the FBI just in August of numerous salacious and, to be really clear, unverified allegations about President Trump. Why did the FBI create this list last year, and have all of these claims been investigated by the DOJ?
So look, it's not about President Trump. It's about a ton of people, multiple people that were, quote, in the Epstein files. And what I think folks will see when they review the materials we released is that there have been hundreds of calls made to the FBI where allegations are made by either anonymous individuals or people who are very quickly determined to not be credible, whether it's the nature of what they're saying or the fact they won't provide any information or corroboration. And that's part of the Epstein files. So go ahead.
I understand that. But the fact that you created a list, the FBI created a list about the allegations against President Trump, it is certainly noteworthy. I mean, he's a sitting president. And the question is whether or not the DOJ, but the question is, and I'm not saying that they're verified at all, and that's what my question is to you. Did you look into what you have on those lists?
Yes, of course, but no, but you're not being fair in that question, because that index, that list you're talking about, was not just President Trump. It was all kinds of individuals, other politicians, other quote famous people, where we wanted to understand. Okay, there were members of Congress that were accusing us of hiding things, which we're not doing and which we haven't done. And so we wanted to understand why and where that was coming from. And it turns out there was a number of claims made by either, like I said, anonymous people or somebody, for example, calling and saying, I used to have a roommate who told me this sensational story. So just, obviously that's not something that can be really investigated, right? What's your roommate's name? I don't remember. Right. So that's what that's about.
I don't know. Maybe. I mean, look, the way y'all compiled it together, you put it with the stories that could be corroborated and you put everything together. And now we got to sit there and decipher what can be corroborated and what can't. What is just witness testimony that never led anywhere, or a crazy story that never led anywhere? And what are stories that we can connect dots to? And 3 million pages is a lot to leave to the public to connect dots to. So, I mean, well, trust me, we'll have the dots connected, but it's going to be a while. And like I said, we got to chase down all the stories that might just not lead to anything. That might just be made up for all we know. But let's see.
I don't appreciate it being directed towards Donald J. Trump, because that pushes a narrative that is completely false. There are all kinds of people that are mentioned in the quote Epstein files that we had to look at and run down.
Yeah, no, I understand. He is the only sitting president who we're talking about. I do want to move on. Former CNN anchor Don Lemon and another journalist, Georgia Ford.
I mean, no, that is a good point, though. It's like, we never really bring up Clinton's relationship with Epstein. And trust me, I mean, Donald Trump and Bill Clinton both had a close relationship with Epstein, and both deny being on the island, both deny anything's going any further with Epstein and his escapades. They both deny that. But let's be honest, though, we are focusing more on Donald Trump because he is the sitting president, instead of trying to bring Bill Clinton in as well. And hey, does anybody not remember the fact that Bill Clinton was summoned by Congress, by an oversight committee, to testify on his relationship with Epstein, him and Hillary Clinton, and they both skipped out on it. And the Dems haven't said a damn thing about it. They were called to testify and skipped out on it, and nobody said anything. This is probably the first time you're hearing of it. But all right, though, let's move on to our guy Don Lemon, like they're about to do right now.
I do want to move on. Former CNN anchor Don Lemon and another journalist, Georgia Ford, were arrested on Friday on charges they violated federal law during a tense protest.
I'm weak. Shout out to Jay. When the Clintons getting the Bannon treatment. Yeah, low-key, when are they?
At a Minnesota church. A conservative federal judge, somebody who clerked for Antonin Scalia, already had rejected those warrants and wrote that there is no evidence that those two engaged in any criminal behavior or conspired to do so. Then an appeals court held up that decision. Why did you then bring this case to a grand jury after it already had been rejected by multiple judges?
So first of all, that appeals court, you're not right. The appeals court, a judge on the appeals court said that there was clearly probable cause. There was absolutely probable cause that a crime had been committed. Okay, so it's true that they rejected the mandamus petition, but yes, by Mr. Lemon and others, it's public. And so, yes, you're right. A judge in that court had said there wasn't probable cause. But guess what? Our system doesn't allow judges to make that decision. They can make that decision to get an arrest warrant on a complaint, but only a grand jury can bring forth an indictment. And so that's what we did. We went to a grand jury, which, as you know, are 25 citizens from Minneapolis and around that decide whether there's probable cause. And that's who returned an indictment.
Mr. Blanche, I want to go.
AKA a jury of your peers came together, looked over the case and said, you know what, man, I ain't even going to lie to you, dog. Even if you like Don Lemon, that nigga is guilty. He guilty.
Actually, I went through the entire indictment, all 29 alleged overt acts of conspiracy. And there's a lot to ask you about, but I'm just going to pick a few here. Okay, starting with overt act number 20, which says, quote, defendant Lemon told his live stream audience about congregants leaving the church and about a young man who Lemon could see was frightened, scared, and crying. And Lemon observed that the congregants' reactions were understandable because the experience was traumatic and uncomfortable, which he said was the purpose. Over at Act 21 says, quote, as the operation.
Now, he did kind of say that. He did say that. If you actually watch the video, he said, well, that's the purpose. The purpose of journalism is to make you uncomfortable. It's to push the boundaries to get people to the truth. And I was like, bro, are you serious? And like I said, he violated the FACE Act. You cannot sit there and just go in a place of worship because it will be seen as coercing or intimidating people to not practice their freedom of speech.
Continued. Defendant Lemon acknowledged the nature of it by expressing surprise that the police hadn't yet arrived at the church and admitted knowing that the whole point of the operation was to disrupt.
Ooh.
Why wouldn't a jury at trial see this?
Once again.
Oh, yeah.
Get out there. That nigga is get out there.
As a journalist observing what is happening, which is protected by the First Amendment.
Well, you conveniently left out multiple allegations in that indictment about what else Mr. Lemon did, including surreptitiously avoiding saying where they were going, being part of the planning, being part of the.
If you watch the video at the beginning, he was like, look, I don't know where I'm going. You know, I'm just following this protest group. We don't know. I can't do. I'm staying. Bro literally made sure he stepped away from the group on camera as they was planning to protest inside the church. Now, here's the thing. Like I said, once he pulled up to that church, he could have just went like, whoa, hold on. Y'all going into the church? Oh, no. I can't do that. Oh, y'all about to get arrested for this. Which other protesters did get arrested for, by the way? Not just Don Lemon. They're not picking and choosing. Don't worry. There was a lady and a dude and some white guy with a beard that also got arrested for the same thing Don Lemon did. But yeah, he had every opportunity to turn around and be like, yeah, guys, we can't do this. If you're about to go inside that church, I can't be a part of it. But he said, F it. Knowing the law and all that. And remember, this is a guy, a self-proclaimed, oh, I'm just such a smart guy. I'm just better than all of you guys because of my intelligence and my faggotry and all that good stuff. But he wasn't smart enough to not know that, oh, well, once you go inside here, you've crossed that line into intimidating and coercion people on their freedom of speech and basically their freedom to express their religion.
Decisions to make sure the police didn't know this was happening and federal law enforcement didn't know this is happening. There are multiple allegations there. And guess what? He gets to have a lawyer and he gets to have a defense. And so if he wants to go forward with the defense that, oh, shucks, I was just a journalist, he can do that. But obviously, as the indictment lays out, and which you didn't read on the air, there's a lot of things that Mr. Lemon did that you would never do as a journalist. You would never do that.
Okay,
let's be honest.
This is not about me. This is about what happened, and this is about kind of the rules of the road. I mean, there are many. Let me finish my question. Let me finish my question, and then you have the floor.
Rules of the road. Now, before she gets into that, shout out to my man Jay. Says them's got to admit Nick Shirley's a journalist now too. Exactly. I mean, they were saying, well, you just can't go into the daycares and all that. That's going to disturb the people. And I'm like, well, I mean, look what Don Lemon did. And then here's the thing. He did it in a place of worship. I mean, there's a reason why people who protest against Islam don't go inside the mosque because they understand they're crossing that line. It'd be the conservatives that's doing so, and they're smart enough to realize to not cross that line. For some reason, Don Lemon wasn't. And he's been in the game longer than most of these people. I mean, bro been in the game since I was a kid. And you're telling me he wasn't smart enough to recognize this? Like, not recognize that once you cross that line and going into a church, you are violating law?
There are countless examples of when reporters are embedded with people, with, DOD, where we are told not to tell anybody where we're going. There are numerous examples of when we get embargoed information that we can't report from your agency, for example, and that has happened on with presidents in both parties, and we withhold reporting it until you say it's time to report it. That's not unusual, and it's not unlike what happened with Don Lemon and Georgia Fort.
Huh?
Well, listen, you are totally correct that happens every day, and it's happened for decades. But if you watch what Mr. Lemon did, okay, and I do not want to.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I'm thinking like Dana, did you actually watch the video? I'd have to ask, did you watch that full video that Don Lemon did? I was like, did you watch it? Because bro snitched on himself multiple times. I don't even know what to tell you. I would have to sit there and look at her like, so you obviously didn't watch the video because like he snitched on themselves. They snitched on themselves multiple times, especially the black woman who admitted she was a lawyer. I'm like, you're a lawyer doing this, breaking the law right on camera on a live stream. Hey, nah, I forgot about that part. That shit's funny, actually. Hey, yo, shout out my man Monty, though. It's like, yeah, we all know Dems are professional victims. And that's what he's doing right now, playing the victim.
Have a trial right here. It's not fair to him. But I will say that if you watch the publicly available live streaming that he engaged in, the comments that he made, I mean, that's what it matters, right? It matters, like, how do we balance the FACE Act? How do we balance freedom of religion, the right of people to worship on a Sunday morning? Okay, and the freedom of the press, and it's a balance that we have to engage in. I agree with you, but my point to you is that I promise you that neither you nor your colleagues can honestly, with a straight face, if you watch everything that he did in the day before with the planning and the day of with what happened when the comments he made while the kids were crying and screaming and racing away while the parents were looking for their children upstairs,
but he doesn't
while they were just trying to have a church service.
Okay. Bottom line question for you is,
and so,
was this really about what you just described, or was it about trying to make an example out of somebody who
I mean, and this is the problem. I mean, Dems, you can't sit here and say every time we hold y'all accountable is, oh, well, this is about revenge. This is about like, oh, this is get back. Like, no, he broke the law. Okay. Not every time a Democrat breaks the law and we go after them, it's all about revenge, it's all about get back, retribution. No, he just broke the law. Because I mean, what was the first thing they try to say? Oh, you know, Don Lemon is an obvious enemy of Trump. Bro, Trump barely speaks on this man, Don Lemon. I mean, I'm pretty sure Trump got more ops at CNN that are, I'm be real, just still on CNN. Like, he ain't worried about Don Lemon. Don Lemon ain't the top like enemy of Donald Trump, especially at CNN since he no longer works there. So them trying to give all this importance to him, like, oh, he's an enemy of Trump. Not really. Like, yeah, he disagrees with Trump, but to call him an enemy, I mean, you know, maybe if Trump was to call him out publicly every now and then, we could say that. But nah, I mean, he's basically a nobody. He used to be somebody back when I was a kid, but not anymore. So no, it's not that. He actually broke a law, and you guys can't keep calling it retribution every time these guys step out of line, break a law, and you guys want to just say, oh, no, well, Trump can't do it because that person hates Trump. And if he hates Trump, then I mean, what? Trump can't prosecute them? Trump DOJ can't prosecute anybody that said anything bad about Trump in the past. Are you guys serious?
President has sparred with.
I don't even know that the president's even ever thought of Don Lemon. I don't know whether that's true or not. But I will tell you, we're not making examples of people. The day after that happened, the attorney general flew to Minneapolis. She was there for 3 days. What we saw, there is no scenario under which the American people are comfortable or think that was right. I'm sorry. So no, this is not about making an example. It's
I want to move on. I want to move on. But earlier this week, the FBI went into the elections office in Fulton County, Georgia, to seize 2020 ballots, voter rolls.
Man, like, again? So, bro, remember, we just got done seeing Speaker Mike Johnson speak on this. Now Dana's asking to Todd Blanche? All right. Well, what y'all hiding? What are y'all hiding? Why is this so important to you guys? Why are y'all even bringing this up? Like, it's like, let's be real. If you're so confident that the 2020 election wasn't stolen, then why are y'all complaining about these records being taken? To be honest, y'all should be sitting there ready to be proved right twice, if anything. Now y'all over here asking, well, oh, why are you doing it again? What's going on? I mean, why are you acting guilty? Can you explain that, please? Instead of, you know, sitting back in confidence, waiting to be proven right a second time.
Scanner images, and the president told reporters, quote,
Oh, and shout out to my man Monty. He's like, LML, you don't do that. You don't do that with Criminals Act. And the DOD is not breaking the laws. Damn, the Department of Defense is not breaking the laws, Monty. You know what? I agree with you, but I know a lot of Dems are losing their mind over the fact of you saying that. Notice how every indictment that happened to Trump was law and order, but every indictment the DOJ hands down, now it's Trump's retribution. Like, literally. That's what's so irritating about it. It's like, are you serious? Really? So, like, We can't sit there and say that, oh, the government's going after Trump. The Dems hate Trump because of the TDS. You guys are going like, no, it's just law and order. Now that the tables are turned, what's your argument? Oh, it's all revenge, it's all retribution. None of it's real. They're just trying to go after his enemies. Nope. That's wrong. No, they actually did break the law on a lot of levels. And here's the thing: what kills me is the Letitia James and Comey part, and they're going to get away just because of the incompetence of Pam Bondi. But when it comes to Don Lemon in this case right here, y'all just got to admit the man broke the law, and he honestly should have been smart enough or have enough experience in the game of journalism to not do that. Like, to be honest with you, if this was like some YouTuber, like I expect Nick Shirley to make a mistake like this. I expect a young kid to make a mistake like that and not knowing the law like that to be going in there. I'm sorry, but we got younger people than Don Lemon out here doing stuff like that outside of places of worship, not actually going in there. How are they smarter than the man that's been in this game for decades?
Got into the votes. You're going to see some interesting things happening. What interesting things is he talking about, and why was he so involved in an FBI and DOJ raid?
Well, just because he said that doesn't mean that he's involved. I don't believe he was involved. This is a criminal grand jury investigation, and I can't comment on it beyond what you just said, which is that there was a search warrant that was authorized by a federal judge, by a magistrate judge in Atlanta, that allowed us to go and seize those records, and they have been seized by the FBI.
Oh, guys, do me a favor and double tap that screen, like the video, guys. Let's get more people in on the conversation by double tapping that screen, and make sure to subscribe to the channel while you're at it.
As part of an ongoing criminal investigation.
He said interesting things are happening, so it sounds like he was briefed on it.
I mean, I don't know. I'm not around when the president's briefed or not briefed. What I said is that this is a criminal investigation, so it's a tightly held, as it must be under the law. It's a grand jury investigation, and that's how we're proceeding.
What are they investigating?
As you know, we can't talk about specifics of any grand jury investigation. I will tell you, as I said on Friday, as the president has said, election integrity is of the highest importance to the American people, hopefully to everybody in this country, Democrats and Republicans alike. And so we are doing everything we can to make sure that we have free and fair elections.
Okay. And as you well know, that when it comes to Georgia, claims of voter fraud there, because they got the 2020 ballots, have been debunked over and over again. There were multiple recounts. Why was the director of national?
Yeah, no, but just like you guys, the Dems like to, criticize us. Oh, well, so you're going to tell me that ICE is going to investigate ICE? The feds are going to investigate the feds? Well, that's what happened in Georgia. I mean, the state investigated the state. I mean, they investigated themselves for fraud. Look how that worked out. So now that it's in the hands of the government now, an outside entity, well, we'll see how it works out. And like I said, you guys should be kicking your feet up, waiting to be proven right a second time. What's the panic for?
Intelligence, Tulsi Gabbard, present at an FBI raid.
First of all, it wasn't an FBI raid. It was a search warrant being executed by FBI agents in the middle of the day.
Well, why was she there?
And secondly, Secondly, I don't know why the director was there. She is not part of the grand jury investigation, but she is for sure a key part of our efforts at election integrity and making sure that we have free and fair elections. She's an expert in that space, and it's a big part of what she and her team look at every day. But beyond that, I don't, like I said before, this is a grand jury investigation being conducted by a U.S. attorney, and that's where we have to leave it for now.
Mr. Blanche, imagine if President Biden sent his politically appointed director of national intelligence to Mar-a-Lago. You and his other personal attorneys would have been understandably very unhappy about it. Are you unhappy that the DNI, Tulsi Gabbard, was there?
Well, first of all, Biden's director of ODNI was involved.
I mean, let's be real. The director of national intelligence, yeah, of course she'd be there, because you got to make sure that there wasn't any type of foreign entity being, there wasn't any type of foreign interference being used. Because guess what? When elections get stolen around the world all the time, yeah, it's usually due to foreign interference. And we've done it ourselves. So who's to say that, maybe we should make sure there's no foreign interference in our own election, since we know it happens around the world. and we've also participated in ourselves. Well, we've also participated in doing so ourselves in other countries, of course.
In that case,
He
as
wasn't
we
there.
all know. So whether the
Maidan Revolution.
Okay, but that's hardly
And
the
it
point.
also
is it? I
involved
mean, the point
classified
is
documents, and not necessarily voter rolls.
And as again, there's a lot of classified information around voter integrity, which is something that came out during the case against President Trump, and which has been publicly talked about for many, many years. So no, I'm not unhappy or happy. The Tulsi can go where she needs to go. She's phenomenal. She's doing a great job, and she's a partner with us. But like I said, folks want to make something out of this that does not exist. This is a grand jury investigation being run by the FBI.
All right, now let's go ahead and get on to the next video right here. Now we're going to go ahead and get into this James O'Keefe video, of him being in Minnesota during the protest. And then we're going to get right back into the news. So hopefully you guys enjoy this.
So we're in downtown Minneapolis.
What we found, NGOs and nonprofits funded by the government featuring true believers.
Is the door locked?
Lock the door. Why are you giving us the middle finger?
Our undercover people were inside the mob.
We used to look up Face the Road, New York.
Are there chats and stuff? I'm trying to get linked up. Watch out. Here we go. Here we go.
Hey, yo, shout out, Bossy. He said, long mouth, liberal, white, woke woman, what do you expect? Jesus. Well, shout out to my man, Bossy. Oh, yeah, Martha. Oh, yeah, we're bringing you up after this video. And shout out to my man, Jed. He's like, they was nice. He's like, they was nice. Didn't hit him with trespassing, too. I mean, hey, that's true. I mean, they could have hit him with trespassing as well. But I guess the felony charge was just good enough. All right, let's get back in.
These guys aren't pressed. Not the fucking bed.
They threw something at me which hit the back of my bulletproof vest.
They're everywhere.
Shut the fucking doors.
Shut the door. Oh, whoa.
They threw a frozen ice brick at the car. Downtown Minneapolis, the day before the shooting of Alex Pretty, they were still protesting Renee Good. The O'Keefe team rolled into town in an SUV with tinted windows. They could not see inside. And what's remarkable is they start cursing at your car merely because it is an SUV, which they all perceive to be feds.
Is the door locked?
Lock the door. Why are you giving us the middle finger?
Right here, buddy. Get the fuck out of here.
Here comes the guy. Don't loan. Do not.
Yeah, I don't know what he's doing.
No, don't. Don't. See?
Just don't hit anybody, okay?
Usually I'm pretty confrontational. But we soon realized the only way to deal with these types of White Walkers, or zombies as we call them, is to just not engage.
Roll up your window. Roll up your window now.
Anything else would lead to escalation and violence. It's safe to say that I've never seen anything like this in my life. Just driving down a street will have people scream to you and curse at you and threaten violence. In fact, independent journalist Cam Higbee was nearby and texted me at this time, telling me that trucks, Tahoes, Suburbans, SUVs are an absolute no-go. He advised us to get a Subaru or other mom car, or Honda, as he said. He mentioned they would bank our license plate.
Yeah, you rolling around that SUV and you automatically get marked as ICE automatically. Yeah, that's tough. You gotta come up in a mom minivan to make it seem like, I don't know, you're just some regular soccer mom or soccer dad just rolling around with your kids, but really you got the press team in the back. Yeah, it lets you kind of know how like on it and anxious these people are to catch ICE.
Cover people arrived at the tail end of the protest that evening, including myself.
Watchdog, how you doing? What's going on? It's Jay O'Connell, Watchdog. My fiance is a teacher. Is she? What's she teach? What's she teach?
Special needs.
Where are we going? We're gonna be up ice agents. Don't you have a thing to cover your face? Like this.
We heard chants of ice out and fuck ice.
Ice out. Ice out. Fuck ice. Fuck ice. Fuck ice. Fuck ice.
Hopefully, the audience will forgive this reporter for participating in these chants in order to fit in.
Yeah, no choice. Would have got stomped out saying anything else.
We found teachers, nurses, and union organizers all telling us, "We appreciate you, neighbor."
Appreciate you, neighbor. Appreciate you, neighbor. I appreciate you, neighbor. A guy came by before and he stopped here. It was a bunch of young kids and they handed out weed to everybody. Really? Yeah. It was so cool. I gave all mine away, all but a little bit, because I wanted to at least try it. You got anything better than weed? Love? Are you a paid agitator? I'm just kidding.
While many, probably many of you, might think this is all due to some
we know they got
specific
Somalian girl playing the
centralized
drum.
funding source, what we found is a hodgepodge of various NGOs and nonprofits loosely tied together through ideology, funded in part by the government, featuring 501c3s with nonprofit tax returns, a variety of funding sources. But most of these people we found were actually true believers, there to live and die by their cause.
What is this about? Yeah, so we're national organizations. The fighting out ice.
This woman, featured on a hidden camera, is Peggy Wang. Based in Boston, she works at Massachusetts College of Art and Design. Active in the Massachusetts Teachers Association, she participates in pro-Palestinian protests, and her job is currently being threatened for doing so. While this footage is hard to hear, Peggy Wang lists the issues that her organization gets involved in: immigration rights, abolishing ICE, stopping raids and deportations, justice for victims, and getting...
Wow. Independent socialist group. ICE out of Minneapolis, justice for Alex Preddy. And yes, it is all about abolishing ICE. And I'm pretty sure if you get signed up with this independent socialist group, they'll tell you where you can go to get paid for protesting. Sign up for the independent socialist group today. You know, if I was their spokesman, that's what I'd hit you with.
ICE out of cities like Minneapolis.
I thought you meant union work. Union work. Our unions definitely need to take the fight against ICE, against, genocide, but also fight for reproductive rights, universal health care.
And she says we're also fighting for like reproductive rights and universal health care. I mean, of course, universal health care. I mean, the socialist part and reproductive rights. I get it. I guess, you know, I mean, you know what they mean by reproductive rights, right? They mean the right to kill a baby or the end of fetus. So that's a bit weird how they call that reproductive rights. You might want to switch that to death rights, but it is what it is. That's just my personal opinion. And shout out to my man Jed. He's like, I heard the Minnesota woman needed their balls surgically unstuck from their legs because of the cold weather. Damn.
Oh shit! God damn!
Well, damn. Not surgically removed.
Labor Workers' Party. We need a real political representation for working people. So working class party. Okay. So is this a party? We're an organization. Independent socialist group. Independent socialist group.
This other protester we secretly recorded talks about an organization called Make the Road New York. We've never heard of this organization, but apparently they have a budget of $30 million. They talk about one of the speakers that spoke earlier that day, April Veretti. April is the president of the SEIU labor union.
I mean, if you're interested in the immigrants' rights organization, you should look up Make the Road New York.
Make the road New York.
Make the Road.
But who are you with?
I'm just with the union.
Oh.
Yeah. SEIU, Service Employees International.
We looked at the tax returns of Make the Road New York and found they're a registered 501c3 that file a 990, and they received $16 million in grants.
Lights out! Fuck
As
What she
cars
do?
drove by, the agitators would ride on top of the cars.
Hey, yo, shout out to my man, Mr. Paramedic. He said real fans will go to Rumble, set media on Rumble. Yep, guys, go ahead to Rumble and join the Rumble army over there, man. Let's join the side that really loves freedom of speech and that won't censor your favorite creator, even if it's not me. Even if it's not me. They don't censor nobody. So head over to Rumble.
One man's spoiler was broken off his car as one agitator tried to climb on board the car.
What happened? Oh, that was on purpose. Accidentally broke his wing on his car. Oh, shit. Oh, just
Tough.
slapped the shit out of that wing right there.
One of the comments they made was,
I
there's no blood here, and you know there's no Trump people, there's no MAGA people, because if there was, there would be blood.
We had one person. Oh, I had to have a
I wouldn't even.
ashes flying through here today? Nope, not yet. See any blood on the ground? No, I haven't seen any blood. That's how we know there's no fashion. They haven't showed up. They haven't showed up.
One of the advantages of it being so cold is we were able to cover every single part of our skin. But these conditions were truly dangerous. Many of our DSLR cameras actually froze. Our hidden cameras malfunctioned in minutes because it was so cold.
You make this? I did. I made it for the Powderhorn Art Festival because I want to melt ice and get them the fuck out of here.
It's not melting. Oh, it's like what? Oh, you know why? Because it's so cold out. Yeah.
We watched water freeze in seconds. A bottle of water could quickly be turned into a weapon.
Negative 17-degree weather. Let's see what happens to water. Let's see how fast that freezes. 1, 2, 3. It's already frozen.
Man, the story of every water bottle in my car right now. But shout out to O. She says you had it right the first time. Reproductive rights equal killing unborn babies. I mean, literally. I mean, I wish it meant something else sometimes. I'm like, but you know what? I wish there was something else in there besides just the wanting to unalive your irresponsible sexual habits by killing babies. Like, I don't know, just getting away from your irresponsible sexual habits by killing unborn babies. It's like, how does that even sound right? But different argument for a different day.
On our second day, January 24th, something happened that we never anticipated.
Oh shit! What the fuck?
There was a second shooting. We were only a few miles away when that happened. There was just a shooting. And any updates that you've seen while you were sitting there, you guys reading the news?
The biggest updates that we have is that the mayor just announced that you need to decide what side you're on. Either you're on the side of Minneapolis or you're on the side of the federal government.
Our streets! Our streets! Our streets! Our streets! No justice!
And then shout out my man Monty on Rumble. He sent in oh yeah, you can go ahead and send support in on Rumble as well. It's a lot cheaper than YouTube because all you gotta do is send in $1 and you can pretty much write whatever you want. But he says accidentally that was on purpose. Hold on, I have to figure out what you mean by that.
No peace, no justice, no peace.
Around noon local time, when people started to descend, walking down the street, mobs of people appeared out of nowhere, all walking in the direction of the shooting. We wondered, where did these people come from and how did they know so quickly to mobilize? Our undercover people were inside the mob.
I can't believe this happened again. I drove down from Colorado to come yesterday. We were going to leave today, and then all that just happened. Like,
you can help support the community.
Yeah, of course. I mean,
I know, a good time. I mean, like, I'm glad you guys are here because, I don't know what the fuck is going on. Yeah. Like, I don't know how they're going to keep getting away with this.
Yeah, and are there like group? Are there chats and stuff? I'm trying to get linked up and stuff, and I don't.
Unfortunately, just because you're out of towner, I don't know if I feel comfortable like putting you in chats and shit, just because there's like so many fucking ops.
Oh, I
you know what I mean?
Yeah.
The agitator confirms the reporting done by citizen journalist Cam Higbee, who posted a video on X of all the signal chats. The agitator talks about the signal chats. Just seconds later, after having that conversation, our undercover reporter was tear gassed.
I don't feel comfortable
Oh no, okay, yeah. You're fine. Yeah, I just drove down here, me and my brother, and he's a film editor, so he's filming it. Watch out. Here we go.
You fucking cowards!
Our undercover reporter was invited into the lobby of a nearby apartment complex where the agitators were wiping tear gas off their face.
Oh fuck, I was fucking tear gas.
Yep. Let's say I live here if anybody needs in first. I got you.
It stays like on your clothes. It burns.
Yeah, you'll smell it on your clothes.
And they'll keep burning. That's great.
Go to upstairs and find.
Right, can I just sit right here, dude? I just.
Stop now! Shame on you! Shame on you! Shame on you! Shame! Shame! Shame!
When that happened, I decided to arrive. We rolled up about 10 blocks from the scene of the tear gas. What struck me was this was not a bad neighborhood. The neighborhood looked like many of the neighborhoods that you live in. And immediately, as we got out of the car, 4 to 5 women asked us who we were with.
I'd love to see some sort of media. Just curious. Like, I would love to see just like your work.
Yeah. Exposing exposed to what's happening.
Yeah, stop taking pictures of me, bro. Stop taking pictures. No, you're not. These guys are not press.
No, we are press.
They, like,
Let's see them.
Yeah, we got to take a nice photo.
Eventually, I decided to identify myself as a member of the press, specifically a member of OK Media, as in O'Keefe Media. I even had a press badge.
Hand it to us.
If it's real, just hand it to her.
Yeah, no, it's right here.
No, go give it back.
These guys are not press. I looked up OK Media. It's from Portugal. They're not from Portugal.
How do you know?
Bizarrely, the agitator claimed that OK Media was Portuguese.
I looked up your fucking website. It's all Portuguese. And none of their work is political at all.
What's fascinating about this interaction is the statement from the agitator, quote, "They're not political at all." What dawned upon me in that moment was it wasn't a good thing we weren't political. It was actually a liability. If you're not a member of their team, if you don't believe exactly what they believe, you are their enemy. Even
AKA no independent media, definitely no right-wing media. I mean, your ass committing suicide going out there. But of course, no independent. They're only going left-wing. That's why guys like Hassan was able to go out there with no problems. Like, if you're on the left wing, yeah, you can go out there with full safety. But if you're like independent, center like myself, or if you're far right, I mean, you're kind of cooked. Like, they will attack you, especially if you're making your opinions known. Or, I mean, God forbid you're a notable right-wing media head. Oh, man, you're really cooked going out there.
if you're neutral, you must be destroyed or killed.
Stop taking pictures of people.
I'm not taking pictures. I'm taking pictures of him.
Stop. Why? What the fuck is the point?
Because we're press.
We got it. Tell me the website. Tell me These guys aren't press. These guys are not press.
We are press.
These guys are not press.
Then they were able to ID me. A woman pulled up my Wikipedia page, which labeled me as a far-right activist, and it went all downhill from there.
I don't know.
Nah, yeah, that very moment, you fucked up. Actually, I had to make sure I looked at my Wikipedia and been like, you know, this whole right-wing stuff part, this might would get me in trouble. Maybe if it had said independent, you'd have been good, but even then, they weren't even accepting independence at that point. And now you are a effing Fed, according to the agitator.
Shame! 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 Shame!
They threw something at me, which hit the back of my Kevlar plate.
Shame! 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 Shame!
My security determined this was an unsafe situation, so we retreated back to the SUV. So the keys, when we get to the car, we gotta get in and get out right now, okay? But they continued to follow us.
Those guys are feds! Don't let them take your picture! Those guys are feds! Don't let them take your picture!
All you can do is merely disengage and try your best to get out. But they follow you, and they don't stop following you.
Tough.
It felt like a horror movie.
Yeah, that's why they call them the White Walkers. I mean, they followed you all the way across the city.
This agitator attempted to organize an army, recruiting members of the mob to follow us.
Those guys are feds. Yeah, the press? Feds.
These are feds! These guys are feds!
Our cameraman actually pulled his mask down to try to show them that we are actually press.
If I was a Fed, I wouldn't take off my mask.
We got into the vehicle and they started throwing projectiles at us.
Liberal logic. The louder I say it, the more true it is. Shout out to that good old liberal logic. Or leftist logic. Sorry, liberals. I mean the leftists.
Frozen water bottles at us. One hit my security in the back of the neck.
I am shooting. Shoot. I'm shooting.
Whoa! What is this about? We're press.
We're fucking press.
We're press. Do you know what the First Amendment is? Go.
No, shout out Monty on Rumble, bro. This man said, and we're the cult? That is actually really fair to say. Because I'm over here thinking the same thing, like, hold on now. You know, if we were to do the same thing, if MAGA was to actually go out there and do the same thing to liberals, we would get called all the Nazi Gestapos and cult in the book, and rightfully so. If we were doing the same thing, I would agree. But here are the liberals, the leftists, doing the same thing that they say that we're on. They're over here. You can't be around us unless you think this way. If you don't think this way, you're not all the way committed. No, you can't teeter the line. You got to be all the way committed to the left. Then you just can't stick around us. And we never hold our own accountable because everybody's wrong but us. I mean, but we're the cult, though. But MAGA's the cult. I mean, bro, there's infighting on MAGA on all of Trump's decisions at this point. We can't get no infighting amongst you guys. And I mean, there should be. I mean, at least when it comes to immigration, there should be some type of infighting. When it comes to affordability and raising taxes, there should be some type of infighting, but y'all let that just skate right past.
Do you support the First Amendment? Do you support the First Amendment? Yes or no?
I'm against fucking ICE. You guys are yelling and throwing things. We're not doing nothing to
You
you.
just assaulted us. We're press.
We are. We're trying. All right. No problem, bro. I got you.
Hey, they're just everywhere. Look, turn around. They're everywhere.
Shut the fucking doors.
Shut the door.
Shut the fucking doors.
They threw a frozen
Ice
brick at the car.
Dang.
Take off your vest again quickly. Yes, I gotta fucking bring a lot. Here, throw it back.
Yeah, I don't know. It's this. You could get killed, man. You could get killed. There's no First Amendment anymore in this country. No, there's not. It's over. Game over. Now there's a cop. What is that? Okay. Yeah, let me get out of Dodge and regroup. But this is not safe. This is not safe for you and I. Okay.
Cool.
So we were 1 became 20 became 100. They just started assaulting us. They started attacking us, and I think my realization is that we are headed towards a civil war in this country. There is no way that's going to be avoided. There's total lawlessness. They don't care that we're press. Anybody who is not on their side will be destroyed, killed. Everyone's afraid. No one wants to expose anything. It's all about greed and money and power. People need to wake up because you know, that's what the future looks like. That's the future. I felt like we're in a movie. Perhaps Children of Men would be the closest metaphor I could see. Zombies attacking the car, attacking you. Cartel guys, you should put in the line in the sand. Cartel was running away from me when I pulled up with the press vest in California, but here they throw bricks at the police. They don't give a fuck. They're just gonna come for everyone. Oh, I'm just gonna protect my portfolio and make sure my kids are safe behind my picket fence. Okay, for another few years that'll work. Eventually they'll come for you. We went back to our hotel. My undercover reporter found spotters from their groups spying on us, following us, and reporting back to their signal chats. We have to get out of the hotel.
James, go back.
Okay, I need you with me.
Yeah, let's go.
We have to get out of the hotel. They got spotters in the hotel, so now we got to get just out of Minneapolis. Come on. We soon realized we had to change hotels and moved to another location 30 minutes away.
They took 3 pictures of us, and then now they're changing lanes and trying to act like I didn't see them. You want to slow down so we can figure out what's going on?
Yeah. Still following them.
Okay, he's slowing down too.
Yep.
Dude, that's
on
wild.
feet.
Yep.
People were following
on
us
car.
on the freeway. Reporter Cam Higbee also reported that people were following him.
But they turned with us. Yep, here they come.
White Chevy Silverado with the newly changed plates with the coexist sticker on the back. We're on Irving and Lake Street.
Yeah, see, they have Discord chats and all that coordinating with each other to track down ICE cars, right-wing reporters, anybody that they disagree with. They're trying to run them out. They're literally trying to run them out of Minnesota.
Going to be the only commuters following.
They do not care.
Just wanted to give an update on our location.
We aren't ICE. We are not ICE. We're not ICE. We're not ICE.
Don't matter. They will treat you like you ICE.
We question you. We're not ICE. Yeah, they've been following us for over an hour. We're just letting them know, and they.
Not in an ICE vehicle, right?
No. Right.
Right. Get in your truck and get the fuck out.
Oh, this guy.
Because you need to go. Confirmed ICE. Get the fuck out.
Confirmed ICE through who? We're American citizens. We're not ICE.
These are the people that you're abducting. Get out.
It was incredible to see how people act when they're stopped. It was impossible to convince them that you are not ICE.
That's dangerous.
If you are not them, you are automatically ICE. If you don't hear your name called, they most likely think you're a Fed. That's actually better.
They got that Chicago mentality, man. If you ain't from here, don't come here. Like, okay.
Than them thinking that you're James O'Keefe. It's better that you're a Fed than James O'Keefe, according to our source. But again, if you're thinking about, don't try this at home, but if you do, come here to Minneapolis, get on the freeway, exchange the SUV or the pickup truck for a Subaru. You want to look like your mom. You want to look like you're a teacher. You want to look like you got that union sticker on the back of your car. You get that union sticker put on your car. You do not want to have an SUV like us. Lesson learned. Let's get inside the hotel.
Yeah,
upon getting to our next hotel, my security detail showed me a text message that he had received from what appeared to be a burner number threatening to kill us if we do not vacate the city of Minneapolis within the next hour. We just got this message, and it says, we know that you're in Minneapolis. Do not vacate the city of Minneapolis within the next hour. We just got this message, and it says, we know that you're in Minneapolis. You're with O'Keefe and his crew of Nazis. You're in a white Ford license plate. They actually wrote the license plate down from Florida. You have 1 hour to leave or you're dead. You have 1 hour to leave or you're dead.
Oh, and shout out to the Skinny Chubs for following me on Rumble. Appreciate the support.
Dead. We're going to contact law enforcement, DHS, and the FBI, and we're going to try to get out of here safely so we can bring the news to you. As I left Minneapolis, I was very shaken by what I witnessed, and all I could do was write down my thoughts as I awaited my production team to go through the hidden camera footage and identify some of the folks we spoke with. And what I realized is that self-preservation is the enemy of the American people. In the Peloponnesian War, Thucydides says, the strong do what they can, and the weak suffer what they must.
Damn.
There is absolutely no accountability in our country for those who are actually engaged in wrongdoing. And everything collapses when power disparities grow. Justice, as you want it, can only exist when there are consequences. But why be just if injustice pays better? The Minneapolis police stood down. They probably stood down because there was no incentive for them to stand up. People are only just if they're being.
Here's the thing: Minneapolis police stand up with ICE, they're gonna get hunted down, just like ICE. And ICE, these guys aren't from Minneapolis. Actually, no, some of them are, but a lot of these guys, they're wearing masks. Here's the funny thing: is if the police was providing crowd control, they'd be wearing masks too. So guess who'd also be on these protesters' hit list? The police. That's why they don't want to stand with ICE. They're seeing how ICE is getting hunted down, and we like, yo, they're like, I don't want that smoke. I'm good. I'll stay over here and just guard the government buildings. Because if I get involved with ICE, and I'm saying if I was local law enforcement, I would be getting hunted down. Like, who wants those problems? They got a family. Like, come on now, have a heart.
Watched. And you might say that this report and investigative journalism doesn't matter if there are no consequences. But remember that justice only happens when they are being watched. Remove oversight in the journalistic sense, and those incentives that define human behavior will take over. Profits of corruption are immediate. Accountability or prison for bad actors takes forever. And there aren't enough prosecutors who can't be bribed or threatened. One of the most haunting things I know is that people tend to love money more than justice. They love power more than truth, and safety more than doing the right thing.
Here's the thing. These guys are like, what? Ex-law enforcement. We're talking about ICE. ICE, ex-law enforcement and veterans. These are the people that you guys are supposed to respect. But then here's the thing. You guys believe lies. Like, where is it? I just seen the lie like right here. This lie like right here. Those ICE people are most likely skinheads, KKK, and Proud Boys. What? Sweet Jesus. Sweet Jesus. One, they run background tests, right? Like, if you're a proud member of the KKK, they're not letting you in. And like I said, they're mostly ex-law enforcement and veterans. So if you're saying the KKK and the skinheads and KKK are in our law enforcement and in our military right now, then okay, sure. But you got to go across the board with that, because what is ICE mainly comprised of? Ex-law enforcement and veterans. So you're really trying to villainize the people you're supposed to respect the most. But okay.
Perhaps the only thing that these people fear is exposure itself. And that's very good news, because at this point, it may be our only recourse. This is James O'Keefe. You know me for exposing the truth and holding the...
And no, there is no DHS memo that says that. Actually, that was disproven, and it was on WikiLeaks. Not everything on WikiLeaks is valid. Now, it's an interesting read, but it doesn't mean that it's valid information. Now, I'm gonna go ahead and take a break real quick. I'm gonna go ahead and leave you guys with this Don Lemon video recap. Shout out to our man Don't Walk Run Productions as we review what's going on. So, we're gonna get back into this topic again. Now, yo, Monty, go ahead and hop in the background. I went and send you the link, and we are about $30 away from opening up the call-in line for everybody else. So appreciate the support, guys. Let's keep it going.
This is
and double tap that screen like the video.
Don Lemon, the former CNN anchor turned independent journalist. And by journalist, I mean accomplice. On Sunday, January 18th, 2026, Lemon joined up with a bunch of protesters led by Nakima Levy Armstrong of the Racial Justice Network.
Hey, everybody. Welcome to the program. We just got into Minneapolis a little bit ago and did some...
Oh, and look, guys, I'm a fair person. If you got any proof that DHS is hiring skinheads, KKKs, and Proud Boys, any proof, send it to my email. You can go on my horizontal live and you can send a link. I'll be able to click it from there. Please, any proof, send to me. But I thoroughly investigated that, and it's not true. But if you have any proof that says otherwise, I'll be happy and delighted to go through it. Now, shout out Toe. She says, don't forget they are calling to find and disappear ICE agents' children. Yo. Yeah, I did hear about that as well. They did start saying, oh, well, we should go after their children and see how they like it. I was like, yeah, you guys are crossing lines here. Like, but they want to go after illegal children and disappear them. Why don't we disappear their children? I was like, yep, we have crossed that line. We've definitely crossed the line here, where American citizens literally think that's okay to say.
Some reconnaissance on the ground, speaking to an organization there that's gearing up to for resistance and protest.
Reconnaissance. So what are they doing? Why would Don Lemon fly all the way to Minneapolis? Well, it was a secret.
They're getting the operation together. Again, this is an operation that is secret. So I don't want to get, because they are strategizing, I don't want to get too much of their information in there. But okay, so we're going to go to the operation again. We're not going to give any of the information away. We're doing this clandestine secret operation. These operations are surprise operations. Again, can't tell you where they're going and where we're gathered right now. Can't tell you what is going to happen, but you're going to watch it live unfold here on the Don Lemon Show.
So it turns out that the Lemon Gang was heading to a church. And notice how worried Don is about ruining the surprise. Since when does a journalist worry about blowing the cover of the people that they're supposedly just covering?
We are here. Now, do you think if you just have it, I think maybe if you just have it on the church, but they see me, they're going to know.
If they see me in the camera, they're going to know that they're about to be ambushed. But, you know, if you're just there to chronicle a public event, who cares if they see you? You only hide your face when you know that you're doing something that you shouldn't be doing.
And I'm going to go inside.
Always bet on black.
Always bet on black.
So Lemon slipped inside the church, and it turns out that the activists weren't there to pray. They were there to interrupt the service at City's church. Hands up, don't shoot in a church. Makes sense to me. What's your problem? So the question is, why target this specific church?
This is a clandestine mission. I think they found out one of, according to them, this is according to Operation Pull-Up, that one of the pastors here is a member of ICE. And so here we go.
So yes, it turns out that one of the pastors listed on City's church's website is David Easterwood, who is also the acting field office director of U.S. Immigrations and Customs Enforcement in St. Paul.
David Easterwood.
Are you sure that he's a...
Yes, yeah. City's church, yes. And that's why we're here, demanding justice for Renee Good and letting them know that this will not stand.
So their justification for barging into a religious service is that one of the pastors has a day job that they don't like.
I am a reverend on top of being a lawyer and an activist. So I come here in the power of the Almighty God for righteousness, truth, and justice.
Oh, I see. She's a reverend, so she has almighty jurisdiction to crash other people's services. But don't worry, Don Lemon, he's totally neutral.
We're here just chronicling and reporting. We're not part of the activists, but we're here just reporting on them. But anyways, I'm not going to get in the middle of it because I'm not here as an activist. I'm here as a journalist. So
I'm a journalist. I'm not going to get in the middle of it. But then 5 seconds later, he's lecturing us on why this disruption is actually a good thing.
This is the beginning of what's going to happen here. When you violate people's due process, when you pull people off the street, you start dragging them and hurting them and not abiding by the Constitution. When you start doing all of that, people get upset and angry. And if you remember what the civil rights movement was about.
Journalism is supposed to be neutral and unbiased. What Don Lemon is doing is advocacy.
And for some reason, in our modern era, people think that in order to have protests, you got to be, cordoned off to a certain area and, what time you can protest. Look, there's nothing in the Constitution that tells you what time you can protest. You can protest at any time. That's the whole point of it, is to disrupt.
actually, Don, there are laws about trespassing on private property. The First Amendment doesn't give you the right to scream in a house of God while people are.
All right, man. We are back with the co-host Monty.
What's up, dude?
Man, it's all good, brother. Man, what you think? What's on your mind right now?
This is fucking hilarious. At this point, we've moved through all of the emotions. They're just an emotional color wheel.
Yeah, at this point, I mean, hey, man, they're doing the mental gymnastics is astounding, by the way.
Bro, they're getting gold, bronze, and silver. Like
Simone
the
Biles
fact,
level.
notice usually when you're manipulative, you say the exact opposite of what you're doing. Yeah, I'm just here as a journalist, you know. Ignore the fact that I covered for these guys. I was invited out by them because of my leanings. Like it's like the argument that if you go and you commit prostitution, and if you just put a camera up, you're just making a movie. That's kind of like what's going on here. He's like, yeah, I'm not an activist. I'm a well-known journalist. So, you know, put my camera in it, and it's just porn now. It's not activism. It's not violating the FACE Act. It's just porn.
Man, it's a wild thing. It's like, bro, he should know better. But let's get
He
into
does know
it.
better. It's not he should know better. He does know better, which is what makes it worse. He knows better, and he's being malicious.
Hey, man, TDS is one hell of a thing. But all right, though, let's get back to it.
Former CNN anchor turned independent journalist Don Lemon appeared in federal court this afternoon to face charges related to a live streaming report he did at a protest during a church service in St. Paul, Minnesota. Here's what he told reporters afterwards.
Last night, the DOJ sent a team of federal agents to arrest me in the middle of the night for something that I've been doing for the last 30 years, and that is covering the news. The First Amendment of the Constitution protects that work for me and for countless of other journalists who do what I do. I stand with all of them.
Yes, but countless other journalists never took it upon themselves to go inside of a church and be a part of a protest. I mean, they knew better than that. I mean, you could be outside of the church, you'd have been good. But as soon as you went inside and then was dumb enough to put yourself on camera inside in front of a pastor's face, you kind of screwed yourself. I mean, I'm gonna be real with you. That was pretty dumb. And I don't know why you thought it was a good thing to do, but
going inside of a church is not the news.
Like literally. But this is what literally happened.
See, as you can see, the more you fuck around, the more you're gonna find out.
And he found out. And for some reason, the Dems are upset. My First Amendment is like, this has nothing to do with freedom of speech. Yeah, nothing to do with freedom of speech. I want to let y'all know that. This has everything to do with the FACE Act and how you can't violate other people's freedom of speech on the guidelines of your own. Like
your rights end where mine begin. There's no overlap. You don't get to violate my rights to exercise yours.
Man, and shout out to my man JD's like, I tell Don to pucker up for jail because he can't do too loose. Well, Jesus Christ, about like this man's about to meet the booty warrior or something.
He is.
Yeah, I mean, hey, he just might.
He's going to cheat on his husband.
And I will not be silent. I look forward to my day in court.
Along with Don Lemon, 3 other people were arrested, including Minnesota independent journalist Georgia Fort. She went before Judge Day. She joins us tonight. We'll have that interview in a moment. Attorney General Pam Bondi says the arrests are connected to a, quote, coordinated attack on City's church nearly 2 weeks ago. But Lemon and Ford say they were doing their jobs as journalists and were not protesters. All 4 arrested are charged with 1 count of conspiracy against right of religious freedom at place of worship, and 1 count of injure, intimidate, and interfere with exercise of right of religious freedom at place of worship. In announcing their arrests on social media this morning, Bondi used the words, quote, at my direction, which is not what you typically see from an attorney general. The White House has posted this photo with the words, when life gives you lemons, along with a chain emoji. President Trump has been critical, obviously, of Don Lemon for years. Lemon himself has not been shy in calling out the president and his administration. A magistrate judge had initially refused to allow federal officials to arrest Lemon and take him into custody, but they took it to a grand jury in Minnesota and got a felony indictment. The indictment, unsealed this afternoon, alleges that Don Lemon and the others charged, quote, oppressed, threatened, and intimidated the church congregants and pastors. Here's some of what Lemon said during that live stream. Take a look.
I'm just here. I'm just here photographing. I'm not part of the group. I'm just here photographing. I'm a journalist. We don't know. That's what they're saying. So we're here just chronicling and reporting. We're not part of the activists, but we're here just reporting on them.
Don Lemon's attorney.
If you wait.
This unprecedented attack on the First Amendment and transparent attempt to.
If you say things loud enough times, people must believe you because that's the truth.
Well, man, look. Apparently, when it comes to Don Lemon, it's a bit weird with this one because I mean, let's say this. Let's say that man Jake Lang. I may not like him too much, but he knows better than to go inside of a mosque doing what he's doing. Like he knows better.
He does it all outside of a mosque.
Exactly. So why would this? If I have that same criticism for him, why would y'all think it would be acceptable for Don Lemon to do so? If this was Jake Lang or Nick Shirley doing this, you guys lose your minds and y'all be ready for him to go to jail.
Oh my God!
As soon as it's one of y'all all of a sudden the law don't apply.
Set. We know what they did to Jake Lang. They stabbed him.
Man, they hit that man upside the head with a brick. I was like,
and stabbed him
in the same place. Did they stab him? Yeah, they wasn't F it.
He wasn't even at a church. He was just protesting. But that's what they do. But Don Lemon, because he's fucking got a shiny forehead, somehow he's above the law.
I mean, bro, he's a black liberal. I'm gonna be real with you. It's like you got special like privileges as a black liberal sometimes.
Distract attention from the many crises facing this administration will not stand. Don will fight these charges vigorously and thoroughly in court. When agents showed up at Georgia Fort's door yesterday, she started recording. Here's some of her message.
You guys, I wanted to alert the public that agents are at my door right now.
Pause.
This is all.
Go ahead.
So, remember right after the Nick Shirley daycare video popped out, what was CNN's headline?
Wait, hold on. Nick Shirley. Hold on. Say that again.
Yeah, I'm drawing a contrast. Just bear with me. When
Gotcha.
Nick Shirley's video on the Minnesota daycare fraud came out, how did they introduce Nick Shirley?
MAGA.
As a right-wing YouTuber.
Yep, MAGA YouTuber.
Now run it back like 4 seconds and see what the headline is on this. Yeah, no. You're good. Let it play. And I'll
at Georgia Fort's door yesterday, she started recording. Here's some of her message.
You guys, I wanted to
Pause.
alert the public that
Georgia Fort, independent journalist. She is exactly the same thing as Nick Shirley, and Nick Shirley gets labeled as a right-wing extremist.
But what she's about to say is obviously about to be leftist, but because CNN don't want to be perceived as unbiased, they're gonna be like, let's frame her as an independent. I mean, come on now, really? But let's hear what she got to say though. Let's see if she sounds like an independent journalist.
you guys, I wanted to alert the public that agents are at my door right now. This is all stemming from the fact that I filmed a protest as a member of the media. We are supposed to have our constitutional right of the freedom to film, to be a member of the press.
It does
I
not
don't
give
feel like
you
I have
immunity
my
from
First Amendment
consequences.
right as a member of the press, because now federal agents are at my door arresting me for filming the church protest.
Hold on, how are you independent? Well, I'm sorry, but you know what? All right, sure, independent, whatever.
Independent.
So you thought that was a smart idea. See, if it was her and she was the only person who did that, it would make sense because I'm like, you know what? She looks young. She probably hasn't been in the game longer than Don. So this makes sense that she would make this mistake. Don, no excuse whatsoever. Bruh.
Set.
Yeah.
Independent journalist does not mean you're politically independent. It just means you don't work for a fucking major
Yeah, I know. That's what I was.
You're an independent journalist.
Yeah. Be like independent for sure. But the problem is though with her is that it's understandable if she makes that mistake. Don Lemon though, no. And honestly, she was rocking with Don Lemon, so she was probably looking up to her senior, going like, "Well, if it's okay with her, then I mean, if it's okay with him, then I guess it's okay for me to do it."
And then someone said every church opens the outside public coming in. Yeah, until you're loitering, until you're trespassing, until you're being violent and disruptive. You cannot do that. There's a law. It doesn't matter what I allow into my house. If I tell you to leave, the invitation has been revoked.
I mean, here's the thing: it's as simple as this. It's like, look, if they wanted to go in there and they were invited into there to worship, they'd have sat down and be quiet.
Exactly.
And then they'd politely interview the people who are leaving the church outside of the church. If that's what they were trying to do was to get the churchgoers' opinion on what was going on with ICE, they would do it outside of the church as they was leaving if the churchgoers wanted to. They didn't do it respectfully. They went in there to disrupt and to be in their face and to try to shame them through their religion.
And being a journalist does not mean that you just get to break those laws and then sit behind and be like, oh, I'm a member of the press. I should be allowed to break the FACE Act. I should be allowed to violate people's rights. Nope. Oh, the horror.
Nope. All right, shut up.
Ah!
It was a live stream she did on Facebook. Journalist Georgia Fort is out of jail and joins me tonight. Georgia, first of all, how are you doing? And were you surprised that you were arrested? Obviously, previous attempts to arrest you had been blocked by federal courts.
Yeah, you know, I'm hanging in there. It is quite frightening to have 24 agents outside of your home.
That's what happens when you
my
commit
children
felonies.
were home with me when I was arrested. And so, yeah, just it's been a long day. And yes, it was extremely shocking.
You had 24 agents show up at your door?
Yes.
That's normal.
I want to read part of what the Justice Department alleged in the indictment and let you respond. They claim, and you and the other defendants, quote, entered the church in a coordinated takeover-style attack and engaged in acts of oppression, intimidation, threats, interference, and physical obstruction, they said, and, quote, as a result of defendants' conduct, the pastor and congregation were forced to terminate the church's worship service. Congregants fled the church building, fear for their safety. Other congregants took steps to implement an emergency plan, and young children were left to wonder, as one child put it, if their parents were going to die. What is your reaction to that?
Intimidation.
Anderson, I am a journalist, just like you. I went in my capacity as a journalist. I documented as a journalist. The footage is published.
Ooh, I can't wait until she's done.
You captured video of your own arrest, federal agents outside your home. Can you just talk about that experience?
As journalists, we never want to be the story. But unfortunately, I did find myself in a predicament where I felt that I needed to be able to tell my own story, that I needed the world to see that journalism is on trial, that we are at a state in our nation where if you are documenting what's happening, you may be criminalized for it. You may be arrested. And so I think
there was nothing happening in that church. Y'all was just being disruptive for no reason. It's not like you was kicking in some type of
they were creating
ring or some type of money
movement.
laundering ring. You guys went in there to disturb their service and try to shame them. What journalism? What was done? What did I find out besides you guys are assholes?
In that case, if we can just hide behind labels, well, I'm acting in my capacity as an EMT, so I'm just going to strangle everybody for medicine.
What hell?
That's how much sense that makes. I'm acting in my capacity, which means you're abusing the rights that are given to you for illegal purposes. That should be an aggravating factor, not a mitigating factor. You know better. If you're going to exercise your rights, you better know where your rights end. You stepped over a line. You have been way too comfortable being liars and propagandists, and now it's bit you in the ass, and now you want to go cry First Amendment. You don't care about anybody else's First Amendment rights. If you don't care, you didn't cover the fact that the sitting president was taken off of Twitter. You didn't care about the COVID misinformation labels that were slapped on anybody that dared disagree with the guy that let the AIDS epidemic get fucking wild. You didn't care about any of that then, but now you care about the First Amendment and independent journalists. You labeled Nick Shirley a right-wing hack. You label anybody you disagree with so that you can defame them, so you don't have to debate them, and then you agitate and assassinate. So I really don't have any sympathy for you. You wonder why FBI agents are surrounding your house? Because it's considered a felony arrest. What you did was a federal offense, a felony.
Easy as that, but they just don't get it. But all right, let's get back to it.
What is happening in Minnesota overall should be quite alarming to the entire nation. I think what happened to me today as an independent journalist, what happened to Don Lemon being arrested for reporting.
Go ahead.
Pause. So someone said Twitter has its own policies, you dipshit. Have you not read the Twitter files? Where the government doesn't strip your socials? You remember when they said, either you're going to comply or you're going to be shut down as a company? That's the government stripping your socials.
I mean, bro, did you not forget where even Mark Zuckerberg admitted that the Biden administration made them take down posts concerning COVID and election rigging and the Hunter Biden laptop? I mean,
but yeah, you really thought you had something on that one, didn't you?
What's happening? I think people should be alarmed, and I think mainstream.
Oh shoot, my bad. I fell back on the. Okay, I fell back a little bit on the super chat. Shout out Toe for the baller alert. Appreciate the support, sis. She says Lemon and this chick violated FACE Act, possibly the KKK Act, were asked to leave and refuse, which is now trespassing. True. They intimidated and traumatized children, interrupted a house of worship, which is illegal. I mean, hey, she ain't say nothing wrong, but the crazy part is, for some reason, the Dems just can't get that in their head. Like, bro, take the political bias out of this. Let's pretend that Don Lemon was just I'm gonna be real with you, an independent journalist with no political affiliation. If he did this, then yes, he does need to be brought up on charges, and we can't make this the standard, because I'm gonna be real with you. I don't want people on the right thinking that this is okay to do just by saying and hitting us with the, well, if Don Lemon did it, why am I getting arrested? Like, we don't need that.
Hold on one second. I gotta verify some creds here, because Mr. Sean Kearns over here, he ain't qualified to be an EMT. I'll be back in 1 minute.
That's wild. All right, and shout out to my man Jet. He said it's not a coincidence the Somali fraud gets uncovered and Minnesota is okay with rioting, storming churches, and attacking ICE along with journalists now. I mean, I ain't gonna lie. Maybe me and you are thinking too deep about it. Maybe we're thinking too deep about it, Jet. Getting a bit too conspiratorial here. Maybe it is a coincidence.
Media should also be really concerned because if they can criminalize a journalist here in Minnesota, whether you're independent or not, I think that we've seen a track record where this is just going to continue to escalate.
How do you face something like this? I mean, obviously, the federal government has unlimited resources. What is your next move, both legally and just in terms of the work you do?
You know, I am a mother of 3 daughters. Right now, my focus is on making sure that they can.
You're a mother of 3 daughters, and you didn't like double check, triple check if this was something that was acceptable. Now your mother, you of 3 daughters, I mean, they might not have a mother because you want to make stupid mistakes with or stupid choices with Don Lemon. That sucks.
And recover from the trauma of what they experienced today, and making sure that I can recover. From there, I have an incredible legal team.
And, you know, just reading off the results of the poll, out of 367 votes, should Don Lemon be in jail? Yes, 71%, no, 29%. So about 30% of people in the chat think that Don Lemon should not be in jail for what he did at that church, but 70% of you guys do. Well, thank God. Thank God there's you guys.
Very reputable among media leaders across the country. And so I am counting on them to do what they do best.
You have no doubt that this is meant to intimidate not just yourself and Don Lemon and the others who were charged, but journalists everywhere.
I would ask you, how does it feel to you to see a journalist arrested for simply reporting the news? I would challenge every journalist in America to ask themselves how it felt to them today to see their colleagues be arrested for reporting the news. And if any of them say that it made them fearful, it made them concerned, it made them second guess going out tomorrow and covering what's happening in their communities, then yeah, I would say that that was probably the intent. It does send a chilling message to our entire industry. I've been in journalism for several years. I've been in media almost 2 decades, okay?
What?
14 regional Emmy nominations across 2 different regions. I've won 3 regional Emmys here in the Midwest.
I mean, that's great. You got a talent for it. But like, then why are you making stupid mistakes like this? You have so much experience, but you made a dumbass mistake like this. It's really hard to believe that you have, I mean, honestly, I believe it, but I'm sorry, but now it just makes it hard to believe because you made this dumbass mistake that, I mean, a reporter with your accolades should know. I mean, you got all these achievements. That's great, but it's like, what the hell were you doing following Don Lemon dumbass into this dumbass mistake that's going to cost you your career most likely? Like, all right, this is sad. I'm gonna be real with you.
As producing my own television show.
So, and the reason why I say it's sad is, well, one, because of the, I mean, the idiocracy of it, and 2 is because, I mean, Don Lemon took down a shining star with him. That's tough.
As an independent journalist, and so, you know, being a journalist who's from here, who's from Minnesota, I've been on the ground. This is my community. I'm not flying in and flying out. I'm here, and I'm doing the best that I can to tell the stories of what's really happening. And as an American-born citizen, it's always been my understanding that I have that protection under the Constitution, under the First Amendment, that we have a freedom of press. But today, the way that I was treated for simply doing my job, the way that I have been criminalized and dehumanized, it makes me really, really wonder if our Constitution is something of the past.
Whoa. You're not being dehumanized. You're being held accountable, baby girl. Held accountable. I know it's very foreign to you, but you're being held accountable for your actions. I mean, it'd be probably better for you if you sat there and claim ignorance and you'd probably get some grace. But yeah, you're over here doubling down is not helping you out because once again, you were in the wrong. Not in the right, but the wrong. All right, though.
Are praying.
Our church had gathered for worship.
While people are praying.
Our church had gathered for worship, which we do every Sunday, and we were interrupted by this group of protesters. We asked them to leave, and they obviously have not left. So,
what do you think of this?
I mean, this is unacceptable. It's shameful. It's shameful to interrupt a public gathering of Christians in worship. So I have to take care of my flock.
Okay, but listen, we live there's a constitution and the First Amendment to freedom of speech and freedom to assemble and protest.
We're here to worship. We're here to worship Jesus because
Not in this manner. You can't sit there and say this is peaceful protesting when you're disturbing other people's places of worship. You're yelling in their faces. Yeah, you crossed the line there.
That's the hope of these cities. That's the hope of the world is Jesus Christ. I want to be very respectful. Please don't push me, though.
In no way was Don Lemon pushed. He's full of it. And he's manufacturing a confrontation here.
we're here to worship. That's why we're here.
I just sent you a link on Discord. Don't bring it up because it has my personal information on there. But just tell me what you see in that.
All right, I got you. Hold on.
Okay, that's why we're here. That's what we're about.
Don't you think Jesus would be understanding
we're about
and love these folks?
We're about spreading the love of Jesus.
But did you try to talk to them?
You got my whole government
Everyone
name
is
now.
willing to talk.
Okay.
But then moments later, Lemon speaks to a parishioner and is like, why won't the pastor talk to the activists?
I think maybe if the pastor would like try to calm things down and say, let's all talk together and make this peaceful and not be so us against them.
I think that's good to talk, but then why don't we do that, right?
Yeah.
Fact check true. They had.
Oh, dang. All right. You could pull yourself up on the provider credentials search in Washington State Department of Health.
Yeah.
Nice. But sadly, it sent me the blank version of it.
Oh, I see. Okay. I'll
Yeah.
send you my name. Type that in.
Zero intention of having a conversation. Just listen to one of the agitators, professional protester William Kelly, aka the woke farmer.
Shame on you. Where are you? Where are you? Where are you? Where are your people? Why are you not at Whipple every day fighting for the humanity? You drink your coffee, you got your jewelry, you have your nice clothes.
I mean, like, dog, really? You're just yelling at them? Like, why they having Starbucks? It's like, come on. It's like, they can't have Starbucks and worship. They got to sit there and be as mad and miserable as you? Well, that's not fair, and that's not the fun way to live life.
But what do you do? What do you do to stand for your Somali and Latino community?
What would Jesus do in this situation? I know. He'd interrupt a prayer service to scream at a random woman for the high crime of drinking a latte.
This is a juxtaposition. This shows you just how divided America is. When you look at the protesters here, and then you look at the people there who are praying, and you know what was the interesting thing? If these two groups could just get together, they might figure out what to do.
Listen to Don Lemon pretending to be the wise philosopher. If only they communicated. They are communicating, Don. One side is saying, please let us pray, and the other side is screaming about white supremacy. I think the positions are pretty clear.
As you can see, all these pretend Christians, all these comfortable white people who are living lavish, comfortable lives while children are dragged into concentration camps. You're living real life, nice lives with your lattes, doing absolutely nothing for your Latino and Somali brothers and sisters. You come here to a man wearing a suit. Is a preacher? Did Jesus wear a suit? Did Jesus profit off the words? No.
He is really fixated on the coffee. Thou shalt not drink lattes.
One of the members who looks to be really upset, a young person, the pastor's trying to calm him down over there. And yeah, so there you go. Hugging his kid. And, you know, I imagine it's uncomfortable and traumatic for the people here. But again, careful, it's very slippery right here. Yeah. It's uncomfortable and traumatic for the people here, but that's what really, careful, please, really slippery. Not kidding. That's what protesting is about. And so
it's traumatic, but that's what protesting is about. Don Lemon admitted that they are inflicting trauma on the parishioners, and his response is essentially, oh, well.
Can you understand why they're angry?
I don't understand any of this because I'm a simple man. I'm a simple man who loves the Lord and is a good father. So this is what we look forward to, is coming, being with our family and praising Jesus. And that's not something that we have to run away from.
Can you understand why they're angry? This man is a victim of an angry mob screaming at his family. But in Don Lemon's world, this is the guy that needs to explain himself. Disgraceful.
No, there it is.
So Nakima Levy Armstrong, aka the alleged ringleader, was invited to go on CNN to make her case.
Yeah, so I want to explain what happened. So we've heard reports that BLM.
All right, now go ahead and verify my man Monty's credentials. I'm getting this from, of course, the Washington State Department of Health. Now, when you look up this, my man, Mr. Paramedic's name, you can find that he is a nursing assistant registration and an emergency medical technician. So, yeah, oh wow, you're emergency medical technician certified and nursing assistance registration as well.
Yep. I have an NAR and an EMT. My EMT right now is inoperable because I'm not working anywhere, so no one has my license sponsored because I'm in school. But to the dumbass in the chat, he's not even registered to be an EMT. Quit slandering me.
I'm weak. No, we got an actual EMT up here.
Stormed, City's church, which is absolutely not true. We came in a very orderly fashion.
Orderly? We just watched you and your gang shouting down a pastor in his own pulpit.
We did not rush into that church. We actually went and sat down and participated in the service.
Yes, under the guise of being normal people, but in reality, you were just waiting for the right moment to attack.
And after the pastor prayed, that is when I stood up and...
Oh, and shout out Toe. She said, this shit is why my security company provides free armed security for my mom's church and any other church that request it. Yeah, at this point,
shout out Toe. That ain't cheap. Like that is expensive. You gotta think of every body you put there, the logistics that goes into that, any sort of resources they provide, and they're providing it for free to any church that requests it. Shout out.
Exactly. And it's kind of crazy because since stuff like this is going down, church shootings, I mean, at this point, it's necessary.
Ask him a question in response to his prayer. And then he responded to me. And then
oh yeah, and I already post the StreamYard link in the post tabs. You guys can go there if you guys disagree, or if you just wanted to support, or if you're just one of my supporters, go ahead and come on up.
I proceeded to ask him about Pastor David Easterwood and how is it possible for him to serve as both the pastor and the director of ICE for Minnesota. And instead of responding to me, as soon as I said the name David Easterwood, the pastor said, shame, shame.
No, he said, shame, shame, because Nakima and her group had stood up and started walking to the front of the church to hijack the service.
Renee good! Renee good! Renee good!
So I want to clarify that. We didn't rush in. We didn't bust in. We were a part of the service until I got up and posed that question to the pastor.
All right. And obviously, I'm not going to dispute your saying what
happened. You're no pushback.
Obviously.
No pushback whatsoever. None.
Got it.
Gonna dispute what happened.
That's hilarious.
Why not, Aaron? This is literally your job. You have video footage of these thugs screaming and taking over the altar. But sure, just take the activist's word for it.
I'm not just a lawyer and an activist. I am also an ordained reverend and itinerant preacher.
Wow.
And so for me personally, to help lead that protest, this was about a reckoning. Being able to go into a so-called place of Christianity.
This lady's not too smart. So she's a lawyer and a priest, and you didn't think twice about this whatsoever. Yep, activism, radical activists, when all logic just goes out the window, even the logic that your profession should have endowed you with. But it is what it is, I guess. That is wild. All these credentials, and you did this dumb shit. Like, it don't even mean nothing. Like, I swear to God, it's like if you're a liberal, it's like, bro, F all your credentials. Like, it don't even mean nothing. You're just going to do dumb shit anyway. Like, what?
You heard that, right? So-called place of Christianity. And listen to Don Lemon kind of repeat her point.
So there is a certain degree of racism there, and there's a certain degree of entitlement. I think people who are, in the religious groups like that, it's not the type of Christianity that I practice, but I think that they're entitled, and that entitlement comes from a supremacy, a white supremacy.
What?
Okay.
What?
So
did he say that they're white supremacists? That's why they're Christians? Okay. All right.
Oh,
Lemonade.
and shout out Toe. She says it's funny how Lemon cut out the part where he was asked to leave.
Yeah.
I mean,
When he was doing it, when he was doing it live, I caught a little bit of it, and he was asked to leave twice by the reverend or the pastor. So, and on the point of the I'm a reverend, lawyer, and whatever. I'm an ordained priestess of the Nordic religion. That does not give me the right to go into another person's place of worship and do whatever I want. I have to be invited, and the same thing
Unless you're
goes
a
for the
Democrat, though.
Christian religion.
Unless you're a Democrat, then it does.
Oh yeah,
Unless you want to
gives
stage
you all the
a riot and
freedoms.
scare children.
Yeah, I'm sorry. It doesn't. At that point, no. Journalism does not give you the right. Being an ordained reverend or pastor does not give you the right to walk into another pastor, another reverend's house of worship. You have to be invited.
Jet.
Oh, and shout out to my man Jet. He says, "Damn, the leering law degree strikes again." Set. I mean, because at this point, bro, it's like, are you sure you learned law, lady? Are you sure you're a lawyer? Because I mean, don't you think you would have looked up any laws to make sure you're not violating anything, or this just didn't even go across your head? I almost want to ask him that question. Like, so the FACE Act didn't go, just go through your mind when you say, let's go into a church and just yell at them and protest.
Yeah, that's not right. That's not cool. That's not funny. That's not cute, and it's not legal.
Exactly. But all right.
Primacy.
So if you want to worship in peace without being screamed at, you're a white supremacist. Got it.
I mean, my mother is a pastor, and so I grew up in Christianity. I grew up in the church. And one of the things that I remember about Jesus Christ himself is that when things weren't going right in the church, he went in and he flipped tables.
Today we had the honor to protest with Nikema Armstrong and the racial justice.
I mean, that's not the church. That was the temples. Like, that was not the church. That was the temples of, the Pharisees and all that good stuff. He was against that. He didn't go into the church that he established and did that. He went into the temple that the Pharisees established. So it's like, I don't even got the goddamn story right.
Because they'll quote the Bible to you to make points. It's there, and they don't even understand what they're talking about. So, I mean, can you expect any due diligence from the side that fucking frankly has none?
Man, I just wish somebody would just grill them on that point. But like I said, they go on CNN, the lady's just going to beat you. Well, I'm not going to push back on you. We're just going to keep it going. It's like, damn
right.
it,
I'm not going to. Right, Set. Could you imagine? I'm not going to disagree with you, Monty. If I what if I had sent you my cert and it said fucking, you know what my name is, and it said something like James Butler the 13th. Would you be like, okay, Monty? Like,
And it's and the sad thing is I'm as I stated earlier, I am not Christian, but I know and understand the Bible a hell of a lot better than have these people like Don who claims to be a Christian.
Pause, Tove. Fucking Martin Campo says the party who used the Bible to uphold segregation. You mean the Democrats? Are you agreeing with me?
Exactly.
No, that was y'all.
Bro.
That was the Dems.
Who voted against the Civil Rights Act?
The Democrats.
God, who instituted Jim Crow laws? Who said they
The
don't want
Democrats.
kids growing up in a racial jungle?
That was Joe Biden, actually.
Who said you're not black if you don't vote for me?
Joe Biden, the Democrat. And what's funny is the Civil Rights Act was written, championed, and passed by the Republicans.
Hold on, wait. What's the governor of New York's name? You remember what she said about, black kids in impoverished
Who's
communities
doing
can't
it
use
now,
laptops.
though? Oh my God. Oh God. Who's doing
That
it
clip,
now?
I was like, wow. I'm like, the blatant racism, but it's on accident though. It's like, she ain't mean it, but she meant it.
Yeah. And what's crazy is what they in the chat currently, And every other day, it is people on the left that I am kicking for racist comments towards sex. It
There are
is
still people in the
always
Republican
people that are
Party
arguing for the left.
There are still people in the Republican Party who want to uphold segregation, though don't see anybody on the Democratic Party doing that anymore. You mean like the Democrats that will lie in your face? We don't see Democrats doing that. We didn't see Joe Biden say you're not black if you don't vote Democrat. We didn't see
DEI.
DEI
I'm
basically.
sorry. Hold on, bro. Abigail
too dumb.
Spanberger is saying that they won't give government contractors out to, I don't know. Didn't they make it race based? Like white?
Yeah, white,
That is
straight men.
segregation, you dumb shit.
That's definitely
On top of that,
there are college campuses creating multicultural centers, segregating the students apart from each other. But
who is it that wanted black only spaces, black only colleges, black only dormitories?
You're segregating yourself, you dumb shit.
All established by liberals, by the way.
All liberals.
Just like Jesus did, we went into that church and we flipped tables.
Yeah, just like Jesus. Anyway, following the attack, Harmeet Dillon, the Assistant Attorney General for Civil Rights at the DOJ, announced on X that there would be an investigation into accusations that the protesters violated the FACE Act. 18 U.S. Code Section 248, the FACE Act, is a law that makes it a crime to intimidate or interfere with any person lawfully exercising the First Amendment right of religious freedom at a place of religious worship.
They're going to come at me with charges, and I'm not scared of that. There's no base for these charges. I did not block them from, their service. They welcomed us in. They never asked us to leave.
We asked them to leave, and they obviously have not left.
Come and get me, Pam Bondi, you f***ing traitorous bitch.
Yep, just like Jesus. Now, given Pam Bondi's Department of Justice record, I was highly skeptical that there would be any arrests into the church attack. And to my utter shock, it was announced that not only was ringleader Nikema Levy Armstrong arrested, but also Chantil Louise Allen, who is a Black Lives Matter leader and a member of the St. Paul School Board. Also
fun fact
was professional maniac.
Real quick. So fun fact, those two I know because I saw the article about it. They were arrested under the KKK Act and the FACE Act.
Wow. All right, then it was both of them.
Bro, I'm
William Kelly.
It's so crazy. It is so crazy to watch the mental gymnastics when you actually pin a liberal down on an issue. By the way, the call-in lines are open. Anybody that if I'm flaming you, you can come up and defend yourself. I know you can't. You don't have a defense to your utter racism and propagandism. It's very easy to convince somebody of a lie. It's very hard to convince somebody that they've been lied to. That's all I got to say. You have been lied to.
The DOJ is promising more arrests related to the storming of the church. But what about Don Lemon? Where's his arrest? Well, remember, his defense from the very beginning was that he was just being a journalist.
Fake right-wing propaganda news alert from this supposed right-angle news network, supposed network, that I led a protest into a church this morning in Minneapolis. That is complete BS. First of all, I had no idea who the organization was until I arrived this morning. And number two, that's what every journalist should be doing, exactly what I did.
No. Now, every journalist should not be running inside churches doing that. No. Actually, they should do the responsible thing and protest outside of them.
Yeah.
Notice how you were the only one. Hold on. Notice how Lemon Drop was the only one that decided to do it.
Remember, no, there was another reporter with her. I'm with him, but she didn't have as much
another
seniority.
left-wing actor.
Yeah.
So
and an independent one.
He pretty much admitted without actually saying it that he helped do the recon for the protests.
Yep.
Why does a journalist hide who they are because they don't want to get discovered?
Yep.
Point.
Doing some sketchy shit.
report, chronicle, and commit an act of journalism, which is what every journalist should be doing.
So first of all, we're supposed to believe that Don Lemon had no idea what the Radical Justice Network was, despite the fact that the leader of the group, Nikema Levy Armstrong, was on his show 2 days prior.
Nikema Levy Armstrong is here. She is a lawyer and activist and the former president of the Minneapolis NAACP. How are you? We're on. We're not saying what it is.
Like, bro, when you're this caught, bro, it's just like, wait. You had him on 2 days ago? Like, like, bro, you can't sit here and tell me you're not guilty.
Right?
You had him on 2 days ago, but I don't know. I didn't know about their operation. You was in contact with them 2 days ago, and then now you're with them now. What do you mean? But that was I just had them on an interview, and I'm just conveniently here protesting with them now. Like,
right?
What you think I'm retarded? I feel
yes,
like, bro,
they do.
at a certain point now, I feel like I'm being insulted.
Let me explain this. Let me break this down for you. You asked a rhetorical question. Do you think I'm retarded? Yes, they absolutely think you're retarded. They think that you're that dumb insert word here that can't think for himself, can't do anything for himself. That's why you need DEI, because if you didn't have DEI, you would amount to nothing ever. Yeah, they think you're retarded. Yeah, they think that you're dumb. They want you in chains, metaphorically, not physically, and they want you subservient to the federal government and to their message. If you're not, then yeah, you are retarded. You're just lost. You're not woke yet. You notice how everything that every label they put on everything is, it sounds so virtuous. It's almost like they're virtue signaling, and they want an excuse to make themselves feel better about the harm that they're doing to the country.
What's going on, but thank you.
Yes, thank you for inviting us to the thing that we have absolutely no idea about. Why are we here?
After we do this operation, you'll see it live. We're doing this clandestine secret operation.
We are going to this clandestine secret mission after we do this operation. The fact is that Don Lemon knew exactly what was going to occur. And it's safe to say that he was probably in on it. At best, he knew about it and he let it happen. And that's conspiracy.
I mean, bro, of course he knew about it. When they pulled up to the church right there and then, there's really no way to get out of it. Like, any good lawyer is going to be like, well, when you pulled up to the church and you seen them going inside, I mean, didn't you think that was like a sign right there? Oh, I still didn't know what they were going to do. All right, well, when they actually start interrupting the church and you still decided to go around and try to conduct an interview with the pastor while he's trying to calm things down, don't you think that was like cross the line a little bit right there?
Set, I want to give a shout out to Mind Reader. He said, remember that time Trump said, if you don't vote for me, you're not black? So racist.
Well, Biden?
No, Trump. It was Biden that said it, but he was being sarcastic.
Okay,
that's kind of funny.
Oh man, can you imagine if Trump said that? Yeah, bro, you had a lost your mind.
God.
You had a lost your minds. Biden say it, and the Dems are like, no, he's right. No, he's right. Yep. We're gonna tell you that your blackness is based off who you vote for. We're gonna tell you that. It's like, wow, right to our face. Okay.
Wow. I kept thinking, seriously, while we were there, I kept thinking, holy crap, they're going to come in and try to arrest us.
Notice he said, I thought they were going to arrest us, not I thought that they were going to arrest the group. Again, this clearly points to Don Lemon not only being a part of it, but he knew that he and his radical leftist co-protesters were breaking the law. So here's the $1 million question. Why wasn't Don Lemon arrested on the same day as these three?
I mean, hey, bro, he got a little privilege. He had a little privilege. I mean, it's kind of crazy how, I wish the black liberal privilege worked for all of them, but no, it just worked for Don for a little bit. But he's been arrested now and released. Has the others been released? I think so. Yes, actually. Yes, they have. But all right, man, let's go on to Hakeem Jeffries. Let's go ahead and get back into the news cycle. Now that we done beat that topic to death.
Democratic leader Hakeem Jeffries Congressman Jeffries, thank you for joining us right now. So this passed the House. So they passed the bill to keep the government open for another couple of weeks as you try to negotiate reforms on Homeland Security funding.
Really? All right, hold on. They agreed to keep the government on for a couple of weeks. This came out 4 hours ago. Okay, then.
Will the House follow the Senate's lead and vote to keep the government open?
Well, it was a meaningful step in the right direction. Certainly the separation of the 5 bipartisan bills, which in our view promote the health, the safety, and the economic well-being of the American people, need to move forward.
Fucking Timu Obama.
We're on this afternoon as a caucus to discuss what we believe is the best path. What is clear is that the Department of Homeland Security needs to be dramatically reformed. We share that view, as does Leader Schumer and Senate Democrats, in a variety of different ways. Body cameras should be mandatory. Masks should come off. Judicial warrants should.
Now, you know what? I agree with the body cam should be mandatory, but
absolutely.
But the mask coming off, no go. No, they're literally trying to dox these people, to harass them and their family members, to intimidate them from joining ICE, intimidate them and coercing them not to join ICE if they want those threats on their family members to go away. So no, the mask stays on, but we can go ahead and give them body cams. I'm okay with that.
I'm gonna have a controversial take here, so bear with me.
Mm-hmm.
I think that if they this is going to sound horrible, they should unmask him and show the world what happens. Unmask him, put body cams on him, unmask him, so that we can see what they do with that information. You're gonna have to arm their homes and put security watches on them. But I just want to see what happens when ICE agents' faces are in public, when they're literally saying we're going to kill you. Let's
to their face.
Let's let them find the information. Let's let people dox them. Let them come to their house with the intent to do harm, and all these peaceful protesters can get arrested. Just sit there waiting for him. Wait for him. Just wait for him.
Jesus. Here's a problem, though. It's like we basically be throwing them to the wolves, because bro, what are you gonna do? Wait, I know you're not for serious with it.
Yeah,
but it's almost like, damn. It's almost like hypothetically you're saying, well, hey, I guess one got to die for these guys to know what we're dealing with. And here's the thing, I'm gonna play along with it as well.
Yeah,
we should unmask them, give them the tape, so we can also expose how these protesters are coming at them.
Yeah, and
like it's all gonna be there on tape, so both sides are gonna be exposed, ISIS conduct and the conduct of the protesters.
Yeah, and I mean, obviously you can't do that because it would be completely unsafe for them. And I don't want to live in a world where we give terrorists, because that's what they are. They are terrorists. If they're going to go do this, they are terrorists because they're doing this for political reasons. I don't want to give them more ammunition to do more harm. However, I'd like them to try. I'd like them to come to ICE agents' houses armed, ready to kill people, and have the federal marshals waiting right on the other side of the door. So as soon as they walk in the door, they get arrested.
Yep, I would like for that too. But the problem with unmasking these guys is that you guys want them unmasked so you can sit there and coerce them not to want to be a part of ICE.
Yeah,
I mean, no man is going to sit there and risk their family safety for, I don't know, 80 to 100K. I mean, it's good money, but nothing's worth my family's safety. And that's what that's what they want. But all right.
Mandatory. Masks should come off. Judicial warrants should absolutely be required, consistent with the Constitution in our view, before DHS agents or ICE agents are breaking into the homes of the American people or ripping people out of their cars. We need to make sure that there are complete and independent investigations so that when ICE or DHS agents break the law, they are held accountable, not by the Department of Justice, which has no interest in actually conducting a fair investigation in our view, but by
in your view. Thank you for throwing in that word.
Think about this set. They are attacking random motorists in SUVs. What do you think is going to happen if they actually can refine that information? And track down these agents. What do you think's going to happen then? They're attacking people out of their SUVs, not even ICE agents, in SUVs.
Bro, here's the thing though. He's saying the quiet part out loud. He's saying, no, we will not accept anything but a guilty verdict. Is F a fair investigation? It's all about a guilty verdict. A guilty verdict is a fair investigation to them. A non-guilty verdict or it's a lawful shot. They're gonna see that as this wasn't a fair investigation. This was very biased. I'm like, no, it's only biased because you didn't get the results you want. That's what they're going for.
That's why when I exposed Sid, I was like, so will you accept the results of the investigation, or if it doesn't go your way, are you gonna bitch and moan and look for things to complain about and move the goalpost again? That's what I'm saying. No investigation is going to do anything for these people. We're going to have it regardless of what they want. We don't succumb to terrorists. We don't negotiate with terrorists. But there will be an investigation because we hold ourselves accountable, because we're not in a cult that randomly stalks people for half of a city. We're not in a cult that goes outside of people's hotel rooms and riots and screams so people can't sleep. We're not in a cult that decides that people you disagree with should be shot. We're not in a cult that decides that people you disagree with should be stabbed. We're not in a cult. You're the ones in a cult. And I hate to burst your bubble, but cults don't last. Go ahead. Wait until you drink the Kool-Aid. Wait until you actually drink the Kool-Aid. In fact, I would encourage you to drink the Kool-Aid the Democratic Party sent to you, because it is suicidal. And you will take care of the own problem.
All right.
Investigations so that when ICE or DHS agents break the law, they are held accountable, not by the Department of Justice, which has no interest in actually conducting a fair investigation in our view, but by state and local authorities. And we need to reiterate that the detention and deportation of American citizens off the table, and using taxpayer dollars to brutalize everyday Americans or violently target law-abiding immigrant families needs to be off the table.
That's a list of serious
Targeting law-abiding immigrant families. No. We're attacking the undocumented immigrants. The one that didn't follow the law and get documented. Did become a legal immigrant? Yeah. Those are the guys we're going after. I don't know why you got to sit there and lie. I mean, if you want to tell the truth and say we're going after undocumented families, well, shit. I know it sounds bad on paper, but it is what it is. At least you're being truthful. But when you say we're going after immigrant families, no, we're going after undocumented immigrant families. He's making it sound like we're going after both sides here when we're not.
Reforms. Will you vote to keep funding Department of Homeland Security for the next 2 weeks as you negotiate those reforms?
Well, we're going to have that conversation, the one later on today, and as we return to Washington. But the one thing that we've said publicly is that we need a robust path toward dramatic reform. The administration can't just
a whole lot of words to say nothing.
They need to walk the walk. That should begin today, not in 2 weeks, today.
But can you get these reforms that you're calling for? No masks, body cameras. You just heard Deputy Attorney General Blanche say that he's very much in support of these administrative warrants, not judicial warrants. Can you get them? How can they be enforced?
The administrative warrants, in our view, aren't worth the paper they are written on. This is an extreme administration unleashing brutality on the American people using taxpayer dollars. So we absolutely, as a condition of moving forward, in my view, I think this is a broadly held perspective shared by Democrats in the House and the Senate, need judicial warrants. More importantly, George, it's a perspective held by the American people, and we're standing on their side.
Even if you get the agreement, with Republicans in the Congress, can you trust the administration to actually enforce the changes?
This is one of the, well, you're absolutely correct that this is an untrustworthy administration. They've been lawless from the very beginning. It's one of the reasons why we need to actually build these strict requirements.
Lawless, but the Supreme Court goes in their favor every time, basically. But they're lawless. Okay, they not violated not one Supreme Court order, not one time, but they're operating lawlessly.
Yeah.
I mean, just because they don't listen to y'all crybaby federal judges doesn't mean anything. It gets taken up to the Supreme Court. And Trump is low-key got a good record with that.
The only group of people that act the way Democrats act are children. That's how they're acting. No, I'm not. You are. No. Trump illegal. Trump do bad thing.
Get out of here with
Sorry about that, guys.
Yeah, you're good.
Absolutely correct that this is an untrustworthy administration. They've been lawless from the very beginning. It's one of the reasons why we need to actually build these strict requirements in terms of behavior into the law so that the courts can hold them accountable and the American people, through their representatives at the state and local level, can hold these individuals accountable. But, you know, from the very beginning of this effort with respect to the Department of Homeland Security, our premise has been simple, that ICE agents should conduct themselves like every other law enforcement agency in the country.
Yeah, but here's the problem though. ICE agents is not getting treated like every other law enforcement in the country. We're not sitting there trying to dock regular policemen and try to go after their families. We're not doing that. Like the left is not doing that. They're doxing the ICE officers and going after their family members. That's why they're masked up. See, and they're trying to sit there and act like that's not happening, but it is. But go ahead, Toph.
No, I was gonna say, yeah, that's pretty much they're acting like, you know, they don't have any kind of power or any kind of legalese in the or legal abilities, that they don't have the same power as the police force that's part of Minnesota, when in reality they have way more authority than the regular police do. That's why, because they are a federal police force.
Hey, Seth.
Yeah.
I am removing Tim Friedson for slander and libel.
Wait, Dan, what did he do?
The convicted rapist needs to go to jail.
Oh.
He is not a convicted rapist. In fact, they really shouldn't even have get him for SA, because there was absolutely no evidence. It was a he said, she said argument, and it should have been dismissed with prejudice in all
The problem
reality.
is, though, they take that SA case as if it was done in like a criminal court, when it wasn't.
Right?
It was done in civil court, and they don't want to mention that because in civil court,
to the evidence.
Yeah, it's like, you know, in criminal court, it got to be without a shadow of a doubt. I mean, in civil court, I mean, you just got to be held liable in some way, shape, or form.
Well,
it don't mean you did it.
Rape is a criminal charge. Rape is a criminal charge.
Yep.
But all right.
Opposed to running around, mass thugs, in many instances, unleashing brutality on law-abiding American citizens and violently targeting immigrant families and communities, or even, you know, holding in detention a 5-year-old boy with a superhero backpack.
No.
That's not the type of violent felon that the administration promised they were going to target.
I mean, yeah, here's the thing. No, the kid went into Child Protective Services because let's be real. When they pulled his undocumented father over, they had to take him away. They took him in, they tried to give him to the mom. The mom didn't want to take the child because she was afraid that she was going to be arrested too. So it looks like we got an anchor baby on our hands. And that's what it was. Not even the mom wanted to take the kid, but the kid has been reunited with a family member, I believe. Ilyan Omar actually posted about it.
And if I remember correctly, the dad actually ran and left his child there.
Yeah,
he started to run, and they had to take him. They had to tackle him. He ran, didn't care that his kid was still in the car, so they didn't detain a 5-year-old child. Just like that one little person that they detained wasn't a child.
But I wonder if I can find it, because I know it was going all over X. Yeah, because they got the kid. The kid has been returned to a family member, so you know you guys can just chill the F out.
Target.
That
the American
poor
people are
child.
rejecting it, and we're going to stand on their side.
Let me turn to the Epstein files. You heard Deputy Attorney General Blanche say this is over. They've released everything. They've just about everything they're going to release. They're going to allow members of Congress to look at these unredacted files as well. So is it over?
It's not over, and it will not be over until there is full and complete transparency as demanded by the survivors, so that there can be full and complete accountability. This is a basic premise here in the country. And there are more than 3 million documents that are being withheld by the Department of Injustice. And so the question that has to be asked, that the American people are asking, is what are they hiding from the American people and who are they protecting? This was a law that was passed by bipartisan majorities in the House and in the Senate, reluctantly on the Republican side, but we brought them over into a more enlightened position. And it was even signed by Donald Trump as president. And so the demand is simple: comply with the law so that we can achieve the type of full transparency and visibility for the American
All right, this is what they were talking about right here. This kid right here, a 5-year-old boy and his father who were detained by ICE in Minnesota have returned home after a court order. The trauma caused to that child and his parents by ICE must be compensated. So they released him, and I'm pretty sure they verify he's an undocumented, but a court ordered. This is the problem in Minnesota. They're releasing the people we caught on they caught on a court order. AKA, well, we released him because, well, a judge said so, and not because, oh, he's been proven innocent or he's been proven not to be an immigrant. That's the problem. They let go of their detainees. That's, remember, one of the main things Tom Holman and Pam Bondi was talking about, letting ICE deport their detainees, the guys they capture on the street. Instead, Minnesota just releasing them back again. It's like, bro, how do you work with them? But that's what they were talking about. This adorable young child and his father right here. All right. Let's get back to it. Cute kid, though.
So that we can achieve the type of full transparency and visibility for the American people about all the wrongdoing that occurred, and ensure that there can be accountability so that something like this reign of terror, never happens again.
On the Epstein issue, as you know, the House Oversight Committee voted to hold President Clinton and Secretary of State Clinton in contempt. 9 Democrats voted for that resolution as well. It's probably going to come to the House floor this week. You've said you're against this contempt vote. Why are you against it? How are you going to advise other Democrats to vote?
Well, we'll have a conversation about that when we return. I think our view is that my view, at least, is that the Clintons have engaged in good faith negotiations.
No, they haven't.
At an accommodation so that their testimony is offered with the Oversight Committee.
Bro, so that's what I'm saying. It's wild. If Donald Trump was to do this and the Oversight Committee said, Donald, we need you to cut and testify from the Oversight Committee so we can get the story on Epstein, he just skipped it. You got to be going like, see, he's guilty. Clinton and Hillary Clinton and Bill Clinton literally does that. They literally called him in and say, look, you're all over the Epstein files. You're in a lot of pictures with them. And there's literally women saying that you're involved, bro. Come in and let's hear you out. He skips it and y'all say nothing. Nothing. And you know what? I would actually respect it if you said Don and Clinton need to be in jail. Oh, these pedophiles. I would respect it if you at least added Bill Clinton in there. I would disagree with you on the Donald Trump part and disagree with you on Bill Clinton because none of it's been proven without a shadow of a doubt. But at least you're being fair and mentioning both sides.
Yeah, that's really crazy. For one, that them saying that he was doing, what was it? He was in good faith. No, that is not good faith. That is literally skipping out on a congressional
I'm not going
hearing.
to do that. That's not good faith.
Yeah, that's bad faith, and can get anybody else in a hell of a lot of trouble.
It's just amazing how they were able to do that and nobody said anything. And now I'm finally hearing somebody talk about it, and he says, well, you got to understand, you know, they probably need to get their stuff ready and all that. I'm just like, what do you mean? Like, bro, they were kicking it with Epstein for years. What you mean get their story together?
You mean
probably,
their lies?
You know, they're making sure their lies all match up with each other's.
And the Dems, bro, y'all kill me. This is why I say y'all don't hold your own accountable no matter what. If you're outraged about Donald Trump being on the Epstein files, you should be twice as outraged as Bill Clinton being called in to testify and him just dipping out on it. I mean, what does that tell you? To be quite honest with you.
And James Comer, the so-called chair of the Oversight Committee, he just needs to take yes for an answer, because it's clear that the Clintons are prepared to appear and to have recorded testimony so that there's a track record that everyone
Prepared
can
to
subsequently
appear?
evaluate.
Yeah. Well, I gotta hear
That's-
this. I gotta hear the excuse again. But go ahead, Tove.
I was gonna say, what do you mean they're prepared to appear? That doesn't. They have not appeared at all.
I mean, it's just wild how they just can get away with it. But all right,
Yeah.
let's go. Oh, and shout out to Pat Jagger and Nurse Terry Irvin. Appreciate you guys for the gifts last night. I forgot to shout y'all out.
Our view is that my view at least is that the Clintons have engaged in good faith negotiations to try to arrive at an accommodation so that their testimony is offered with the Oversight Committee. And James Comer, the so-called chair of the Oversight Committee, he just needs to take yes for an answer, because it's clear that the Clintons are prepared to appear and to have recorded testimony so that there's a track record that everyone can subsequently evaluate. The notion that they're going to go after Secretary Clinton and Bill Clinton with criminal contempt, in other words, this is sort of a lock her up approach, seems completely inconsistent with the law if the goal is to actually try to get the information as opposed to create a political spectacle.
Do you think it's possible that they can reach?
Bro, hold on. What do you think you're doing with always bringing up Trump and the Epstein files and Trump was best friends with it? What do you think you're doing? You're doing the exact same thing you're complaining about being done to Bill Clinton.
Yeah, that's.
They might think people are stupid.
Talk about defense.
Man, I mean, it's crazy defense he playing right now. The fact that he was able to word salad his way through, well, Bill Clinton got called in to testify about Epstein and he skipped out on it. So if the word salad around that after harping on Trump and Epstein for that long is crazy work. I don't even know how you bring yourself to that type of hypocrisy, but good job, man. Good job. I'm impressed.
With the House votes on contempt?
Yes, and I'm very hopeful that an agreement will be reached so that the testimony can be adduced and the chips will fall where they may. The Clintons are ready to testify. That's been made clear. The Republicans need to take yes for an answer.
As you saw, I had several questions for Deputy Attorney General Blanche about conflicts of interest.
The Republicans need to take yes for an answer. They told us no. They told the Republicans, no, we can't do it right now. There is no yes for an answer. No, this is what actually happened. They were told to come in and they said, no, we can't right now. Sorry, another time. And never made another time.
Including about this new report in the Wall Street Journal showing that the National Security Advisor to the UAE made an investment in the Trump family company just before the inauguration. As you know, there's been several actions taken with the UAE since then. He says there's no conflict. How do you respond?
Of course, there's a conflict. We have three issues of priority as House Democrats that we want to work on behalf of the American people. One, we have to drive down the high cost of living, of course, because America is too expensive. Donald Trump promised to lower costs on day one.
Yes, and Donald Trump is trying his hardest, but it's really hard to do that when you guys got like people like Abigail Spanberger who promise to run on affordability, but then raise taxes and make things more unaffordable in our state. It's really hard to do that in places like California when you guys tax those guys into $5-7 gallons of gas. I mean, it's really hard to do it. I mean, I'm telling you, when you guys want to go on this whole green energy and raise electric prices in your areas, it's hard to. I mean, red states aren't shooting themselves in the foot on affordability, but all the blue states are and blue cities, and then they're going to blame Trump. Like, that's the problem. You don't hold y'all own base accountable. They'll continue to make things more unaffordable for you as long as you let them. As long as you keep letting them do so by letting them scapegoat on Trump. It's not Trump. Trump is not raising y'all sales tax. He's not raising y'all sales tax. They are.
Yep.
But somehow it's Trump's fault.
Haven't gone down. They've gone up. Housing costs out of control. Grocery costs out of control. Utility bills, electricity bills, totally out of control. Healthcare costs, of course, childcare costs, all of it out of control. We need to deal with that. We need to fix our broken healthcare system, particularly in the midst of the assault that Republicans have launched. In their one big ugly bill, they enacted the largest cut to Medicaid in American history, ripping healthcare away from millions of people. And in that same bill, gave the Department of Homeland Security $191 billion, including $75 billion that went to ICE, so that taxpayer dollars could be used to brutalize the American people. We also need to clean up corruption.
No, that's it. I'm bringing this point. Let's go ahead and go to mylifeelsewhere.com. Pretty cool website. We can compare the cost of living in certain places of states, cities, countries, and all this. I'd recommend you use these guys if you're about to move to a new city or state. But look at this right here, right? Cost in Virginia versus Ohio. Virginia is 23.3% more expensive than Ohio. Bro, we're talking about in restaurants, they pay 17% more in Virginia. Groceries pay 30.5% more in Virginia. And I said this plenty of times. There's literally a 30% difference in what I pay in groceries. Now, I'm in Ohio, by the way. That's why I did the comparison. But there's literally a 30% difference. 30% difference in what I pay in groceries. I pay 30% less than somebody in Virginia. And you're telling me, and of course, they're crying about an affordability problem. If they looked at my bills and my grocery bill, they'd be sitting here going like, what the F going on? And it does seem like the only thing that they do pay less in Virginia is on transportation. They pay 2.1% less. Housing in Virginia, they pay 30% more. Childcare in Virginia, they pay 30% more. Entertainment and sports, 22% more. Clothing, 13% more compared to Ohio, a red state. I mean, please, you want to play a game and we can play, let's compare the states on costs? Because every time you're going to get the red state being less expensive than the blue state. Every time.
Don't do that, Seth. That requires people to think and their brains might explode.
It's tough how I got to do it to them, though. And I mean, and trust me, it's not because, oh, these blue states are better to live in. You have high crime. High crime. And then some of y'all inner cities are dirty as hell. Who want to live in that? I'm sorry. It's not about people wanting to live there. It's just that y'all made it so expensive to where they can't leave. Y'all holding them hostage through unaffordability. You sons of bitches. But,
yeah.
All right. I'm chilling.
Wherever it's found, in the Congress, at the Supreme Court, and certainly with the administration, I think the most corrupt administration in American history. Why is Donald Trump focused on enriching himself, his family, and his friends, as opposed to focused on driving down the high cost of living? Why is he focused on destroying half the White House, trying to extort $230 billion from the Department of Justice, or promoting his wife's documentary, as opposed to fixing our broken healthcare system? Why is he focused on brutalizing everyday Americans by unleashing these masked agents in American communities, as opposed to doing his job? Like, the American people, George, have had enough. The question is, when will Republicans have enough with this failed presidency?
Excuse me, enriching himself?
I'm just systematically providing examples of everything that he's lied about in the chat for everybody to see as he's talking. It's so fun to watch.
Man, I mean, go ahead and cook, Monty, because this is crazy. For this.
Yeah.
This is so crazy, man. The fact that he literally came out there and said that, like, oh, well, we're not Republicans. Bro, we're not tired of it, bro. We're just tired of you guys constantly fighting back for no reason. Going against y'all own interest. At a certain point, the TDS is real. Like, bro.
And
yeah, go ahead. Yeah, Tove.
As I say, and honestly, what's really interesting is the fact that Trump is literally the only president who has left his presidency poorer than he was when he started.
Yeah, in his first term, yeah.
But in his first term.
Yeah, but he's now I ain't gonna lie though. I'm not gonna lie to him. Trump is low-key cashing in right now.
Well, yes.
Yeah, he made about like what? Honestly, but here's the thing though, it's not really Trump, it's his sons, it's his companies that his son run that made $1 billion the last year. And they're like, oh, Trump made $1 billion. I'm like, whoa, he owns a business. What, you want him to run at a negative? Like, I mean, well, are we for not forgetting he is a business owner and his sons are running it? So what, he's supposed to be running it at a negative while being president? That don't make sense. So they're really crying about his businesses doing well. That's literally what they're mad about. And I can't get mad at somebody for their business doing well. It's like he made money during his presidency because his business did well. Like, all right, cool. You gonna get mad at Obama for making what? Millions of dollars because his book sold well?
Yeah.
No.
hundreds of millions of dollars the Obamas
Yeah, I
made.
was about to say.
Oh no, now come on now. We all know that all wasn't from book sales. A lot of that was inside trading, but they don't want
But
to talk
that's
about
what they
that.
claimed when that was
Yeah,
when
that's
that
what they
was the
claimed.
controversy. Hold on. When that
Sorry.
was the controversy, that's what they're like. How did they get so rich? Oh yeah, we just did book deals. They were really doing inside trading. Why? Because Democrats are liars, and public perception of them doing inside trading at that time was bad because they cater to what people's feelings are, not what the facts of the matter are. So it's not illegal for them to do what they did, but it's looked at as unethical, and they did it. But they don't want people to think that they're bad people, so they lie.
Yeah. And
All right.
honestly,
Go ahead.
I was gonna say, I think Melania's documentary was actually something that she kind of needed to have done, because a lot of people like to think that she's only with him for his money, when in reality her net worth is pretty close to his.
And it doesn't even fucking. Why does it matter? Why does it matter
It
that he
shouldn't.
said,
Oh
yeah,
no, because they can't say Melania's ugly. Bro, they wish Donald Trump had an ugly wife. They wish, so they can sit there and be like, oh, this ugly, no wonder. No, she's like, bro, used to be one of the top models. They can't hate on the wife. All they can sit there and say is that, oh, there's no way she loves him for real. I mean,
Right?
hey man, they got a kid together.
Bro,
So it is
Seth,
what it is.
my question is, so his wife goes out and makes a fucking a biography and makes a movie about it, and he's not supposed to say, oh yeah, my wife is making a movie, go watch my wife's movie and support his wife. That means because he said a line in a speech, he is focused on that, as if the guy's fucking attention is just like Hakeem Jeffries and can't fucking pay attention to one thing at a time.
Yeah.
But all right, though, let's go ahead and get into this Kristi Noem interview.
Lies, disingenuous fucking lies.
Hey, man, I get your frustration. Trust me. But all right, let's head over to the right side of media. Let's take a break from the left and let's get over here on Fox News. And Kristi Noem once again did a nice little interview. Let's see what she got to say.
President Trump is telling DHS Secretary Noem to, under no circumstances, should her department intervene in Democrat city protests until the city itself asks for help. Please, he said.
It comes as a federal judge rejects Minnesota's request to block the surge of ICE agents in the state. DHS Secretary Kristi Noem joining us.
Yeah, they try to get a judge to get them to remove ICE. The judge is like, you're pretty much telling me to not allow federal law to happen. Can't do it. Sorry, guys.
Now, Madam Secretary, thank you for being here. We have a lot to get to, but obviously the president's most recent statement there on Truth Social, your reaction and thoughts on where this is headed now.
Well, the president's exactly right. We've got the Department of Homeland Security that is coming off its most successful year under his leadership in the history of the department. We have secured the border. We've driven down the murder rates and the crime rates to historic lows in this country, saved hundreds of millions of lives by interdicting drugs across the country and in our maritime borders. We've seen the left violently react, perpetuate violence and mob rule in our cities in retaliation for President Trump enforcing the law. And we're going to continue on a tactical plan to confront this violence that they're bringing to make sure we still continue to do the right thing. We're going to enforce the law, focus on the successes that we've had for the American people and bringing public safety to them. And we're going to go into this next year delivering even more results, making sure that our officers have the ability to conduct operations to get these dangerous criminals off of our streets that are perpetuating violence, and continue to go forward and deliver FEMA funding and help these states that have been so hit hard in these storms recently, and run TSA and keep our airlines and air traffic control safe. All of those are jobs of the Department of Homeland Security that we need to continue to push on, even though we have these violent monsters that are attacking law enforcement every day, continuing to use their tactics. We will outsmart them, and we will make sure that we keeping America safe.
Well, indeed, President Trump obviously sent Tom Homan into Minneapolis to change up the strategy, as you just mentioned. Tom Homan gave a press conference earlier last week saying that there were mistakes that DHS made on the ground in Minneapolis. What were those mistakes?
Oh, you know what I would say is that we can always do better, and we learn from every situation that we're in. We see a very organized, well-funded campaign of violent protests against our law enforcement officers. And so we're going to continue to get as much information as soon as possible to give a strategy to protect people, protect our federal buildings like the president laid out yesterday. And we're going to make sure that the American people are safe, that we still continue to go after violent criminals who are trafficking drugs, trafficking our children, and bring them to justice and get them out of our country. If you think about last year of the Biden administration, over 125,000 children just in that year were trafficked across the border. And by securing that border this last year, zero children have been trafficked in the last 12 months because of President Trump's leadership. And that's what we're going to continue to bring. You've heard about all these children that we found and returned. We actually have countries that are asking for their children back. The president of Guatemala wanted their children back that had been trafficked in our country, and we tried to facilitate that, and an activist judge stopped us from giving those children back to their families. So we're going to continue to work no matter what these left violent protesters are doing to stop law enforcement and to put people's lives in jeopardy.
Yeah, speaking of the
And
children, by the way,
honestly,
it's incredible. Not just have you not had any.
Go ahead.
I was going to say, and what's really funny is that in the first year, at least 80,000 of those 300,000 children that disappeared from the border were found. It's pretty funny how the media did not report on that, or if they did, it was very, very little. And I think they were actually found in the first 6 months, but Biden said that it would be impossible to find them, that it was unable to be done.
I mean, they look. The thing is, they was complaining about how much it would cost to clean up the immigration problem. It's going to cost us $88 billion, and it's just like, or oh no, it's impossible to close the border without a bill, and we did both. We did both. So it's kind of crazy how they'll always sit there and tell us what we can't do, but then when Trump goes and do it, it's kind of crazy how the Democratic base don't see that as embarrassing. It's like, you know how they kind of told you we needed a border bill, and then Trump comes in and does it without a border bill. Doesn't that kind of show the inefficiency of the Democratic Party if everything got to be done by bill instead of just upholding federal law?
I just want to say for the record, because I saw someone saying that no one's going to watch the Melania movie. It's in third place on the box office charts, for the record.
Shoot, I'll play the Melania movie. Like, shoot, after the live, why not?
To the Discord.
Oh God, I mean, it might be good. I'm not really the biggest fan of
Melania Trump.
But hey, never know. Might be something revealing in there, something worth watching. Might be wholesome. You never know. But let's see here. Let's get back.
This is just a Democratic hissy fit. All of it. Everything you see coming out of the media, everything you hear coming out of Hakeem Jeffries' mouth and every Democrat on the Hill's mouth, all of it is a giant temper tantrum. All of it is. They can't say a single word. I have not heard a single nice word said about anything from any Democrat. They think that the world is ending and the sky is falling because they lost an election. And that's wild to me. Set. What happened to, elections have consequences and we need to wait our turn? No, now it's just revolt in the fucking street because we're 5 years old and we didn't get our cookie.
Man, and it's childish because
using
like
the
I
metaphor
said,
to compare Kamala to a cookie is kind of weird, but I realized that after I said it.
You're good. You're good. But all right, no, back to it.
Children trafficked over the border, but you have returned almost 150,000 of them to either their parents or located them. They were literally lost in the system. It's truly remarkable.
150,000?
I know that many of them had fallen into sex trafficking. So it's an incredible story to tell, and it happened under DHS. And I think that's why the president this past week wrote Truth Social saying that you're doing a great job, actually. Here is another story about a child. So here's a judge. We've all heard about this 5-year-old in Minneapolis who his father was apprehended by ICE, and then he ran away on foot, abandoning the child. And then when ICE tried to find his mother, the mother refused to open the door for the child. And somehow DHS or ICE takes this child, gives the child food, protects it from the parents who've abandoned him. Somehow ICE is the bad guy in this situation.
Yep.
Well, a judge has ordered the release of this child who was in custody because his parents had abandoned him. The case has the judge says the case has its genesis in the ill-conceived and incompetently implemented government pursuit of daily deportation quotas, apparently, even if it requires traumatizing children. So first, let's address this quota. Is there a quota that you're getting from the White House that you have to meet? Or are you just addressing crime and criminals as you see as they come to your awareness?
No, Rachel, there's no quotas. And let me be clear, these families always get the opportunity to stay together. This child has been with his father, which was the father's choice.
The quota is 20 million illegal immigrants that have entered this country illegally. That's the quota.
Yeah, like literally, I thought, did y'all forget that there's millions let in? The most conservative numbers is 4 to 7 million. That's the ones the Dems want to accept. So even then, yes, we need about 7 million of them gone on the high end of the conservative numbers. Now,
bye. Clean up, everybody. Do your share. Clean
actually,
up.
I think this will be a better song.
Think shit sweet till I send out the guys. I done said it before and it ain't the last time. You think you gonna take these jobs? I'll send you back over that wall and make you climb. Come through trim, deporting your father, your sister, your brother, your cousin, your mama. Just sent 300 national guards to the rack. Donald Trump went, this is Sparta. We catching their ass outside and sending their ass back home. And I got shot with that fire. How I survived? Man, that shit unknown. Government won't even answer the phone. He said that I'm doing the shit that he won't. Why are they talking about switches on guns like we not the ones that gave it a go? Tell you something you don't know. Chicago fucked up cause the government slow. Murder rate number was low. Everybody killing cause everybody is broke. And why is everybody broke? Because the immigrants taking the jobs you want. Send them back over the wall, take notes. I send them back on a plane, a boat. I don't want them in the country no more. I don't want no one looking for work at the store. Why the fuck is they making the city look bad? Why the fuck is they rhyme around waving that flag? I got so sick of this shit and I'm mad. I called Joe Biden that night and I bragged. They deep in the street, then you know it's DT. Free Larry Hoover, I'm really GD. And I hop in the back of a black truck. Camouflage bulletproof vest and you cannot attack us. Stupid little boy better back up. I get the snapping and turn the whole city to black out. Ain't no more New Mexico, I rename. They don't know we about to use Chicago for training. I put 300 guys in the streets in this place. We making America great, it's amazing. Think shit sweet till I send out the guys. I done said it before and it ain't the last time. You think you gonna take these jobs? I'll send you back over that wall and make you climb. Come through trim, deporting your father, your sister, your brother, your cousin, your mama. Just sent 300 national guards to the rack. Donald Trump went, this is Sparta. We catching their ass outside and sending their ass back home. And I got shot with that fire. How I survived? Man, that shit unknown. Government won't even answer the phone. He said that I'm doing the shit that he won't. Why are they talking about switches on guns like we not the ones that gave it a go?
We catching your ass outside and sending your ass back home if you're an undocumented immigrant. Simple as that.
Hey, let's give a shout out to somebody real quick, Set, because apparently you didn't read his jewels, or you didn't. We find it.
Missed it.
JB2. No, he said he sent jewels in, but he said his wife's getting chemo, and he was hopeful that we'd say a prayer for him.
Oh shoot, man! Yeah, everybody pray for my man. Yeah, I mean, wife's getting chemo, man. Well, shoot. Yeah, don't worry, bro. You're definitely in my prayers at this point.
Yeah,
man. Hey, man. I know that's a tough thing you're going through, but everything will be all right. All right, guys. Let's get back to it.
Opportunity to go home, to send them back to their home country if they would like to. The father chose to stay, and therefore we're following the legal process. But it's shocking to me the media's lies about not just that story, but day after day after day about what we do for work in this country to bring people that are dangerous criminals to justice and then remove them from our country if they don't belong here, if they came here illegally. We have the opportunity every day for people who want to go home and are are in this country illegally, we give you
Nah.
$2,600. We buy
Goodbye.
you a plane ticket and send you home right now. That's a voluntary program. We've had millions of people take advantage of that. That is something that we still want individuals to make the right decision so they have the chance to come back to this country the right way.
Secretary, a lot of people said no one would take, they actually mocked the self-deportation notion, and yet millions have done that. Just very quickly, you've been there a little over a year. How has
I mean, shoot, we got more, bro. We got more. Yeah, we got more self-deportations than deportations, to be quite honest. So, I mean, shout out to those who self-deported. I mean, hopefully they can get away back in. I actually respect that. I'll be real with you. Y'all may think I'm just Mr. Hard Ass on all undocumented immigrants, which somewhat I am. But I mean, if they do things the right way, I'm all for giving them a second chance. I'm all about second chances.
They were told if they self-deport, they would be able to apply to come in legally after 6 months, I believe. Don't take that as gospel. But I know there was like a time frame they had to wait before they could apply to come back in.
Hey,
but
better than getting caught by ICE and never being able to come back in. Like, boy.
Because if they get deported by ICE, then they will not be allowed back in, and I agree with that.
All right.
Morale changed at the Department of Homeland Security.
Hold on, I actually want y'all to take that into your head, or take that into account. Think about it. We've already put out the nice way. The nice way is you self-deport with an opportunity to come back in. All of those guys who are not self-deported by now, I mean, I can't feel too bad for them. We already gave you the nice way. You didn't want to take it. Now things are going to get done the hard way. Like, sorry.
In spite of all this media.
Oh, the people at the Department of Homeland Security and law enforcement are so excited they get to do their jobs. They're so proud to work for a president that is strong, that is decisive, and that wants to make America safe and enforce our laws again. So they're doing great. In fact, Rachel, just at ICE, we had over 220,000 applications for 10,000 openings. At USCIS, we've had tens of thousands of applications. Secret Service applications have more than doubled. We've got people in every department that are asking to come and work for the Department of Homeland Security because they recognize that we want to defend the homeland, that a country with no borders is no country at all, that people who live here and our citizens deserve safety on their streets, and that we deliver a response of protection of our critical infrastructure and relief to states when they face disasters through FEMA as well. It's a vast department with a lot of responsibilities, 23 different agencies, all tasked with keeping people safe, and that's exactly what President Trump is doing.
And, Madam Secretary, you're getting a lot of criticism recently. Now, in the wake of Alex Preddy's tragic shooting, you described him as a domestic terrorist, and that has seemed to have led to many Democrats, including Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries, who you just heard in Chad's report, now threatening to try and impeach you, calls for your resignation. So my question is a little bit twofold. One is, do you still hold that view that Alex Preddy is falling in the category of a domestic terrorist? And your response to those like Jeffries and Democrats?
All right. I mean, this is the moment of truth. Is either you going to back off or double down, sweetheart. Like, please, just take it back, man. Just take it back until you got proof.
But it's twofold. One is, do you still hold that view that Alex Preddy is falling in the category of a domestic terrorist? And your response to those like Jeffries and Democrats that are calling for your resignation and threatening impeachment?
Well, Griff, in those situations, there was chaos on the ground. You're relying on information and facts that you're getting from the ground. And the president and this administration has been incredibly transparent with the American people. And so when those reports are given, you give as much information as you possibly can. And we continue to go through with the FBI leading on these investigations to get to the bottom of this situation, these protests and fraud that we see in Minnesota, who's funding them, where the billions of dollars have gone that were stolen from the American taxpayers and citizens. We'll continue to do our work. And, this job is an honor to do. I'm very blessed that I get the chance to lead the department. It's an important position to protect our homeland and to make sure that these agencies are responding to people, that we're stopping terrorists and criminals from harming the American people. I always tell people that the days that you don't hear about us are the days that we were successful, because that meant that we stopped.
Hey, and shout out Jennifer for sending the laughing disco for 250 jewels. Appreciate the support, sis. Shout out to Jennifer.
So many dangerous people from perpetuating violence and have gotten those terrorist threats and criminals out of our country before they had the chance to do something that would have devastated families.
That's certainly true. But do you still believe that Alex Preddy is a domestic terrorist?
You know, we're going to continue to go through with this investigation and deliver information as we go forward. You know, you learn something new from the reports all the time, and we'll continue to do better and give factual information to people as we go through every situation that's on the ground.
So it wasn't just
I mean, that was a masterful dodging of the question. I mean, but
she said she'll do better.
Yeah, she said she'll do better. I would have liked, you know what? I was wrong for coming out and saying that. Our bad. We'll wait for the investigation, but this is second best. Yo, shout out Monty. Vote red 2026. Yeah, let's make sure we vote red 2026 for those midterms. Of course, a lot of governor races are coming up as well. I mean, everything's up in the air, and when it comes midterms, it's about to be the most intense moment in politics for, well, until 2028.
Democrats that you stirred up some controversy with. There were a lot of Second Amendment defenders who were upset about your comment.
And shout out to my man JB for sending in the 2 jewels. Appreciate the support, my friend. Send it to 100 for 2.
About Preddy saying, I don't know of any peaceful protester that shows up with a gun and ammunition rather than a sign. And a lot of people, gun owners who are, rely on you to be a faithful defender of the Second Amendment, saw that as undermining Second Amendment rights.
Oh, Charlie, I'm a carrier as well and a lifetime member of the NRA. There's nobody who's more pro Second Amendment than me. What I would say to that is as an individual. Yeah, I think, well, with that situation, we had someone who was impeding a federal law enforcement operation and had been doing that for quite some time ahead of time and a background in this. And everyone knows that it's against the law to impede a federal law enforcement investigation with no ID on you and be carrying in those situations. That's the law in this country.
You've missed like 7 super chats.
I just want to say,
holy crap. Hold on. Let me go check real quick. My bad. But now I was looking at, I guess, I don't know. I guess I was warned that one of my members' channels has been deleted. I'm not sure which one though.
What do you mean their channel's been deleted?
Oh man, I'll talk to you about it later. It just says channel's been deleted. One of my members. I'm like, damn, what you do? Out there talking to wild man. And hopefully you didn't get banned off there, because I mean, whoever it is, I can't let you back on the platform or they'll ban my channel.
Oh,
yeah, that's literally how they played at YouTube. I mean, I see one of my homies lost their channel like that. They had somebody, he didn't even know he was banned. That's the effed up part. They won't even let you know, and if they see the face on there, they're thinking that you're trying to play slick with them, and they'll ban your channel.
Oh wow, that's messed up. They don't even ask. They should, at the very least, ask you if you or inform you that they're banned.
I'm pretty sure you can make your case. I'm pretty sure you can make your case to them, but I mean, I don't know. I don't know what happened in my homie's case specifically, but that's what he said. Got his channel took down. I'm just like, dang, you're probably playing too buddy with them to the point where you can even deny your association or something. But you never know. But shout out to my man Monty, because he says vote red 2026 and again vote red 2026 and again vote red 2020 and again vote red 2026. Monty, goddamn it, vote red 2026 and then again vote red 2026. I wish you to put this all in one super chat. And again, vote red 2026, because Jesus.
Another one, and another one, and another one, and another one.
Auntie.
Like, jeez.
I did want to say something real quick on the whole, bringing a gun with 2 mags of ammunition to a protest. It's instead of a sign. Actually, when you do training and stuff, when you go to classes and everything, it is actually hammered into your head that you do not show up to volatile groups if you don't bring it to a protest like that, especially.
There you go, Set.
Situations that knowingly can get out of hand. Situations.
Exactly.
Just like, bro, like really.
What?
Like, bro,
really, nigga?
but I got you. Vote red 2026, vote red 2026, vote red 2026 forever. How many times this man Monty wrote it? Because it's vote red 2026 till the cows come home. We're gonna vote red 2026 until the entire country is red. The country will be so red you'd think it was bleeding out. So vote red 2026, guys. Vote red 2026. I'm sorry, I had to have a little bit of fun with that. Oh, shout out my man Monty for the baller alert. Because appreciate the support, bro.
I'm gonna do it with I'm gonna do it with a $500 super chat next.
Oh my God!
Whoa, bro! I'm gonna have to actually think of a whole bit at that point.
Right?
This whole situation has brought a lot of attention onto your role. At the same time, we're hearing from the administration that they are touting the crime rates that have come down. The murder rate has come down. It's the lowest it's been in over 100 years.
Wait, pause. Set. This is what I'm glad someone said it, because I was waiting patiently, ever so patiently. Yeah. Vote blue in 2026 so Trump can get impeached. Hold on. You're admitting that it's partisan politics.
I mean,
yep.
Not because he's actually done anything. Not because he's actually done anything.
Well, I would think you would. All right, how about this? Well, like, it would be a little. You sound a little bit more smart. You said vote blue for affordability, which would be a complete lie. I don't know. Vote blue for, more transgender rights, which would be pretty much in y'all lane. But come on now, vote blue just to impeach Trump. Where's the improvement in America? Like, Dems, ask yourself. All right, if I vote blue and Trump get impeached, how does that make America better again?
JD Vance becomes the president.
Trump's in jail and we'll all feel good for like 3 months. So you could go with that. Can I get something with more substance?
Bro,
right?
Wait. Set. If you think about it. If Trump gets impeached, JD Vance becomes president, appoints Trump as vice president, resigns.
Yeah, it could do. And actually, or even still, Vance becomes president, and he is more radically right than Trump.
Oh yeah, like he just doubled down on whatever Trump was doing, and the Dems really lose their mind.
Yep.
It's like switching that Bambino out for Tom Homan. I'm like, whoa. You really got the hard ass here, right? But
yeah,
that works.
Oh man, please impeach Trump. Go ahead.
Right?
I would fucking put my popcorn up. Man, you want to talk about the Insurrection Act getting signed? Holy shit! A corporal in the Marine Corps is gonna fucking rain hell upon you. The E4 Mafia is gonna come after your ass.
God.
Right?
But all right.
Wonderful statistics that have been put forward, and you were behind so much of this. I know you're kind of a quiet Midwestern kind of a person who doesn't like to take a lot of credit for what you've done. I've seen that in you, but you were doing exactly what the White House asked you to do, and the successes also are attributed
the hilariousity.
Do you want to talk a little bit about these?
I'm sorry, but the hilariousness of that statement was so funny. I'm just like, but she does though. Come on, we call balls and strikes on both sides. Yeah, she does like being on TV. She does like talking a lot. She does like being seen. That's why they like to call her Ice Barbie. Like, come on now. That was funny though. Way to try to clean up the image.
What your department and your leadership has done specifically towards that?
Well, the statistics speak for themselves. With crime rate at historical lows, it's at the lowest rate across this country since it started to be tracked over 125 years ago.
Oh no, you don't want that
dramatically
statistic coming out, Christy.
We've got drug trafficking down, fentanyl coming over the southern borders down
Right?
by almost
Statistics are
60%.
racist.
We've interdicted
Math is racist.
tons and tons of cocaine on the seas. Our Coast Guard has been working with the Department of War on these Venezuelan shadow fleet oil ships. The work that the Department of Homeland Security does, I've been proud to direct because it's been singularly focused on doing exactly what President Trump campaigned on, exactly what he promised, and that was to make sure we're using all of our government to do what we can to bring safety to the American people, to stop the invasion. And think about that. We had millions of people that crossed that southern border, unvetted by the Biden administration, no idea who they were, and other countries unloaded their prisons, their mental institutions, sent people to this country that wanted to do us harm. My job is to find them, bring them to justice, and get them out of this country before they harm us and to harm our citizens. So I'm so proud of the work that we've done at the department. It was a neglected department before I got here. It was run by a secretary who didn't pay attention, didn't address our threats. In fact, the first day
who should be in jail, by the way. Like, how the F did he even get away with no jail time after the atrocities at the border? I mean, you could really, I know we like to sit here and like bash Kamala because, oh, you know, borders are and all this good stuff, but really it's Mayorkas. Like, this man, like, he literally was sleeping at the job and giving us all the excuses in the world why he could not account for the immigrants that came in. I mean, they should have put charges on that man that day.
Especially with all the children that disappeared at the border. That's like,
yeah, if you're telling me, yo, I don't know what happened, and the consequence of that is that now there's children being trafficked, you need to go to jail.
Yeah, exactly. That's just disgusting negligence on so many levels.
At the cost of children is crazy. Grown adults, that's sad, but children is even worse.
Yep.
President Trump was in office, and on New Year's Day, even before he took over, we had a terrorist attack in this country, in New Orleans. And that's what we get up every day and work to stop and to make sure that we're getting those terrorists and suspected terrorists out of our country.
And Madam Secretary, just before we run out of time, I do want to ask you about another job at the department, and that is, of course, FEMA. You've been leading the effort as this historic winter storm has hit. I've spoken to members of Congress from Tennessee, my home state, who said that they are terrified of the impact that this government shutdown could have on getting resources and funding to FEMA in places like Tennessee, Mississippi, North Carolina that are being hit hardest.
Yeah, this winter storm Fern that devastated dozens of states. There was 12 that were major disaster declarations, and we worked with all of those states to pre-deploy resources to send them funds immediately. FEMA's been responding and delivering support to these states that are managing through these disasters 3 times faster than they ever have before. And we just last night had this bomb cyclone that hit the Carolinas, and in talking with their governors and talking with Virginia and their government as well, we can pre-deploy.
And shout out to my man Daniel Castro, because he's out there in the Carolinas, so I hope he's all right.
Food and meals generators, teams to help set up those generators, keep people warm through this cold snap. That is all proactive work we're doing to help support these disasters that are managed by states but executed by
I do want to say something real quick. For anyone, especially down in the South, if you can get up to Walmart, they have these Caro Safe heaters. They are about 2 feet tall and around, and they have a type of kerosene, and they're tip safe. So if they fall over or get knocked over, they completely shut off. And then they have Caro Safe kerosene, and that will heat your house. It doesn't need to be plugged in. It doesn't need to be nothing electric or anything. It will keep your house warm for 8 hours at a time. So all you have to do is refill it, and you've got another 8 hours.
Don't do that. You're not. No. Tove, I love you, but you're telling people to poison themselves with CO2. Stop it.
No, it doesn't.
You do not burn lamp. Anything you burn puts off CO2.
Okay. Well, it's also something that doesn't have to be plugged in. Is what I'm saying.
No, stop, and listen. If you're telling people to burn CO2 causing things in their house,
never mind.
Do not tell people to burn heating lamps in their house. That's like running a generator in your house. You don't do that.
All right. Let's keep it going.
Local officials, and I think it's been phenomenal to see that partnership. FEMA was a political disaster before President Trump came in and said we're going to reform it, make it responsive, and that's exactly what we've done. But it needs to be funded in order for us to be able to give this kind of support. And this Department of Homeland Security bill is critically important to make sure that FEMA has the dollars it needs to respond. FEMA is charged with running our critical infrastructure and maintaining our government on our very worst day. That's the agency that ensures that our government continues to run. Should we be attacked? Should we have a terrorist attack in this country? And we have a leadership situation where that needs to be in place. So this is a critically important agency that to not fund would be not just devastating for states in a disaster, but also for the continuation of our government.
Well, let's hope the lawmakers on Capitol Hill are listening to you this morning. Madam Secretary, thank you so much for your time today.
Thank you so much. Great to see you.
Thank you, Secretary.
Appreciate it. Have a good.
And all right, now let's get over to the next video here because they had a roundtable of American mayors. Yeah, American mayors panel on Face the Nation. So let's see how this goes.
Welcome back to Face the Nation. We're joined now by a bipartisan group of mayors from across the country. Republican David Holt of Oklahoma City, Democrat Eileen Higgins of Miami, Democrat Quentin Lucas of Kansas City, and Republican Mark Freeman of Mesa, Arizona. And it's good to have you all here in town at the table together, speaking in a bipartisan way.
Pause before we get into this. Fucking 2026 H1X. How deadbeat broke is MAGA that they're burning kerosene? The dumb. You mean the same fucking the people that have lost power? She was trying to be genuine and give you a fucking answer so that people aren't freezing to death. And you're gonna make fun of her?
Yeah,
she was wrong. Just because she was wrong and gave bad information doesn't mean she wasn't trying to be a nice fucking person. How about you try that?
I mean, bro, the only time they can ever really say anything is to put people down. It's kind of crazy.
Yeah.
It's like she's actually sitting there trying to say that genuinely to help people.
Assholes.
But F it. Let's take a. But you know what? Shout out to my man Daniel Castro because he says clean around your HVAC condenser outside before it gets cold or the nightfall.
Yeah.
So yeah. It's gonna help you out for
losing power and freezing to death, and she's trying to give a solution that, I mean, in her head before she said it made sense. I just pointed out that fucking burning things inside your house to stay warm is is dangerous. So don't come in here and try to make fun of her because she said use kerosene. Yeah, she said use kerosene because it doesn't require electricity. It's a good idea in spite of the carbon monoxide.
Yeah, sure.
Be complete fucking assholes for no fucking reason.
But all right, let's get back to it.
I'm sorry.
Back to Face the Nation. We're joined now by a bipartisan group of mayors from across the country. Republican David Holt of Oklahoma City, Democrat Eileen Higgins of Miami, Democrat Quentin Lucas of Kansas City, and Republican Mark Freeman of Mesa, Arizona. And it's good to have you all here in town at the table together, speaking in a bipartisan way. There are so many things that you see on the ground operating your cities. And what we see in our polling again and again is the number one issue for people when they say it's the economy. What they really mean is the cost of living. And the biggest contributor to that really is housing, shelter costs right now, really burdening people. And I want to start with you, Mayor Higgins. Miami, we looked it up. It's the least affordable rental market of any major city. Median price for condos and single family homes up more than 80% since COVID. So many people moved in there around that period of time. You've been trying to make government land available to develop on. Is that working? Are you going to make a dent in prices?
Well, what I can tell you is the largest landowners in many communities are municipal governments. And prior to becoming mayor, I served on our county commission for 8 years. And during that time, by activating county-owned land, particularly land around transit stations, I was able to, in a short period of time, build or rehabilitate 4,000 units of affordable and workforce housing. And we have about 3,000 more in the pipeline. So that is a big contributor, and it can be used better. And certainly I intend to do so at the city. When you're building stuff, costs are high, right? Cost of land, cost of concrete, cost of steel, cost of labor. So if cost of land can be taken out of that equation, it makes it easier to build affordable and workforce housing. And the other thing that's really important that government can do is make it faster to build it. And one of the initiatives I undertook at the county was to completely revamp how we permit affordable housing. And at our point in time, we could permit a 12-story building in less than 4 months. Now, part of the reason I was elected mayor of the city of Miami was people trusted me on building housing that is affordable for our workers and to do.
Yeah, but here's a problem though. And you know what? I actually respect what she's trying to do, but Miami didn't really get expensive because of, lack of housing. Miami got expensive because there was high net worth people rushing to places like Miami, leaving places like Brooklyn and California. I mean, and they had a lot of money. And those high net worth individuals who was leaving, New York and California, they had two choices, Texas or Florida, and they chose Florida. So it was all these high net worth individuals who were paying top dollar for these penthouses and paying top dollar for rent, which is basically driving up prices. Like Miami's basically become a city for the rich.
Hey, Seth, I posted in Gen Chat the fuel that I was talking about if you want to take a look at it and show it.
All right, no problem.
But in record time. So my top priority at the city is to fix a broken permitting system where right now it can take 2 to 3 years before you can even break ground on an affordable housing project. So very important that cities pay attention to their bureaucracy, make it as small as possible, because every day you're waiting in permitting is a day the costs go up.
Yeah. And this has become such a national issue. I mean, Mayor Holt, you've heard President Trump issue this executive order saying he's going to ban institutional investors from developing in real estate, single family homes. Is it institutional investors that are really the problem? I mean, what is it in Oklahoma City that's sort of holding up some of that free space to develop affordable housing?
I mean, cost of construction, cost of materials. As Mayor Higgins just referenced, of course, we all are looking at our permitting and regulations and making sure that's
all local level stuff.
That's all local level stuff. Yeah, I think at the national level, we certainly see.
Hold on now. You know what I also missed to comment on? The fact that she was talking about, what was it? If she can take away land cost. I mean, what do you mean by that? So is the government going to own the land and then people are going to build on that? I mean, let's see how that's implemented.
Everybody's got to do their part. And certainly we can't ask the federal government to be a partner in this if we're not doing the kind of things that you could ask every one of us. And I bet you we've got like 5 different things we're working on right now on housing. But we've been here in Washington speaking with one voice on this and seeking a federal partnership. And it has been just as bipartisan as this table. We are meeting this week. We heard and had a visit from, Senator Warren, who has a bill with Republican Senator Tim Scott, who also sent a message. And of course, we've been working on the House side as well with a bipartisan group, Congressman Flood, Congressman Cleaver. So there's a lot of movement here and there's a lot of interest. And certainly we also welcome the continued interest of President Trump and the administration. But none of this will be the silver bullet. But if we're all working on it, we will be hitting at what you described correctly, which is that housing is the single greatest cost in every household budget. So if you want to address affordability, if that's the political watchword of 2026, then I would add to it housing.
I mean, your biggest expense is usually your rent or mortgage. Well, it should be your rent or mortgage. I mean, I know some people got car notes that are like the price of your rent, but those are them wild people. But yeah, rent is your housing, living is usually the biggest bill we have to deal with. And the fact that it's going up and it's spiking up without wages going up as well, that's what's crushing people.
Is how you're going to do that.
Right. And when you talk about convening all these people, you're the president right now.
I am the current president of the United States Conference of Mayors.
And of course, there's a gentrification where there's, people of higher net worth just move around you, thus making your place a little bit more expensive and unaffordable for yourself. Landlord might raise your rent by like $500. It'd be like that.
A 100-year-old organization that has speaks for 1,400 mayors, had 300 mayors here in Washington this week.
And they all have the same problem.
Absolutely. Yeah. I mean, to different degrees and in different ways, but there's not a single mayor who said, no, I'm good on housing.
Right.
Yeah. Everybody, this is our number one issue.
Number one issue. Mayor Lucas, out in Kansas City, you've tried to create affordable housing via a trust fund.
Yes.
I think that's winding down, though. Did it make a difference? Do you still have the kind of shortage that is a problem?
It made a tremendous difference. The challenge in all of our cities, my city of about 500,000 people, I think needs about 28,000 more units. I think everyone around the table will have similar numbers challenges. And so we are making a dent in a problem, But I think the first step we need is to identify more resources, in a lot of cases to identify more land, and we are seeing progress. The question, I think, for the American city is, how do you fund it long term? If we don't see more federal funding long term, states aren't as heavily in the business as they used to be. Are you looking on bond obligations for local taxpayers, more private investment? Permitting and regulatory burdens are a huge part of what we're trying to do. But it is interesting. You are seeing necessarily nonpartisan solutions to this because you need private sector, public investment, land use reforms, everything under the sun to make sure you can make a change.
And do you see the working with the federal government actually being collaborative at this point?
You know, the federal government has been very collaborative. There are certainly always some holdups and issues, and I think that exists from administration to administration, making sure we can get funding from HUD more efficiently, making sure that there's a focus on true housing reform. But frankly, we recognize that there's not a lot moving in Washington some days, but this bill on housing is one of them. And so we do see progress. We see an administration that's talking to us on it, and we hope and believe that everyone understands that housing is core to how we make our cities better long term.
I can confirm that a lot is stuck in Washington. Your comment is correct there. Mayor, let me ask you, because out in Arizona, we look, there's just like statewide this population boom that has happened. And that's adding to not just the housing shortage, you got a water crisis out there to support this population. We checked, and the renters in Arizona are spending at least 30% of their income on housing. How do you offset all of those strains?
Well, for Mesa, Arizona, what we've done is we're a unique city. We don't have a primary property tax, nor do we have a tax on food. So when you go to the grocery
You're
store,
trying to get more people to move there now?
well, along with the water crisis you brought up, we're not in a water crisis. In fact, Mayor Gallego and I have formed a water coalition to where we're working on water strategies and portfolios because we have a 100-year assured water supply for Arizona, especially for all our municipalities. And that allows us to meet the housing needs that we need in our community and affordability. And we're holding our prices down in Mesa and our surrounding areas.
So you don't see it as a water crisis right now, even though you have this sort of messy interstate battle over the Colorado River and oil and water supplies?
Well, just transparent, I am a farmer, so I do farm. I use water to irrigate my crops with. And we are having a water issue with the upper basin and lower basin states, so that lower basin, which I'm in, is willing to negotiate with the upper basin and to continue to get additional waters to Arizona, which we definitely need. I mean, Arizona and Mesa, we have experienced a 775,000 acre foot cut of water. We are the junior partners on the Colorado River, where other states are not. So we've taken our share of cuts. So we want solutions. That's what we need.
And we'll be watching that because I believe that interstate conflict is only facing more deadlines and pressure. But let me come back to you, Mayor Higgins. We checked, Bank of America lists Miami as one of the top cities with the largest population loss year over year. 70% people there who were leaving chose to go elsewhere in the South. What is it that's driving the migration out? After you had this boom during COVID, people now leaving, is that due to just affordability? Is that due to something else?
I mean, yes, affordability and high. I mean, they're letting the rich leave because the corporate taxes, business tax, and all that crazy stuff is getting unaffordable. People's wages in places like New York and California, I mean, it's not going up, and things are getting, well, more unaffordable for them. So they come to places like, well, my state, Ohio, or warmer places like down south in Florida or Texas. It's what's happening when you really don't give a F about the people that you're governing and how they're and affordability. And here's the problem. These Dems keep harping on affordability, but they have not made nothing more affordable. And this is happening across the board. I mean, look at Gavin Newsom. Like, Lord knows he ain't made nothing more affordable. Abigail Spanberger, nothing more affordable. Zohran Mamdani ran on affordability. Train fare done went up $3. Where's the affordability when most people in New York use the train? Well, in Brooklyn, New York.
Are still blessed with a lot of companies that are locating their headquarters and choosing Miami as their home. And so certainly we continue to see people moving there. Now, we did have, I guess, the COVID boom of people that came down for a while that weren't intending to make Florida their permanent home. And so some of them have gone back to other places. But at the end of the day, we still have a robust sector of our community that is there. They've always been there. And so my job now is to make sure with these new tech companies and AI companies and cyber companies that are locating and calling Miami home, to connect our workforce to those high-paying jobs, because we have traditionally been a service sector economy. And it's great to have a hospitality economy. Those tend to be low-wage jobs with low benefits. And so workforce development programs, particularly in cooperation with Miami-Dade College, to prepare our workers for these tech jobs is the way to make sure we are addressing affordability through wages, not just through the cost of housing, giving them access to the careers they deserve and to harness the opportunity that is locating with these companies in Miami.
So I want to come back to tech, but let's just.
I mean, no, that's actually a good idea. I'll be real with you. I mean, I'll agree with a Democrat on that. There do need to be training programs to usher the new generation into these jobs that will be paying high, because we're trying to, like I said, move towards this technological revolution with AI. So yeah, if they're providing a training program that's not going to be a 4-year degree and they can get them done within like 6 months to 2 years, I mean, this could be great for them. And it could be a great opportunity for the youth instead of just doing the whole 4-year degree thing.
Continue on that.
Unless they want to be a doctor.
This theme of labor and supply. Immigration is such a heated issue in this country right now, and enforcement in particular. There's, at the national level, this tension we're seeing, particularly in the wake of the shootings in Minnesota, between the federal government and then state and local authorities. And I want to understand how you're thinking about this, because I saw your statement that called for general de-escalation. None of your cities are technically sanctuary cities. All of them comply with requests from the federal government to cooperate on immigration enforcement. That's different from places like Minneapolis. Mayor Freeman, we checked, 4% of the population in Arizona is undocumented, according to Pew. As I understand it, you've limited cooperation with ICE, and you hand people over to federal authorities if they have an immigration infraction, but your local authorities picked them up for something else, right? That's what, in effect, that policy means. Why does that work for you when it doesn't work in places like Minneapolis and you have this high degree of tension and this standoff?
Well, personally, I think that's a great question, but I think there's some misinterpretation, excuse me, of it, because in Mesa, we have an agreement with ICE, but however, it's only on infractions that may be a civil infraction. And so we don't have a jail in Mesa, Arizona. So we go to a holding facility, and we've been working with ICE for since 2009 with an agreement that we found very successful with. But more importantly, what we're doing in Mesa, I've elevated to the next level. We have Dias de Muertos, the Day of the Dead, that we have with our Hispanic Latino community. We have El Grito, who's the liberation of Spain from Mexico. So we have these great experiences in Mesa, Arizona, in our downtown area, in cooperation with our Latino, Hispanic area. And I meet with our pastors as well to make sure that everything is going well on their end.
I mean, hopefully you're showing the same attention to the American heroes than you are showing these guys, the Mexican ones. It kind of seems like you're selling out, buddy. Like, oh, well, we make sure we let them know about their Hispanic revolutionaries, the Mexican revolution. I'm like, they live in America, bro. We do not care. And they lost.
And you don't feel the tension at the local level right now? Like the debate we're having as a country.
No, I don't.
Are people talking about it?
Yeah, they talk about it in our community, but I'm meeting with the people who are actually affected by it, and they find comfort in knowing that our city stands ready to support them.
So there's no protest or pressure to change your current policies more towards something like out in Minneapolis?
No, there's no, I mean, there's pressures all the time from other organizations, but we stand solid in our commitment to provide safety to our neighborhoods and to our Latino, Hispanic communities. And we work with them every week, every month.
Mayor Holt, I want to ask you about your city, but also in this leadership role you have, like, how are you counseling mayors to go through this right now? This is a real pressure at the federal level to sometimes change local laws or state laws.
Well, I don't know, a few observations in reaction to that. I mean, first, it's really important to point out that we have enforced immigration laws in this country for over a century. ICE has been around for 2 decades. There was even a previous Trump administration that, and in none of those times did you see this level of chaos in our cities. I understand in the previous Trump administration there was controversy about things at the border, but I'm talking about all the 1,000 miles from the
Internal
border
enforcement.
in places like Minneapolis. So we can look back to previous eras of normality and appreciate that there are ways to competently enforce immigration laws in this country. And I think that's what we're kind of asking for is that sort of pivot back to a new strategy that may be an old strategy. And I think we all accept that this administration prioritizes a higher level of enforcement. But what we're seeing in the conflicts in the streets of Minneapolis is just obviously unacceptable. We're still sort of reeling from what happened last Saturday. And, we're generally encouraged that the administration seems to be exploring that pivot, and of course we understand it takes time to sort of get the right personnel in place and make the policies. So, I mean, we're giving them that space, but what was happening in Minneapolis that kind of culminated in the second death of a protester last Saturday is obviously something that we would all fear to happen in our cities.
Yeah.
And we feared that kind of chaos was starting to potentially creep around the country. I think the other thing I want to observe, though, is that mayors are certainly caught in a little bit of an impossible situation because, we take these roles with our chief obligation being the protection of our residents. And we're even given a police department, people with guns to aid us in that pursuit. But there is a thing called the Supremacy Clause of the United States Constitution. And when the federal government and federal law enforcement comes into your city, we are fully subservient to that in the eyes of the law. And we also believe in the rule of law. So we get caught kind of in the middle of these tensions, and we need a federal government who will use discretion and restraint with that power. And that has mostly worked for the last 250 years. So I think we just need to remind everybody that this is possible. And I think you see mayors maybe messaging some of that to our residents, some of it to Congress, some of it to the administration, just trying to find a happy medium for everybody where we can coexist with all of these inherent tensions that, of course, have always existed and we have largely been able to manage.
But that's why I think it's so interesting to talk to you all as mayors, because you actually have to deal with these people day to day and secure their safety, as you said, but also remain compliant. In Oklahoma, it looks like the Highway Patrol works with ICE to conduct stings. So you do have some working together of state.
Yeah, I mean, it's a state
federal.
agency, the Oklahoma Highway
That's
Patrol.
right.
That is not our police department.
Right. But when you see that working together, is it smooth? Are there tensions now because of what just happened in the past few weeks? Like, are people questioning whether these policies should stay?
Well, I mean, let me differentiate and make it clear.
Do people look at Minneapolis and say that could happen here?
Well, of
is
course,
what I'm
I'm
asking.
sure every mayor in America here in DC was feeling that way. And again, not because any of us think that there shouldn't be immigration enforcement.
Right.
I mean, this is not the question. It's just, how is it managed? I mean, we have some mayor colleagues that were former police chiefs, for example, have really great expertise in law enforcement. We're all amateurs, right? But these are people who did this for a living, and they're telling us, they look at these videos and they see police tactics that haven't been utilized anywhere in 30 years in a local law enforcement agency, that these are not the cutting edge techniques of law enforcement that we have been using, our police departments have been using for the last quarter century to build trust with our communities.
Right.
And so that's it's not we're not really arguing about whether this country should enforce immigration.
Right.
Everybody believes that. I mean, not everybody, but the broad swath of the American public does. But what we are arguing about is police tactics and strategies and managing engagement with residents on the street. You know, we have built so much trust in these last few years and worked really hard at that. And obviously this whole situation has threatened to erode that trust.
Yeah. Mayor Lucas, I want to come to you on this idea of.
All right, now, guys, we're going to go ahead and get past this video real quick. Let's get over to this Piers Morgan video. Probably going to be the last one of the night. Let's go ahead and get right into it. Let's get into that good old ICE debate. Now, I'm going to go ahead and put a poll. I'm going to go ahead and put a poll in the chat, so watch out for that one.
Nome must resign or face impeachment.
I saw the video. It does not look consistent with someone trying to assault another person. I think this was staged.
Shut up, Brian!
You can't tell me to shut up.
Law enforcement works for us. They don't get to push down women.
I know the emasculated males are up in arms.
Is that what happened?
10 times. I'm so scared. I'm so scared. I'm gonna shoot my bullet. Those are the masculine men? No, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
The masculine guy was the guy standing up for the woman, doing what men should do. A bunch of pussies shot him dead.
The biggest dividing line in politics and in culture is no longer right or left. It's a lot to do with basic trust. Do you believe this person is honest? Are they authentic? Are they telling the truth? That's why podcasters like Joe Rogan have displaced the corporate media, and why politicians like Bernie Sanders are among the most popular in America, whether you agree with their politics or not. After the past few weeks, it's hard to see how some key figures in the Trump administration can ever be trusted again, having chosen scripted gaslighting over honesty at a moment of genuine crisis.
An individual approached U.S. Border Patrol officers with a 9mm semi-automatic handgun. The officers attempted to disarm this individual, but the armed suspect reacted violently.
Whoever wrote that report for them set them the F up. They got set up. I mean, if they wrote that themselves, they set themselves up. Whoever gave them that report, I'm sorry, but yeah, like, everybody have eyes, and that is not what happened. The way they framed it is if Alex Pretty walked up with a gun saying, "Oh, back up away from that woman," when we didn't know the gun was on Alex Pretty until he was on the ground. I mean, even in the video, you really couldn't even see that he had a gun on him. But he should have let the officer know that he had a gun on him and that he was trying to help the woman up. Like, that's what you're supposed to do, not just walk in front of law enforcement and not let them know that you're carrying.
Fearing for his life and the lives and safety of fellow officers.
An agent fired defensive shots. Medics were on the scene immediately.
Delivered medical aid to the subject, but the subject was pronounced dead at the scene.
This looks like a situation where an individual arrived at the scene to inflict maximum damage.
Where an individual wanted to do maximum damage and massacre law enforcement.
Well, anybody who'd seen the footage of Alex Pretty's shooting knew it just didn't stack up. And the same can be said about many of the arguments put forward to effectively justify his death.
And shout out Monty says, those dumbasses are still alive and Pretty is dead. So, I mean, oh shit. That's the point. Well, shout out Monty.
This was one of the most popular.
Number one, the Second Amendment is a right. I'm not a Second Amendment absolutist. You have the right to carry a weapon to defend yourself, not the privilege. It is a right. Those rights come with restrictions. I think you would understand that more than anyone at this table. One of those restrictions is you have to have your ID and your permit on you. We don't know. Current reports are he didn't have either one of those on, at which point he's not carrying legally.
Fine, that's all true. But we know that he did have a permit for his gun. And the law says he has to show it when requested to do so.
I mean, here's also the thing you're missing, Pierce, is the common sense of, if you're armed and you're walking towards an officer, it's best that you let them know that you're armed and they don't find out, because it's not going to work out well for you. And everybody just forgetting that common sense part of it and are trying to put everything on ice as if this man didn't just walk himself into his own demise.
Where in the footage did any of the officers stop to ask him for his
walk
paperwork?
up there.
And why was Kyle Rittenhouse a hero for not using his common sense, but Alex Pretty caused his own death by not using his common sense? The only thing Pretty was brandishing was his iPhone, which has also become an unlikely source of contention.
I want to show you something.
Does that look like a gun? I think it does a little bit. It's a phone. It's black, like most phones. That's crazy stuff.
Well, crazy stuff is correct. Many people would justifiably.
I mean, I wouldn't say it like that, brother. I would just say that, look, when they took the gun off the guy, because remember, they didn't know he had a gun on him until they put him down and they checked his waist. Once the gun was taken off, here's what I thought that happened. The gun had an accidental discharge. They thought it came from Pretty, and they end up unloading on him. That's what I believe happened. I don't think these guys just stood him up to execute him. I mean, don't be ridiculous now. And if they did, then all of them need to go to jail, and I'll be on your side for that. But right now, in my personal opinion, it's looking like an accidental discharge that led to the relentless shooting of Alex Pretty. I'm just
furious with Biden officials and liberal media personalities who repeatedly told them to disbelieve their lying.
Well, damn, Monty, not that, bro, Monty, like, bruh. He says natural selection won, like, bruh. Oh, perfect. Let me go ahead and let her back in. Whoops a daisy. There we go. Hey, Tove.
Sorry, I just realized that the that those photos didn't go in. It failed to. So I had to resend them.
Oh, you're good. All right,
not least
I'll check on
about Biden's own health. They were also furious about the idea that angry white conservatives were domestic terrorists and the single greatest threat to America. Most of those people voted for President Trump because they were sick of it. They didn't give his enforcers a mandate to repeat the exact same playbook. Well, joining me to discuss all this is Tim Miller, the commentator with The Bulwark, Jonathan Fahey, he's a former acting ICE director, Brandon Tatum, a.k.a. the Officer Tatum, and Brian Tyler Cohen, host of No Lies. So welcome to all of you. Tim Miller, it seems to me it's been a very significant 48 hours, actually, for Donald Trump, for his administration, for the wider public, and for this issue of trust and being able to believe what we see with our own eyes. Because if you listen to what these administration officials were saying in the immediate aftermath of this killing, then this guy, Alex Pretty, was about to launch a massacre of law enforcement officers, when we could all see from the various clips that were coming out that that simply wasn't true. He was defending a woman protester who'd been thrown on the floor. He was then thrown on the floor himself. Yes, he had a weapon on him, but at no stage did he brandish that weapon or represent any threat.
Yeah, but here's the problem, though. He was, and I get it, bro. But push down a woman, you try to help her up and protect her. Like, I get the natural instinct of protection. Trust me, I have a bigger heart than you. But the problem is that he walked in there in the middle of an ICE officer, right? Not knowing, and ICE officer don't even know that he's armed. He got in the way and put his arm out, trying to keep the ICE officer back. Like, that was a mistake right there. And then once he got sprayed in the face, because obviously that not ICE officer, but the Custom Border Patrol police, yeah, that guy, the Custom Border Patrol officer, he sprayed him with the mace. And here's the second mistake. Now, I do get that that's going to disorient him and all that, but he tried to stand up while police was trying to put him down. And that created even more of a stroke. So now, at this point, he's resisting arrest. But like I said, I do believe that it was the fact that his gun accidentally discharged, and that's what led to his shooting. Or, like I said, to the relentless shooting of him. But go ahead, Tove.
On top of that, he had already in previous days caused he had been doing like spitting on ICE officers over previous days, so they had interactions.
Yeah.
Well, yes, but they had previous interactions with him that were kind of on the I don't want to say full on violence side, but he was definitely presenting himself as an extreme agitator. Yeah,
he did kick a car, and like, what was it? I think he like kicked the light out,
the tail light. Yeah,
and then they came out. Yeah, and then they came out. They put him to the ground, and he broke a rib from that altercation. And for some reason, he comes out maybe a week or two later and does the same damn thing that got his rib broke. Like, trust me,
so he's knew not to do that stuff.
All right, but actually, I got it right here, I believe. Let me see if I got the footage right here, because this is CNN pretty much talking about the altercation.
CNN is learning that Alex Preddy had a physical encounter with federal agents about a week before he was shot and killed by law enforcement. Sources tell CNN that Preddy broke a rib when a group of federal officers tackled him while he was protesting. Priscilla Alvarez is breaking that story for us. What else are you hearing, Priscilla?
Dana, we're learning more details along with my colleague Jeff Winter about what exactly transpired a week before Alex Preddy was shot in Minneapolis and died this past weekend. Now, in this earlier incident, he stopped his car after observing ICE agents chasing what he described as a family on foot and began shouting and blowing his whistle. Preddy later told one of these sources that 5 agents tackled him and one leaned on his back, appearing to leave him with a broken rib. According to this source, and I'm quoting here, that source said, quote, "That day he thought he was going to die." Now, Preddy was later given medication that is consistent with treating a broken rib, according to records reviewed by CNN. Sources also say that he was known to federal law enforcement, though it's unclear whether it was this incident or another with federal agents that they knew of him. It's also unclear whether the officers who tackled him on Saturday knew who he was. What we do know, however, is that federal immigration officers have been collecting personal information of protesters and agitators within the.
And you know what? This actually does kind of lean into the, well, I guess Alex Preddy, or I guess any type of police violence argument, because they're saying that, well, you know, because of his physical altercation, could this have led to the reason why they were so violent with him in the first place? And in my personal opinion, no, not really. Not really. Nah, here's the, like I said, the main problem is he got involved in a law enforcement scene. He got sprayed in the eye, and because he didn't let law enforcement know he had a gun on him and they had to take it off him, I mean, when that gun discharged, they went and unloaded on him. Now, I'm not saying because he had a gun on him, he should have died. No, nobody's saying that.
No.
But I am saying if he'd have told that officer, yo, I have a gun, I want to help this old lady up, he'd have got 2 things, either back the F up or, okay, go ahead and help her up and I'll leave y'all alone. But apparently that wasn't done.
Yeah, and that's what I still don't get is why he didn't say he had it, because regardless, you know, here in Ohio, yes, legally, we no longer have to inform officers that we have a weapon on us when we're pulled over or what have you. But, oh, well, not even that. We can now see conceal carry as long as you're not a felon without a permit. And we don't have to declare our weapon to the officers, but most people I know that are CCW carriers and now carry under the permitless carry laws, they still inform when we get pulled over. I always inform the officer, and while they always say 9 times out of 10 they say, "Oh, you didn't have to tell me that." I understand that, but for your safety and my safety, I'm still going to tell you.
All right.
Especially if something happens where, you know, they would have to arrest me, which no, I would never put myself in that situation. But, you know, it's still instinct to, and it's smart to inform the officers that you have a weapon. And I swear, I think they did it this way and made it like that because they wanted to see if Ohio would turn into the wild, wild west or something.
I'm weak. All right, go ahead. All right. It was somebody I seen
ICE officers that engulfed him. And in fact, they took away his gun and then they killed him. So given
because there was a fire that came out of nowhere and they didn't know where it came from. That's why I said it seems like his gun accidentally discharged. His gun, the manufacturer and model that he had is known for discharging. I mean, even known for accidental discharge inside the holster. So that gun could accidentally discharge, and they thought it was coming from Preddy. They didn't know the gun was off him, and they ended up just firing on him. Or, like I said, it could be the worst case scenario. And I mean, they could have just said F this guy and fired on him. I highly doubt it, but you know, all things are in the realm of possibility.
And that also that reason right there, the fact that it has a hairpin trigger and anything can set it off, also makes, you know, really confuses the hell out of me why he didn't inform them. That reason alone should be 100%. Tell the officers I'm armed. It's this model and it has a hairpin trigger. Just so you're aware, for my safety and yours.
That's all that needed to be said. All right, back to it.
We could all see that. I think what's happened here, which has been really pretty unprecedented and quite fascinating to watch, is that Donald Trump has realized
Gamer wants in.
this has crossed a line.
Gotcha.
A line many people may not have thought Donald Trump was aware of or cared about. And that line being, if you try and tell people that what they've just seen with their own eyes is not true, they're not going to buy it. Trust in you is going to erode, and your polling numbers are going to get slayed. And ultimately, it will cost you at the ballot box.
No, I honestly cannot wait to the full investigation, especially when they start releasing the body cams. Well, we'll see then. But I do want to show you guys this video real quick to show the type of gun that he had and the malfunction that it's known for.
Put some input into the slide somewhere. Will it go off again? Will it release? Let's see. That's 3 in a row. Let me take the screw out. Number 4. Let's try it again. Let me show you. Fully functioning striker safety. All right. Should we do it with the magazine again? Let's put the magazine back in, and then we'll try the last one with the magazine out. Handy dandy trigger input tool. We are going to try to, dang, sorry about that. I'm trying to get over a sinus thing and a cough. We're going to try to simulate all right, here we go. Again, we are roughly, as we saw on the tabletop, I'm guessing we're roughly 1 millimeter to less than 1 millimeter of engagement on that trigger. And let's see if we can get it to go off again.
Don't even gotta touch the trigger. And it's known for this. So this is why I say there could have been an accidental discharge. Do we know for sure? Of course not, but we'll find out. We will find out. Because it's really unlikely that these guys just decided to just open fire on this man for no reason. Just said, F this guy, we're just going to open fire on him. If you believe that, then I'm sorry, but well, I mean, I'm not going to call you an idiot, but I am going to say you're a bit brainwashed into thinking that. I mean, if you think that ISIS is comprised of KKK, Proud Boys, and Nazis, you're brainwashed. I'm sorry to inform you, but you have been brainwashed.
What's your reading of it?
Well, I hope you're right, Piers. I hope that Donald Trump changes course. I think we've seen some very minor evidence of that, replacing Greg Bovino with Tom Homan. For me, I would have preferred that all of the ICE and CBP agents be removed from Minneapolis immediately and then taken off the streets and brought back to D.C. or to the border where they're supposed to be. Minneapolis is famously 300 miles from a border. And, then what they could
Yeah, but they were there in this thing. They were only there because the Minneapolis mayor, Jacob Fry, didn't want to use local police to provide crowd control. So the Trump administration had to bring in custom border patrol to provide crowd control, and that's what they did. And the people who shot Alex Pretty were custom border patrol. So you know what? Maybe if Jacob Fry was to actually gather local police to provide crowd control, Alex Pretty would still be here today. Actually, I'm almost sure.
And honestly, ever since Biden started letting everybody in, every state was a border state at that point.
Yeah, especially when it came to the TPS program. But all right.
Worst of the worst rather than men.
Oh, let me go ahead and let in. Yo, gamer, how's it going?
It's going good. It's going good.
All right, man. So what you thinking so far?
We've already established. Matter of fact, I'm going to ask you to go through the.
We're going to stick to this one. We got to stay on topic.
All right. But later, I want to ask you to go through the video again so I can point out that shell casing that got ejected from the gun misfiring.
All right. Gotcha. But all right, let's get into it.
Menacing American citizens and menacing people who are here legally. And I do agree with you that the American people overwhelmingly do not want and do not support a government that murders its own citizens in the street, that unloads a clip and shoots them 10 times, fires 6 bullets into their dead body on the ground, and then lies about them and smears them after they're dead. I think that the vast majority of Americans don't want that. You'll probably be able to find a couple of shills to come on and defend that on this show, but I think the vast majority of Americans say, no, we do not want murderous mass thugs anonymously killing our fellow Americans. And so I do think that that is showing up in the polls. I think you're seeing Donald Trump's numbers erode massively, particularly among Hispanics, but also among young men, the libertarian types, the folks that really believed the "Don't Tread on Me" flag, the folks that really believed in the First Amendment, which protects free speech, which protects taping people in your community if you want to, as well as the Second Amendment, which protects your ability to carry a weapon. So the young men that flocked to Trump, I think, thinking that he was going to be a free speech president, are now seeing the truth. And I do think it's hurting him with them as well.
Yeah, Officer Tatum, welcome back to Uncensored. I mean, the really frustrating thing for Donald Trump must be that a large part of his immigration policy has been extremely successful and well received. And I'm talking specifically about the basic closure of the southern border. You know, after years of Biden allowing millions of people to come in illegally, Trump has stopped it. That's a great win for his administration. It's something most Americans agree with. And yet here he is now getting quite negative polling about his immigration policies. And I think it's all come down to this issue of how the ICE agents are behaving in these rural areas and these back-to-back shootings, deadly shootings of protesters.
Well, it's because of mindless people like the gentleman that just finished speaking is the reason why people have this perception that Donald Trump is somehow doing something wrong. They deported 600,000 people. They've deported people who have committed murder, rape, all kinds of dangerous and felonious crimes. Also, they're deployed in all 50 states. Why is Minnesota the only state that's having issues?
Yep.
And then to get on TV.
Because, maybe because people like, Tim Walz says that ICE is the Gestapo, they're Nazis, and they're going to, take you away to torture you. That might have something to do with it. Or maybe it's because the fact that they don't allow local police to provide crowd control to keep the protests from, being obstructionist. Like, maybe that's the reason. Maybe that's the difference right there. Just the lack of leadership on Minnesota's side, of course.
Yeah. And say that a guy is observing the First Amendment and Second Amendment while he's at a protest, assaulting ICE agents, Border Patrol agents. He committed an assault, a felonious assault against the ICE agent. That's how he got into a physical altercation while carrying a firearm without notifying
What was the assault? When the
Border Patrol pushed the lady, he went hands on. That is a felony.
Yeah, I mean, as soon as he got in the way and put hands on that ICE officer, boy, bro, what a weapon on this person, not knowing or not. Yes, that's assaulting an officer.
Yeah.
As soon as you try to get involved in a law enforcement scene to stop that officer, yes, he put his hands on him.
Yeah, I'm getting ready to say, nobody's agreeing that what the ICE officers did in that moment was right, but people be forgetting that law enforcement is just that ICE officers are just like law enforcement. It doesn't matter if you push a police officer or push FBI. The minute you put hands on people and you're not supposed to do it, it automatically becomes a felony or a crime.
Yeah, and I was about to say that I was going to say that I have yet to speak to anyone who is now completely against ICE being in Minnesota and doing their job. Everyone that I personally know and people I've talked to about this, they, other than saying that they don't agree with what happened and they do believe it needs to be investigated, they still want ICE out there doing their job and getting illegal immigrants out. On top of that, the one thing, sorry.
Oh, no, you're good. We just gotta get back to the video.
Pushed the lady, he went hands on. That is a felony. You cannot do
He
that.
didn't
And you
assault
carry a
anyone. But
firearm.
Brandon, here's
Is
the
that
problem.
is that not a felony
When you
crime?
say, well, when you say what
It
you
is a
witnessed
felony
was an
crime
assault.
to physically
Well,
assault
Brandon, when
a
you
Border
say
Patrol
when you
agent.
hang on, let me finish.
Piers,
When you
can
say
I was called mindless.
what you witnessed was when you say what you witnessed was an assault by Alex Pretty on ICE officers, that is not what I witnessed.
Piers, do you because you don't live in America, you've never done law enforcement, you don't understand the law. And with all due
I've got
respect,
a home in America.
when
I've
you-
lived in
listen-
America
well,
on and
listen,
off for 20 years.
But I'm saying you are not vested in American law enforcement. When you grab somebody like Pretty did with an ICE agent, that is an assault, subject to an arrest. They had every right to take him down to the ground. He had a gun on him knowingly, came with multiple magazines.
But you should agree with that.
But I don't
Piers,
agree with that.
look, I was defamed there.
Well, hang on. Let's
All right,
hang on.
then.
Let
I
me
guess
finish.
I'm gonna have to. Whoa. We should agree that somebody should be able to interfere with law enforcement with a gun on them. Bro,
First
do you
of
hear
all,
yourself?
People that are making this
Right?
argument are making facetious Second Amendment arguments because before it was like nobody should have a gun, and now they're trying to have this gotcha moment, like, oh, well, he got a gun. I
Yep.
thought you guys would be like stoked for that. Yeah, but here's the key difference. We've always said law abiding. Key word,
Yep.
law abiding. You are law. I don't care if it's like some super gay, transgender, queer person who hates everybody. Like as long as he is following the law and doing what he's supposed to, he can have a gun. Don't care. I may have my personal reservations, but I don't care.
Oh, now,
minute
guys, if you
you
see
was-
what my screen right here, sorry, gaming, but if you see my screen right here, you can see where Alex Pretty literally comes in front of the officer and put his hands in front of him and put his hands on him.
Yeah,
It's like you
And
can
that's-
see it right
that's what I
there.
would-
Right when he pushes the lady, he comes right there, hands on the officer, and that's why he gets sprayed in the face.
and
This
that's
is
and that's why
he didn't go
and that's-
straight to the lady. No, think about this, gaming. He didn't go straight to the lady. He went straight to the ICE officer, straight to him.
Yeah.
If he cared about
So
the
he
lady
was-
that much, I'm gonna be honest with you, you should go straight to the lady on the ground and not trying to get in the way of the ICE officer.
And that's
Yeah.
why I said that they're trying to play this as a gotcha moment, and it's really not a gotcha moment.
Yep.
But yes, like this is what Brandon Tatum is talking about. You see how he goes straight for the ICE officer and like, yo, back up. You can't tell law enforcement to do that. Sorry, guys.
Yeah.
It just does. It won't work out for you.
Yeah. You don't get to tell law enforcement what to do.
Brandon,
If you
I've
want to
spent
peacefully
20
protest, you can
years.
carry a gun.
Brandon,
you can't
I
assault
have
and
spent
get
20.
into
I
a
spent 20.
conflict.
Fine. I spent 20 years working and living in America, a lot of the year, right? So I know America very well. I've covered a lot of these stories over the years for CNN, for others, for Fox, for others.
And guys, I just want to let you guys know that ICE, those are federal agents, and yes, they are law enforcement. I don't know why you don't know that, but I don't know. Do you need to like Google that or something?
Anybody
It's
that
like,
works,
like I got you, bro. It's like, oh, look, bro. ICE officials are federal law enforcement officers.
anybody that falls
Are you serious? It's on their web. They're federal law enforcement officers. So why are y'all dumb? Why are y'all dumb enough to say, "Oh, they're not law enforcement"?
because
they're
they
upholding
want to
federal law.
hold up. They want to decouple ICE from having any legitimate power and authority. But here's the problem: any security apparatus that falls up under the DOJ is a part of law enforcement.
Yep. They know it. They just don't want to admit it, and they want to pretend like they are this evil group of men and women who want to hurt and kill and disappear people.
See, and I gotta make Apple Tree. How dumb are you, bro? I'm just really be real. Like on a scale from just dumb on all the way to 10 to outright retarded.
Oh, they're back.
Please tell me what does this say? ICE officers are federal law enforcement. They are federal law enforcement, aka law enforcement, my friend. So I'm sorry that you didn't know this, but guess what? Now you know. Now act better and be better.
Yeah.
Don't be an idiot.
Left a while ago.
Wait.
Yo,
let's do one better. Google what departments are under the Department of Justice. I bet you Homeland Security is under there. And who is ICE a part of? Homeland Security.
Exactly.
to
Just Google
slightly
it. Shut
patronizing
Apple
with
up.
you're not from these
I'm not
parts.
patronizing.
I know
I'm just telling you
America.
the truth because
I have a home.
having
I've
actual
owned.
experience in law
Hang
enforcement
on,
is a big
Brandon.
difference.
Let me finish. I've owned a home in Los Angeles for 16 years. Okay, so I do understand how law enforcement works in America. I understand what the law is, right? I understand all of these things, but I look at what happens. Immediately you say that if you take a gun to a protest, but that's exactly what I've heard.
When you fight people you fight
hang on,
agents
Brandon.
while having a
I
gun.
haven't finished my question. For 20 years, I've battled with the NRA and with the conservative right about this issue of guns in America. And I eventually concluded this is an issue for Americans to resolve amongst yourselves. I respect that. It's your country, your culture, your laws, your guns. However, there is a blazing hypocrisy in this narrative that's been spewed about Alex Pretty that somehow one of the problems here was he was carrying a gun. He was carrying it legally.
No, the problem is not carrying a gun.
Under his Second Amendment rights.
Here we go again.
Before the cameras, before the ceremony.
I'm sorry, I made y'all watch that because y'all hate Melania so much. But you know, shout out to Melania. She's having her own little movie on Amazon. So
Yeah, I am so excited to watch that.
January 30.
The problem is not carrying a gun. The problem is getting to a physical altercation with intentionally and premeditated a physical altercation with ICE agents. I carry a gun everywhere I go. I got my gun on me right now. I would never confront or get in a physical altercation with any law enforcement with a gun on me. You learn that in CCW class and as a person with common sense. Because what happens? Things get twisted up. You have the gun get exposed. They yell, gun, gun, gun. He's reaching for his waistband. They think he has a gun. All of that is going to be justification under the law because the perception of the Border Patrol agent that believed that he was armed and dangerous at the time that he fired the shots is going to be justification.
They took his
I'll
gun
put money on
away.
it for anybody on this panel.
Exactly what I just said.
Brandon, they took his gun away. We
Renee
literally see them take his gun off him, and then they kill him.
That doesn't mean that the Border Patrol agent who shot him saw the gun being removed, Pierce. That is
But
a
you
part
got,
of the
look,
investigation.
Brandon, please. We've listened to this enough. Like,
Well,
for
won't you
starters,
listen and- won't
your
you
whole
listen and get some
your whole
common
spin
sense
is
then?
crazy. This idea that you started your thing by saying this was justified because the Border Patrol agent came and pushed a woman to the ground. Why?
No, we're not saying that it's justified because the Border Patrol pushed a woman to the ground. We're saying it's justified because Alex Pretty got involved in a law enforcement scene, put his hands on an officer while he was performing crowd control, and he ended up getting shot for that. He really honestly should have just got detained and arrested, but sadly the situation turned out the way it did.
No, Seth, you're missing a key to critical detail, and people oftentimes overlook this. This man got into a physical altercation. Also, he has a history of violent altercations with ICE.
But here's the thing, though. They can actually play that against ICE if you actually think about it, because they can go like, well, they did him that way because they have a past with him. And was any of the ICE officers that broke his rib that day, were they also a part of that? Like, they're kind of leaning into that.
They can't go. That doesn't go against him, because remember what I said about
no, it can go against them. It can.
Hold up. Remember what I said about Renee Good. Law enforcement talks. And even if it's not the same one, you best believe that his name is somewhere in their database.
Yep.
So, and law enforcement, firefighters, and paramedics, they all talk. And if you think for a second that if you get violent or aggressive with one law enforcement, all other counties around in that area
and that's not good. Then that's not
aren't
good.
Gonna flag.
They treated him like discriminately because he had a pass before, so it was a little bit more rougher with him this time. They're gonna say they was being discriminatory against him or discriminating.
That's not being discriminatory. That's
I mean, you just can't fuck the guy up extra. You just can't be extra aggressive. I'm be real with you. Like it happens, but you can't be extra aggressive just because the guy has a past arrest. Like you can't do that.
It's not. They're not. I'm not saying that.
Okay.
I'm saying what they're probably going to spin it as is he has a past history, and so they assessed him as a higher threat priority.
And one thing I really like to know is he broke a rib. Why is he out there again with a broken rib?
Because the cause is just that great.
Right?
Like apparently the
yes,
cause
let's
is worth
protest
he
for
can fight
illegal
through the pain.
pedophiles.
Yep, he can fight through the pain for illegal
With a
pedophiles.
broken
Amazing,
rib.
is it not?
And I've had a broken rib before. That shit is painful for weeks. I could not stand up straight, much less get into an altercation with anybody.
Especially if it's one of the upper ones, it would be hard to breathe.
Oh, he was BA, so he probably had access to the good stuff.
You tell me the man might have been on the painkillers doing that stuff.
Well, even with them, I was still, it was not 100%. I can't feel anything. It was, oh shit, I shouldn't have done that kind of pain movement.
He might have been zooted.
But all right, let's get back to it.
Border Patrol agents, excuse me, sir, let me continue. Why are Border Patrol agents in Minneapolis, nowhere near the border, pushing American citizen women to the ground? Brandon,
in case
shut
you
up
don't
for a
understand
second.
how
Brandon.
law works, they have jurisdiction to enforce immigration law within the boundaries of the city.
Yeah,
What the heck
sure.
are you talking about?
Was she an immigrant? Was she an illegal immigrant?
Who?
They push an American citizen to the ground. We have rights, Brandon. The entire Minneapolis police force.
Do you not
Shut
understand
up.
law?
Shut up, Brian.
You can't tell
Brandon,
me to
whatever your
shut
name
up.
is, the entire
Come make me
Minneapolis
shut up.
police force.
Come make me shut
shot
up.
Oh, hey.
0 bullets
You're
all
not gonna
year
tell me to
last
shut up,
year.
bro. I'm a grown
0
man.
bullets.
You want
the
a
law
problem with me?
enforcement works for
Okay,
us.
so I thought.
They don't get to shoot American citizens
They
10
can stop
times
you
and shoot
from
6
obstructing an
bullets into our
investigation.
dead bodies.
All right, now it's funny because I mean, look, like Brandon Tatum don't need to get big with him like that, but this guy, he's leaving out key factors here, and so is Pierce.
Yeah.
He's leaving out the point of, he definitely went in front of that guy. Like, do I need to keep playing it back? Because I will. Like, we could just keep on going over this. What does Alex Preddy do? Does he go towards the woman? No, he puts his arms in front of the officer.
So here's another thing. Sorry.
Yeah, go ahead. But that's what did him in. Yeah, go ahead. You keep talking.
What I was going to say was, why did they push her to the ground? Probably because she was in their face and she was causing a disruption and she was getting in their way. Yes, at that point, if she's in their face, they have every right to push her out of their way.
People don't know what proportional force doctrine is, or the force continuum is. I need people to look up what the force continuum is before they open their mouth.
Yeah. And it's, he's, why did they do this? Why did they do that? They can't do that. She's an American citizen. Yes, they can if she is obstructing their job.
Yep, and they just don't want to admit that part. But all right, let's go ahead and get back into that debate here. There we go.
They don't get to push down women. They work for us. They represent us. We pay them. They need to use restraint and de-escalate. Okay, they are here there to serve and protect us, not to push women around, not to shoot guys. In the
I mean, here's the thing, though. They're there for crowd control, which is basically protecting them. Because if they get involved in this law enforcement, they will get hurt. Just like Alex Preddy and Renee Good. They end up getting killed. Actually, Alex Preddy a week ago got involved and he got hurt. So I'm sorry, but him pushing that woman is to get her out of the way because she was obstructing. She was getting in the middle of the street and trying to harass the ICE officers. She got pushed back for that, and the officers continue to push her back until she eventually on the ground, and Alex Preddy decides to come in front of the ICE officer and stop him without letting him know that he's armed. I'm sorry, but like your whole, but this, that, and the third, the officer shouldn't have shot him. Yeah, I get that. Trust me, we all get it. But Alex Preddy should never walked into that situation. If he didn't ever walked into that situation, that woman would have just been in the snow and he would have been alive. But y'all refuse to sit there and accept that, the main problem was Alex Preddy's audacity to think he can even step into a law enforcement scene.
Hey, Seth, why are you using logic? What I tell you about that?
I mean, at this point, man, I
Nah. Go in your corner. Go in your corner. Using too much logic. You're thinking too much. You're making too much sense, and you're starting to make people open their eyes.
Well, let me give you
Right.
the leftist. Let me give you the leftist emotion feel argument, because this is how y'all sound right now. Like, but you got to understand, Seth. Like, the woman fell down, and you must throw yourself into the line of fire for this woman who was, even though she was breaking the law. It doesn't matter, Seth. Your emotions should tell you that you need to jump in the line of fire. F that. That's an officer.
That's not liberal. That's not liberal. That's not liberal enough.
Emotions mean more than the law, like gaming. Okay.
That's not
Emotions
liberal
mean more
enough.
than law.
You're not sorry enough. Okay.
Yeah.
Don't you know he was dying for his white privilege?
Now.
Don't you know he was dying for his white privilege? He should be honored.
Apologize. Yeah, he was dying to apologize for his white privilege.
White privilege and being Jewish, apparently.
Time out. Time out, guys.
Citizens
Time out.
executing their rights, and they got murdered. And you're on here defending them like a ghoul.
All right.
Like a depraved
Okay,
ghoul.
hang on.
He's dead.
Time out, please. Time out, please. I want to bring in Jonathan Fay, because you're a former acting ICE director. But first, I want to play a clip from Donald Trump about the gun part of this.
That being said, you know, you can't have guns. You can't walk in with guns.
What about the Second Amendment?
Listen, you can't walk in with guns. You can't do that. But it's just a very unfortunate incident.
Do you agree with me?
I'm sorry, but yeah, you can't really walk up with law enforcement without letting them know that you're armed. Because if they got to find out that you're armed, it's not going to be good for you, and you need to do it for your safety and their safety as well. That's what Alex Pretty kind of missed. Think about it. If he did that, bro would have been alive today.
You're not even supposed to walk up on law enforcement during an active investigation. If you tried that with any other law enforcement, you would be tasting the pavement. Tell me I'm
You would
wrong.
also be charged.
Like from some of your own officials that Alex Pretty is a domestic terrorist or an assassin.
Well, I haven't heard that, but certainly he shouldn't have been carrying a gun. But I don't like that he had a gun. I don't like that he had 2 fully loaded magazines. That's a lot of bad stuff. And despite that, I say that's a very unfortunate.
Now, the thing is, Jonathan Fay, I've repeatedly heard Donald Trump say he's the biggest Second Amendment guy in America, right? How does that square with what he's saying there about this protester who was there, had a lawful...
Well, Pierce, if you didn't know, when you get pulled over by a cop, you have a weapon in the car, you're supposed to let them know. So if you're in the vicinity of an officer with a gun, yeah, I mean, like more than 10 feet, you got to let them know. Sorry. That's what you got to do. And I know you don't know that because you Brits don't have guns. This is why we tell y'all to stay out this conversation, because you're coming truly ill-informed.
Yeah.
And you're making bad faith arguments and on accident sometimes. Like sometimes I don't even think he means to make these bad faith arguments, but you don't know. So,
bro, I don't want to listen to a guy's opinion when their nation is literally implementing the role of 15-minute cities, basically telling them they only get 100 times per year that they can leave their own city. They're allowing foreigners to come in and neuter their to do whatever they want and harm their women and children and basically be ashamed to be British. Yeah, come talk to me later when you've got your own country sorted out. Don't be trying to give advice on how America should handle things when
Go ahead.
When your country is basically neutered in a husk of its former glory.
Yeah, not only that, but when your country is going to shame and charge a little girl for carrying some kind of self-defense to protect herself and her little sister, because when they go to the park, they're getting approached by grown men that want to take them home. And they go after the child for a hate crime.
Oh, but you didn't know, Tove? It's actually a part of their culture to want to sexually assault an underage minor.
Well, guess what? I will happily castrate them.
Whoa, now, where are we going with it? Whoa.
No, that literally happened.
That literally happened, and what I just said was actually the words of people online.
and
I'm
it
not
came out of
making
the
this
guy's
No,
mouth.
no, 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 no. I get that there are grape gangs and all this good stuff, but to sit there and say that it's part of their culture, I mean, come on,
No,
guys.
People have
that
literally made that excuse, word for word.
and the guy that was
I
going
haven't
after
heard
the
it.
little girl quite literally said those exact words.
Is part of our culture to go after.
Yes,
I
yes,
think
he
that
said
was
it is.
just that. I think that was just
On top
his
of that,
prerogative.
well, even still, he said it, and he also said that he's a man, she's a woman. Oh wait, that was another. That was another one. But another lady was told by one that he's a man, he has needs, and she needs to service him, and she was a complete stranger to him.
I don't know, man. I be hearing these UK stories, and every time I corroborate them, I do find that there's been some crazy things, especially when it comes to the assault of young women. But here, like, I've never really heard anybody really stick up for it and say, "Oh no, this is just our culture, this is just our way of life. Just accept the raping of your women." Like, whoa. I never heard that one, so I'm gonna know. I'm gonna have to do a little bit more deeper investigation. I've heard them say some wild things like, "Oh, we'll take over you guys, we'll outbirth y'all," but not, "Oh no, we're just gonna sit here and rape your women." I mean, whoa.
No, they don't see it as that. They
have a firearm.
Oh no,
I was gonna say they don't see it as rape. They see it as it's their job to service them. So I guess they didn't use the actual word rape. They used different language for it, but when it comes down to it, it's their right to do whatever they want because they're men.
Yeah, more or less. I've heard that argument as well.
I don't know. I've heard that argument, and and I'll be real with you. I've heard the opposite side, and they say, "Yeah, that's not part of their culture. That's just that guy's rationalization for it." It's like how people will use their religion as a reason to treat people like unfairly, or a reason to demean people or demean women, all through their religious beliefs. It's done across the board.
And the ammunition. He's saying he shouldn't have taken it, but that's a repudiation of his constitutional rights, isn't it?
That's a red herring.
I don't think so at all, and I don't view it the same.
Huh?
That's a red herring argument, or a
What?
false equivalency argument that he made. Oh well,
How?
you're telling him that he shouldn't have taken his weapon and his ammunition to a protest. That's a repudiation of his Second Amendment right. Actually, no. The legitimate argument that is being made is he shouldn't have taken his weapon and ammunition if he had intentions on going to these protests and getting involved with law enforcement in a negative way.
All right.
Same way in that.
Oh yeah, get up closer to the mic, bro. People can barely hear you.
Yeah, you have a right to carry a firearm, but that also comes with responsibilities. I know Tim's rolling his eyes there, but the thing is, what the issue is here is this person injected himself in the situation, and I'm not going to come to a conclusion because I don't know what happened, but he injected himself into a law enforcement situation, and he was armed, and he went there. He didn't go there to protest, my understanding. These people weren't holding up signs saying open borders, mass amnesty. He was injecting himself into a situation to interfere with ICE doing their jobs. The legal issue, and you don't just come out and say it's murder if someone dies. The issue is, did this officer have a reasonable belief that his life or the lives of others were in danger of being lost or being seriously injured? And one thing, hang on a second, Tim. It's important from the officer's perspective and what's reasonable, and they are in this high pressure situation. And the fact that the gun was removed, that's a factor, but it's not the only factor, because you don't know in these situations, does he have another gun or something else to make someone safe? So the questions
Did
you want
any
to
of your
ask
agents
are,
ever fire 10
these
bullets
officers
into an
ask
American
reasonably-
citizen? Did that ever happen when you were acting director? Did they ever fire 10 bullets into an American citizen?
Tim, if you could
Did that
settle
ever
down
happen?
a little bit.
Did you ever do that?
Look,
Did
I
that
can
ever
answer
happen
the
in any of
question
the
if
cases
you want.
you
If you
dealt
want to
with?
are you performing, or can I just
No,
answer
I'm
the question?
asking. It's a fair
That
question.
Well, I'm sorry. It sounds like you're performing, because I'm gonna be real with you, bro. You hear about stories like that across the country of cops unloading on people like that. I mean, I'm sorry, but yes, it's not. I mean, I ain't gonna say it's a common occurrence, but it's something that's happened in almost every police precinct. Like, let's be real.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure that's why they
It's
instituted body cams.
yeah, well, that's part of the reason. But yeah, that's actually something that does happen because we are told to neutralize the threat. So yes, it does happen where we unload a clip.
Yeah, that's what you got to do. But all right.
That never happened. You were the acting director. Did any of your agents ever kill American citizens?
Don't speak over each other.
Pierce, are we here to talk about this, or is it just
don't talk over? Yeah, I agree.
What is this?
Let's not talk over each other. So I think the question Tim is asking is a reasonable one.
I know the emasculated males are up in arms, Tim, but come on.
All right, but
you're saying the problem is that I would say the person. I would say the person that was
please don't talk over each other. Guys,
he just called me an emasculated male.
I would say please don't talk over each other. Guys, no one can hear you when you talk over each other. Okay. Jonathan,
great. I'm trying to answer the question that Tim, you want to perform.
Please let me conduct this panel. Thank you. The point Tim was making to you, Jonathan, was in all your time as ICE director, acting ICE director, did you ever have an incident like this where an ICE official put 10 bullets, or two of them did, put 10 bullets into an American citizen?
I can tell you, I know a lot about police shootings. I was a federal prosecutor 17 years. I've defended police and police shootings. And the way they are trained, and Brandon will confirm this, you fire until the threat is no longer a threat, and then you reevaluate. So the fact that there are 10 bullets, you don't just say, you know, we've heard Joe Biden, remember during you shoot in the leg or whatever. You don't do that. And that's not the way they're trained. So the issue is,
bro, I mean, that could lead to a way more painful death. But people acting like, oh, you getting shot in the leg can't kill you. Oh, yes, the F it can. Like, what? You hit that femoral artery. Yeah, that guy's cooked. Like, what?
Yep. If you were to do that, you literally have to, within seconds, put a tourniquet around the hip and get it as tight as you can. And hope and pray you can get them to a hospital as fast as possible, because that bleeds out in seconds. Death. And yeah, it's very, very painful.
So basically, Joe Biden said, "Yeah, shoot him in the leg, let him sit there and suffer and bleed out, and still die." Like,
yeah. Bro. And on top of that, that is because they can still get a hold of their firearm and shoot back.
That's true. That's also true.
If you think people ain't trying to go out with a bang, you're stupid.
Right?
I mean, bro, like here, like if you play Call of Duty, like what? Do you give up shooting at people because you got put on the ground? Exactly.
No.
Oh, you that jerk. You first of all, let's address something. What you just said shows me everything I needed to know. You that one butthole that runs around with the last stand perk activated because you want to see the world burn.
Oh God.
I've done that.
I don't like players like you,
bro. What can I
but
say?
I only do that when I only do that when I'm not playing online. I do that when I'm playing with other people in the room with me, and I'm usually the sniper for as long as they can hold out, and then I run around.
But all right, go back.
That's all.
Let's not get too far off topic here. Let's get back to it.
The number of bullets. Then the question is, maybe they should be trained differently, but they are trained to eliminate the threat. Yeah. The question is still, I agree, an open question. Was this a threat that should have used deadly force? And that needs to be investigated. But the number of bullets is really not a dispositive factor. And I know everyone wants to make a big deal about it.
I'm sorry, he was laying on the ground.
I want to bring in, hang on. I want to bring in Brian, who's been waiting very patiently. And Brian, I think I read this week you've just passed 5 million subscribers to your channel. Is that right?
Hey, I did. Shout out. I don't agree with the guy, but I mean, hey, I congratulate anybody on their success. He's a liberal, but shout out.
Congratulations.
He's like the Candace Owens of the left.
Through the patience.
Yeah. No, it's great to have you on, and congrats on that. It's a big milestone. So Brian, you've been waiting very patiently. It's been interesting to watch the big rain back. You've watched Kristi Noem basically chucking Stephen Miller under a bus. You know, Stephen Miller is the guy that actually tweeted about this guy being a potential assassin. It was him that fired up that narrative that he was a potential assassin, which was clearly completely ridiculous. Whatever your take on what we've all watched on these video clips, the idea that somehow he was planning to assassinate all those ICE officers is plainly absurd and offensive. What are we seeing here? Today's show is sponsored by Oxford Natural.
Stephen Miller did kind of go off. He's like, the fact that you're saying this, and like when our ICE officer was approached by an assassin, I'm like, whoa, Stephen, who told you that? Whoa there. Whoa, calm down. It ain't even like that.
We're seeing from Stephen Miller, from Greg Bovino, Kristi Noem, JD Vance, Donald Trump, the same thing, frankly, that we're seeing on these on this panel right here, which is this level of gaslighting and kind of narrative setting that, frankly, nobody believes. I mean, this idea for the former ICE director, my co-panelist over here, that Alex Preddy, this VA nurse who was brandishing a cell phone, was somehow a threat that even after he had 6 full-grown men, like these grown-ass men on top of him, that he needed to be that the threat had to be eliminated by unloading his clip into him. I mean, you can say this and you can feel justified, and we'll have Officer Tatum over here back you up, because there's nothing that Trump or any of these secret police or the Trump administration can do that will garner any pushback. But that right there is the perfect testament to why nobody believes what's happening here. It's because even these ardent right-wingers in this country, and certainly the vast, vast, vast majority of independents, I'm talking 3/4 of independents in this country, are listening to this gaslighting and recognizing that it's not just a lie they're being told, but it's utter contempt.
I'm sorry, but where's the gaslighting? You guys say, oh, whoa, he was murdered, and I'm just like, no, y'all say even worse. Y'all say he was executed. Like they stood that man up and just gave him one to the head, and no, that's not true. That's not what happened at all. And then you're acting like there's no way the man could have avoided it, but that's also not true at all.
Yeah, honestly, if they had been executing him, quote unquote, they would have just shot him, and when he was leaning up or trying to get up, because that's what he was doing. He was constantly trying to get back up, but they would have shot him in the back of the head.
And here's the thing, though. If anything, I feel like they gaslighting us. Y'all telling us to sit there and think that, the man was executed. This is just ICE being using over aggression. And I'm just like, look, you're acting like the guy didn't walk up towards ICE first. You're saying that he was going up there to protect an old lady. And like, I get that. But I mean, when you look at the video, like I'm looking at it right now, I mean, bro, who does he go after first? He got in front of law enforcement first. So I'm sorry, but like, we're not gaslighting y'all. If anything, you're gaslighting us by not acknowledging the first, I would say, 2 seconds of the video? 3 seconds? Yeah. If anybody's being gaslit, it's me. It's us right now. Because y'all not trying to acknowledge what we've been seeing all effing week.
And that's exactly what I was just about to say.
Both of you were doing that thing again, bro. Y'all were making
logic, man. Logic.
I'll go to my corner.
All right.
I said I'll go to my corner.
And then hold on. Somebody's like, oh, yes, you are. You're acknowledging that he died for you're not acknowledging that he did die for a reason. He died to protest ICE. There you go. And he did die for a reason too. And guess what? You wonder why he died? Because he got involved in a law enforcement scene. So it wasn't no reason. You're acting like they walked up to his house, brought him outside, and executed him. And that is not what happened. You know it. He got involved in the law enforcement scene. That's why his ass got put to the ground, and that's what ended up getting him killed. Okay?
And
so no,
as Gamer said the other day, he, in his mind, he was doing this as a hero. So yes, it was for a reason.
And here's the thing, like, bro, they don't even know. They're going off this assumption without even knowing if there was a misfire from his gun, without even knowing if actually a nice officer did shoot first. Nobody knows. But here you guys are gaslighting us, jumping to the conclusion of, this is execution. You're saying we're being unfair about it. You guys are jumping to conclusions with no evidence. None. Nobody can or nothing. And you're saying that we're gaslighting you? Man, get the F out of here, bro. Get the F out of here.
Because the burden of proof is tedious and troublesome to those who don't want to provide it.
Yeah. And one thing I would like to say is, did the ICE officers believe their life was in trouble or life was in danger when that first shot went off? Yes. They most likely did believe their lives were in danger because no one knew where it came from, and they believed it came from him. So yeah, they most likely felt that their lives were in danger at that point.
All right.
I say that was
for
gaslighting.
the American people. Say again?
Well, I would say, Brian, as
What did
well.
I say that was
I thought
gaslighting?
that
This idea that Alex Preddy posed some threat where the response
I
needed to
said
be
that's the
unloading his
question to
clip.
be resolved.
And it's not going to be resolved because the reality is
we've
DHS is
resolved
not
it.
going to investigate any of this. DHS
I know
isn't going to
you've
investigate anything
resolved it,
Preddy's going to do.
Actually, they are going to investigate it. So you were wrong about that. And here's the problem. Now that y'all figured out who's going to be investigated guy, now you're going like, oh, it's biased. And now here's the thing. If you guys get a guilty verdict, then okay, law and order. All right, it's unbiased. But if he gets a not guilty verdict and they say, no, nothing wrong here, you guys are going to say that it's biased. So no matter what we tell you, or if we tell you what you don't want to hear, you're just going to say that it was a biased investigation. You're not going to believe anything. I mean, it could have been done by the inspector general and you guys will still say that it's biased. So I'm sorry, but nobody's really even trying to look for y'all improvement. Nobody's like really looking for your approval no more, because we all know what you libs are going to say. If he's proven not guilty, you'll say that it's that is biased and we didn't do it right. If he's proven guilty, then you guys will sit there and say, oh, justice has been served. We can't go off that. We can't go just because you guys want this guy to be guilty.
And it's the same thing as what they did before the elections happened. Many of them, and if Trump wins, are you guys gonna be okay, or are you guys gonna freak out? Oh, if Trump actually wins, then we'll abide by that. And what happened the moment Trump won?
Tripping, start freaking out, start using the courts and all that. Like, no kings wrote protesters, but they said they were going to be chill. Okay.
Yep.
Just like DHS, just like DHS is not going to investigate Jonathan Ross, because DHS doesn't investigate any of this stuff. So if the excuse is always going to be, yeah, the
FBI is investigating it, but y'all won't accept that because you say, well, that's Cash Patel, and Cash Patel is Donald Trump's bitch, so we don't want to believe that because it doesn't go with our agenda or it doesn't go with what we feel. It's like, yeah, I know.
Oh, don't worry. We'll get to the bottom of this in some full investigation.
Then
There's not going to be a full investigation.
Should he be charged with murder?
So we just have to listen to the gaslighting being fed to us by Stephen Miller, Donald Trump, J.D. Vance, and Kristi Noem.
Can we talk about use of force policy?
I want to mention at this stage.
Convicted of murder.
Hang on. I want to mention at this stage. Look, I want to bring in the incident with Ilhan Omar because it's kind of connected to this. So Ilhan Omar was doing a town hall in Minneapolis. She was attacking ICE, and then a guy comes out of the audience, who's sitting down, and sprays her with a strong-smelling liquid from a syringe. Now that is a potentially extremely dangerous incident. No one knows what that could have been. It turned out to be, we believe, harmless. He is wrestled away. But had it not
but
been,
I'll be real though. I'm actually happy that it was just apple cider vinegar and it wasn't anything dangerous, and she came out okay. So I'm actually happy.
That was staged.
But it was, it was. They tried to say he's MAGA, but if you actually go to they showed his Facebook. It is extremely liberal and extremely pro Ilhan Omar. Yes.
Right. I'll look it up.
She knew him. He was sitting in the front row, and the way she had
and he casually walked up to her.
Yeah.
I mean,
how they didn't even tackle him.
So we know for sure, or we're just speculating here.
No, that's.
I mean,
that's
I don't know about that. Come on now.
No, it's facts because
so none of facts the that is staged.
Yes, because none of the procedures that are normally followed in the event of a possible attack were followed. None of them. And those are black and white procedures.
Come on, bro. That's not good enough. We don't know bro's true intentions or what. Maybe it was because it was apple cider vinegar. We know it was fake. Like,
no.
Here's the thing. You remember when Trump's assassination attempt in Pennsylvania? What was the first thing they did? They got him off that stage into the car and straight to the hospital. An unknown substance being sprayed on someone. It could be anything from acid to anthrax to whatever.
But that's only if they show like, an allergic reaction or something bad.
No, they still have to. They still have to get her down and take her straight to the hospital. It doesn't matter what
I don't know
kind of
about
reaction
that.
she's happening, but her being.
So let me explain to you something.
Because I got to
This is
give you
in
guys
black
pushback, because this is what the libs are going to tell y'all. It's like, do you have proof that this was staged? How do you
Here's
know
the proof.
definitively?
In black and white, whenever you're doing high value target or asset protection, as it's typically called, there are
Bro, let's
certain
just say this was a
protocols.
crazy person. You're talked about it like this was a tactical
Yeah.
assassination. It's like
No,
you're adding
it's
too much
okay.
to
No.
it.
No. Listen, just listen. So, in the event that something like this has happened, two things happen simultaneously. One, they subdue the attacker, and it's quick and it's immediate. And they have what's called a two-person protocol, which means that if they want to prevent the attacker from progressing or advancing, or they want to put a stop to it, they must have at least two security personnel on the person at all times. That is pure and it's the same thing for law enforcement. It's the same thing for private security. It's the same thing for public security. There is no delineation. There's two persons
So
doing.
he couldn't have just been a crazy guy who just decided to spray water on her.
So let me finish. Let me finish before you keep going. The second thing that happens at that same exact time is they immediately get the high value target or the person of interest. In this case, it'd be Ilhan Omar. The first thing they do is they grab her arms, they push her head down. They do that for one or two reasons, and I went through security reaction course for this to learn exactly this.
The problem is
This
you're
is
reading
exactly
way too
what I
deep into
do.
this. Like this, honestly, it doesn't really have anything to look. I asked you, how do you know if this is staged or not? And you're pretty much giving me protocol. And here's the thing, though, in this moment, protocol, if they got caught off guard, it is what it is. Like the protocol don't work perfectly every time. And we still don't know for sure was this staged or not.
This is what I do, but I'm letting Gamer explain it.
I'm sorry, but I'm gonna have to disagree, and I'm sorry to say it like this, but you as you haven't been in this field, so you don't know.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter,
It
dog.
does.
I'm be real with
It
you, because
does.
you don't know that
It
man's
does.
intentions. Like all we know is that he got up, he sprayed her, and you don't know if this guy if it was staged or not. Now, if you could show me proof, I'll accept it. Sure, I want to believe you, but we don't have that.
No, that's kind of like a cop out. It's like, oh, if you show me proof, and then when I show you proof,
you're not showing me proof. You're just going through a procedure of what? Security. That's not proof.
Yes.
That's telling me how it was supposed to be done.
That's how it's been done in every single situation.
That doesn't matter. It doesn't say that this guy was it was a setup or not.
What are you talking
It just
about?
says that regular protocol wasn't followed.
Hold up. You can't say it doesn't matter when professionals that come in who have worked in the security apparatus for this. I still have my certificate active, by the way.
Mine is still active.
I'm not trying to, bro.
Are telling you this was not real at all. The security guards' reactions by itself weren't even natural.
That doesn't say anything. The security guard reaction
says a lot.
Not real.
It says a lot.
It's not. It doesn't really. It just says that they were slow to react. It's not saying that if it was fake or not.
No, that is not slow to react. I mean this is what I do
right now.
This is what I do. You know, the first thing I'm going to do is the first thing we do is like Gamer said, there are at least 4 people, 2 of us for Omar, 2 of us for any threats that are coming up. This first 2 guys are going to go after the guy. They're probably actually going to go after him before he even gets close to her. The moment he stands up and starts walking to her, I'm going to him to keep him from getting anywhere near her. And then the rest of them are going to be circling Omar and making sure that no one else can get to her. And then if he has any kind of let me finish. If he has anything on him that could cause damage, because we're going to search him because of the fact that he was coming up to her in the middle of her speech. Now if he has anything on him, we're taking him out. He is going outside. We are detaining him and getting him out there. There is no way that I would have let that person who is slowly walking up to her from the front. There is no way. I am not putting myself between him and my client. I'm going to get to him. I will run if I have to put myself between them and make sure there is nothing they can get that
I get
he
that.
can
Now,
do to
Tove,
her.
you're doing the same thing gaming is doing. You're explaining the protocol that
there's
should have
more stuff.
happened, but that doesn't go into, well,
That's
was this staged or
instinct.
not?
Set. Here's the thing, though. With
And on
these
top of
type of
that,
situations, hold up. With these type of situations, you're doing this false narrative BS where it's like, well, until I see some physical proof. This is one of those jobs where physical proof can't be told to people outside of the
Then you
people that
can't
are in
sit
the
here and say that
So
it was staged because you can't
here's the
provide
other
physical
thing.
proof that it was.
Now
Here's
here's the
other
other
physical
thing.
proof. You got to look at how she reacted immediately after the fact. And I'm gonna tell
Not
you
even
this.
just that.
Then that's all speculation. Then it's all
That's
Here's
not
the other.
speculation.
Here's one
We've
more.
seen two
Here's,
all of it's
assassination attempts.
speculation. And like when
Hold
even
up,
with the
Set.
whole body
No.
language, it's
hold on,
speculation.
hold on.
No. Go, Tove.
I was gonna say, if you watch her in the video, you watch her seconds before he stands up. She's looking directly at the guy and gives him a very slight nod with a kind of smile on her face. You can
That
actively
could be
see that.
us reading into it. Like I said, we
No,
don't know
you
for
can.
sure.
Before I
That just
knew.
might be you reading too far into it.
No, before I even knew what happened to her, I watched the video because they were talking about an attack. I clicked on the video and I watched her and I watched because I didn't know where it was coming from. I didn't know anything about it. I just heard there was an attack.
Now,
I
Tove,
watched
you do
it.
understand that this is still speculation.
I watched it and I watched her face and she's looking directly at the guy. She gives a slight nod and he stands up as she's looking at him and she stands perfectly still as this guy is coming towards her. No one's doing anything except letting him walk towards her when everyone else is sitting down.
All right.
That doesn't matter how slow to react or whatever. That is a clear signal, and it was just big enough that we could see it on video.
And then not only that, you also have to factor in the fact that she was slow to react, and most people will be like, "That's speculation. That's speculation." I'm so sick of that argument because I'm gonna go on a little tangent here. You don't work in security, so you don't know what it looks like. So
Nah, bro, come on now. You can't say that. You cannot say that.
Yeah, I can as a professional.
Bro, that's kind of belittling and saying, well, you don't know what you're talking about unless you work in security. And I'm like, bro, all I'm saying is that all you're saying is speculation, and that's not wrong. You're just telling us how it should have went down, and I'm be real with you.
No,
like just because things didn't go the way it was supposed to, doesn't mean that it was all planned. You do not know for sure. Everybody's going on speculation, and I gotta keep it real with you. It seems like it's a reach. I know we don't like the lady, but like, let's be real. Let's not try to do any unnecessary reaching.
Can we let me get the rest of my statement out?
Oh, I'm sorry. You're right. I was interrupting. Go ahead.
I've been trying to talk for a minute. So one of the things you got to realize is to see if something's staged or not, crowd reaction and how the security reacts. First thing that happened, this is how we know it's not speculation. What happened when Donald Trump almost got assassinated? What happened with Charlie Kirk?
Bro, you're comparing security details, and doesn't really prove if it was staged or not.
I'm not. You listen. I'm gonna say the same thing. It's impossible to teach when people keep talking over you. Listen.
Well, you gotta explain all the way through. Don't have any open-ended questions.
I'm not.
He's trying.
Yeah.
No, he's leaving open-ended questions. So I'm thinking I got to answer. I'm like, all right. So, but go ahead. I'm sorry.
So, the crowd reaction. First of all, nobody was panicked. That's the first thing. In any real terroristic attack, people are going to be freaking out, or they're going to be trying to leave. In this instance, people weren't really freaking out. It's almost like they were expecting it. Number two, the security guard's reaction was way slower. If there was a real threat, then you would have seen those security guards react a lot quicker.
They'd be running.
And third, and this is the most important detail, there is actually a video and some pictures that were floating around where she was actually taking pictures with this dude.
Yep.
She was taking pictures with this dude. Like, we could go and look on Twitter and type it in and everything. She was taking pictures with this man. Not her husband, but like the guy that tried to attack her. Yeah. This is the same day. So it's not like no speculation or whatever. This was
No,
like
that's still
pre-planned.
speculation because you could say he just got disgruntled with her. Doesn't mean that it was all fake.
That don't mean nothing. You mean
I
to
mean,
tell
it
me
don't mean nothing that he's a Ilhan Omar supporter.
That means a whole lot.
I'm be real with you. Nah, when it comes into his attention on attacking her, be real with you. He could have been obsessed, and now all of a sudden, oh, okay, I don't like this lady no more because she folded on.
Now let me ask you this follow-up.
Like, it doesn't automatically assume that he was in cahoots with her to set up this attack.
Now
here's the thing. Look, I'm just waiting for you guys to just give me some actual.
Let me ask you something. Did she release any medical records?
Huh?
Was there any medical records filed? Were there any arrests made? Were there any of the proper things that were usually follow-up? If this was real, there is a paper trail.
Yep.
Was he arrested?
No.
Yeah. No, he wasn't. There's no arrest case for him. You can look up his name right now.
All right, cool. Because, I mean, sure, why not? They could have let him off with a warning.
You don't let people off with warnings like that. Sorry. Sorry.
But let's see.
Now you reaching, Set. You don't get off with a warning like, oh my God, you just attacked a sitting congresswoman. We're going to give you a slap on the wrist. Sorry, Set. You reaching on that one.
No, he was. Yeah, U.S. Department charged the man with assault after. Yeah, he was charged.
Then that's really new because right afterwards he was not.
Yeah, man faces federal charges and attack against Rep. Ilhan Omar. ABC
Well, let's see how long that lasts.
Let's see. We even got Al Jazeera saying it. Man faces. Yeah, so he did get federal charges. So there's nothing weird. I mean,
for the moment,
everything seems up to date to me. But all right, though. All right. Shout out to Nurse Terry Irvin. She said she would have immediately been taken to the hospital to have substance identified, not later or when speech finished. You do not wait to identify a possible poison or a catalyst substance. All right. I mean, yeah, I'll give you that one. I'll give you that. You don't wait, but here's the thing, though. That still doesn't go into if this was staged or not. They could have just been ignoring protocol and just saying F it.
No.
Now, here's the thing, though. I'm be real with you. It is strange that, he was an ex-Ilhan Omar fan, taking pictures with her and all this. Actually, it was even reported that he was on the payroll for a fake winery as well, saying that this guy was actually pulling in $50K a year from her phony winery.
Exactly.
So who's to say that this guy did not get cut off? He's mad at Omar, and he went to go out there and attack her. Because he's mad that now he's broke. I mean, look, my man looks distressed. He looks like he ain't took a shower in days.
And what's to say she didn't offer him 3 years of his salary to pretend to attack her? Because I mean, with her background and her financials, they could definitely pay him that much, if not more.
And that's fair.
And to look like he's disgruntled. But again, looking at how things happen and knowing what I do, knowing how every EP would handle that situation, it's instinct. It is literally slammed into your head over and over and over and over again. This is what's done. It is muscle memory. We don't even have to think about it to be moving and doing what we need to do.
I get it, but like I said, not every security force is gonna act, how they supposed to on that day. I mean, look at Charlie Kirk's security force. Look how much they ignored.
Yeah, well, that's not Charlie Kirk's was a security force that he put together himself from friends and military. They were not formally. I do not believe I will not say they were not. I will say, as far as I understand it, they were not formally trained in EP. And on top of that, Charlie Kirk was not a congressman. He wasn't a sitting governor. He wasn't a high up politician. So the level of security and the training is vastly different for someone for a CEO to a politician.
All right. But all right, Toe, hold on. We're going to go ahead and get back to the video, though. We have spent long enough on the conversation. But I appreciate you guys. No, I appreciate you guys for giving me that pushback. I had to play devil's advocate in that moment.
Yeah, we got it.
Harmless. Had it been acid or something else, then maybe she could have been very seriously
But you
hurt
see
or
that,
dead.
right?
Now, Brandon, what has concerned?
Just watch her reaction.
Got you. Let's go.
Is wrestled away, but had it not been harmless, had it been acid or something else, then maybe she
shock to
could
me.
have been very seriously hurt or dead. Now, Brandon, what has concerned me about this
popped up
is
out of
that
nowhere
from
and she
Donald
jumped
Trump,
back.
and I think
Now-
or dead. Now, Brandon, what has concerned me about this?
Yeah, and this is the nod that Tove
Could
was
have
talking
been
about. It looks a
very
bit
seriously
sus.
hurt or dead. Now, Brandon, what has concerned me about
Now
this?
she could have just been nodding. I don't know, confirming something.
She
But
doesn't really do that in her speeches. I'm sorry, I'm gonna take that away from
nah, bro, come on, whoa. You know damn well you don't be watching no Illy No Mars. I've seen her do that before in her speeches. Just sit there and nod. That's what they all do. Yes,
I've watched
and
all her-
and they
I've
read
watched
the
all of
paper
her
and they nod
congressional-
along. I've seen her do that
No,
all the time.
I've watched all of her congressional hearings, bro. She don't do that.
Bro,
I'm
yeah,
gonna
she
mute myself.
That's all politicians do that. Like, come on now, bro. All right. It is what it is. All right.
Is that from Donald Trump, and I think you have intimated this too, there's an immediate position by people on the MAGA right that because you don't like Ilhan Omar, that she somehow has staged this, it's not real, it didn't happen the way people think it did, this guy was a plant, and so on. And again, it comes back to what I sense is a complete eradication of basic humanity. There ought to be parameters between left and right where we can just agree when something like that happens, we all say this is terrible and shouldn't be happening.
Pierce, there's no jump to conclusion. I don't care about none of these people. They don't pay my bills. I don't have to say anything about Ilhan Omar. I don't really care about her. But the bottom line, and Donald Trump don't pay my bills either. But the bottom line is that I'm looking at this impartially. I don't know what anybody said. I saw the video, and it does not look consistent with someone trying to assault another person, which means I have never in my life seen a person get up, spray something out of syringe at someone's chest. It happened to be nothing inert. And then she comes after him. You didn't see her back away from him. You didn't see her shy away from him. You didn't see any of that
Brandon,
nature.
you would say Brandon, you would say the complete opposite if that was a Republican congressman.
That's not true.
Brandon, is the guy going to jail just for fun?
That's not true.
Is the guy going to jail just for fun? Is that part of the show? I just want to hear a little bit more about this theory.
Listen,
no, please, just 1 second. There's just a question. I want to hear more about this theory. That guy.
I'm giving you the elements.
Is he going to jail for show? He's going to jail.
I'm giving you elements of why this looks strange to me.
Okay, so why do you think he's going to jail? Is it for show? Is he like Antifa? Is this part of like some? Is this the lizard people?
Listen, was there anything in the syringe? It was inert. There was nothing poisonous. There was no pepper spray. There was nothing in the syringe.
I'm asking you why you think he's going to jail for this.
He sprays her with the syringe in the chest. She goes after him. If you're afraid of somebody spraying you with a chemical agent, you're not going to pursue them. He resisted not one bit. He goes to the ground. She says,
so you don't believe it, do you, Brandon? You don't believe it?
I don't think that this was, I think this was staged. I don't know if it was true or not.
Can I ask a question here? Can I ask a question?
Okay.
What if Alex Preddy had sprayed a liquid onto this ICE officer? Would you have, Brandon,
assault.
would you have said that there was no threat at all?
Aggravated. It'd be aggravated assault.
I mean,
and you would have supported execution.
I'm sorry, but like, come on now. He's not debating if it was assault or not. He's debating that, oh, well, I believe it was staged. Everything about it just seems funny to Brandon. Now, me, I'm not going to go off that. I'm not going to go off the edge on that one, but we'll see as more information comes out. But right now, it does seem like, well, I don't know. I cannot honestly tell you if it was staged or not. In my opinion, in a fair opinion, it seems like this guy went crazy. He has some link. He's had some type of ties with Ilhan Omar that maybe have not worked out. It radicalized him. He went crazy and he did this useless attack.
So, real quick, with him going to jail, I'd really like to know exactly where he's been placed, and mainly, basically, where he's been placed. Is he in max security, moderate, or minimum security, and what he has? Because if they're trying to make this look legit, they're going to send him to jail, but they're going to give him some amenities that regular inmates don't get.
Well, let's see what we know about the man arrested at an Ilhan Omar town hall. Well, let's see about him. About 2 minutes.
This time from Carmel
And
Mall.
like I said,
4 hours.
And I'd like to know if his Facebook
Her at a
changed.
town hall.
Hold
Came
up,
at
this
her
is
with
what
a
I was saying.
syringe, spraying her with an unknown liquid.
Fox 9's Courtney Godfrey joining us now. And Courtney, what are you learning about the suspect tonight?
Hold on. Let the video play.
Well, we went to his neighborhood in South Minneapolis today where his neighbors told us they saw him regularly walking his dog and that he would stop and talk to them. And they never suspected some of the things that we discovered on his social media pages.
Representative Ilhan Omar attacked at a town hall in Minneapolis Tuesday, confronted by a man sitting in the front row and sprayed with an unknown liquid after calling for the abolishment of ICE and impeachment of DHS Secretary Kristi Noem.
Everybody settle down. I'm going to finish my remarks.
Representative Omar taking to social media afterwards,
Okay,
saying in
pause it
part, "I'm okay, I'm a survivor, so
Hold
this
on.
small agitator isn't going to
No, no,
intimidate
no.
me from
We're
doing
gonna
my
let
work.
it finish.
I don't let bullies win." That bully, identified as 55-year-old Andy Kazmierczak of South Minneapolis, arrested and booked on third-degree assault charges, his social media channels filled with racist, anti-Black, and anti-Democrat content.
Oh, wow.
Hennepin County Attorney Mary Moriarty saying whatever he doused the Congresswoman with Tuesday was not toxic.
And this is Fox. So you would think they would lean more into, though, he's just this radical Dem. But apparently, yeah, I mean, hey, he's booked. He got arrested. And apparently he's a racist.
Hey,
mean,
that definitely changed.
Well.
Yeah, because when it first happened,
All right, here. Good on my bad.
no, when it first happened and I heard his name, I directly went to, and I wish now that I had screenshotted it because I wasn't even, it was like 2 a.m. in the morning. But when I first went and looked into his Facebook, it was very much just everything pro Omar, pro liberal, pro.
You know what's crazy?
Bro, everything.
I'm not sure. Hey, like I said, hey, you might have been getting food on that one. You never know. People pull out all types of fake information.
Because I was trying to talk and say something. Now, the other thing that you have to realize, and this is going to come up in the investigation if it ever does get, if it gets escalated to federal court and handled by a non-biased federal judge, because they're going to go back and they're going to look at stuff like that. Here's the thing. Don't you think it's oddly convenient that all of a sudden Omar gets attacked for anti-ICE, making an anti-ICE speech in Minnesota?
Do we know if that's the reason?
They literally just said it.
Did she? I didn't know. She was at a town
No,
hall.
roll it back. No, yeah,
All right, I'll roll it
she
back,
made a
but-
speech. Roll it back. They said
I mean,
that.
I didn't hear that. I'll roll it back because I'll roll back all the way because I did not hear that.
U.S. Representative Ilhan Omar speaking again tonight, this time from Carmel Mall, only 24 hours after an audience member at a town hall came at her with a syringe, spraying her with an unknown liquid.
Fox 9's Courtney Godfrey joining us now. And Courtney, what are you learning about the suspect tonight?
Well, we went to his neighborhood in South Minneapolis today where his neighbors told us they saw him regularly walking his dog and that he would stop and talk to them. And they never suspected some of the things that we discovered on his social media pages.
Representative Ilhan Omar attacked at a town hall in Minneapolis Tuesday, confronted by a man sitting in the front row and sprayed with an unknown liquid after calling for the abolishment of ICE and impeachment of DHS Secretary Kristi Noem.
Everybody settle down. I'm going to finish my remarks.
Representative Omar taking to social media afterwards, saying in part, "I'm okay, I'm a survivor, so this small agitator isn't going to intimidate me from doing my work. I don't let bullies win." That bully, identified as 55-year-old Andy Kazmierczak of South Minneapolis, arrested and booked on third-degree assault charges, his social media channels filled with racist, anti-Black, and anti-Democrat content.
I don't know how this is racist because it's Chris Hiller. He just pretty much says that he won Keith Ellison out, which isn't really racist, but I guess.
Hennepin County Attorney Mary Moriarty saying whatever he doused the Congresswoman with Tuesday was not toxic.
Shout out Mac Daddy 82. He says staged. Oh man, he ain't pivoting on that one.
And I would really like, if you don't mind, I would really like to explain how, had I been in charge of her security during that, how I would have handled that situation. If you want me to.
I mean, if you could condense it into a 1 minute response, I'd be gracious. That'd be so nice.
Oh yeah, no, that's it would be like a 5-minute explanation at most.
Let me get my words in real quick. So basically, the timing of this is convenient because basically she got done speaking at a anti-ICE town hall meeting. Now, I'm sorry, but you're not gonna sit up here and tell, and I'll fight you tooth and nail on this set. You're not gonna sit up here and tell me that they did not have security searching everybody and making them take off their shoes. Sorry, I'm not.
Could have put it in his underwear.
No,
Yeah.
because they have metal detectors and they want you.
But the syringe ain't metal; it's plastic. He'd have got through.
No,
the needle.
The needle.
No. It was a regular syringe. It wasn't a needle, or else I'd have dinged. You're right. So it must have just been a plastic one.
That was. They don't make plastic syringes like that unless you work in a hospital. And
I mean, yeah, they do. They make it for your medicine when you take your cold medicine.
Those plastic syringes aren't made to be have liquid force through them. They're only made to have liquid flow through them, not force.
Those were like mini little water guns when I was a kid. What are you talking about?
Not only that, but the way we search, we press into until we have resistance from the body. So it's definitely something we would have felt because we go down with the back of our hands and we press into it and we go, we check everything. It's not like a police search. It's a little bit more,
I don't know. It is kind of like a police search. It's not like it's security doing it. They're just wanding these guys.
No,
I've been to a town hall. They would just wand you when you're in that mug.
Have you been to a town hall with a sitting congressman or senator before?
Yes, and they just wand you. It's not really that big of it. That's what I'm saying. If he came in there with a plastic one, then I mean, yeah, he could easily get through there.
Yeah, that was a.
You're acting like bro came out there with a knife. Then we'd all be sitting there like, "Hey, yo, how the fuck?"
Dude, because every single time before this, think about it like this: why hasn't AOC received an attack like this? What about Gavin Newsom? What about all these other people? And
I mean, come on, no, that's not. Come on, bro, that doesn't really matter.
No, because they all have anti-ICE rhetoric, and then all of a sudden in Minneapolis,
but we don't know if she was attacked for anti-ICE rhetoric. It sounds like she was just attacked because it was a personal reason, since we're able to relate them back to each other.
No, it even said let's keep rolling.
It never said that she got sprayed for anti-ICE rhetoric. Never said.
She was giving a town hall speech because the way that they're about abolishing ICE and this, that, and the other, and the way that they're framing this is like it's just a crazy MAGA supporter who is basically attacking Ilhan Omar for her stance on ICE, and this took place out of all places in Minneapolis. You can't.
But look, guys, this is Fox pretty much telling us that. Well, it does seem like he was a bit of a right winger according to his content. Be honest with you, I mean, it's right here on Fox, and I'm gonna go look it up myself. But I mean, Fox would be the first person to throw this guy under the bus.
I could make a literal false Facebook account with you with your name, face, and likeness. Put a bunch, do what's called data scalping and scalp off just enough to make a skin deep profile of you, and then basically ruin your life that way. You said none of this stuff.
But think about it though; they'll be able to trace back it all the way to like IP addresses if they really wanted to be serious about it.
Not if
billionaires and congressmen in at play. No, they won't.
Think about it like this. Hold on. No, there's Parody's account out right now of people, and they're stealing their whole likeness, and everybody knows the difference.
Oh yeah.
So it's like what you're saying is already happening. Is not even that bad as what you're saying. But all right, though. Well, I do think we need to go ahead and get back into the video, though. As far as I'm concerned, I'm still on the mindset of that. Well, I don't know if it's staged or not. Right now, it looks kind of legit. And I just can't walk off the cliff yet with you guys on the whole stage. Now, when more comes out, or maybe, you know, they interrogate him and he admits, sure, but we don't know for sure if it's staged. We're all just speculating. And if you are sure, you're not. You just don't like Ilhan Omar, and that's fine.
No.
Either. But I mean, we didn't need to jump off a cliff.
Honestly, if I had been called to be part of her security, it doesn't matter whether I like her or not, I would still give her 100% the best possible security that I could.
Oh, no, I know that, Toe, but the problem is, though, is that people are already assuming duplicity because it's Ilhan Omar. Just like we just did the same thing with Gavin Newsom, we did the same thing with any other, or Jasmine Crockett. If this would happen to them, we'd have all been saying it was staged the same way because this, that, and the third, when we have no proof. And I think we should step away from that until we have proof. We're doing the same thing that we were criticizing Kristi Noem and them for doing, jumping off the porch, saying something that they have no proof of without having none of the facts, and everything we're saying is within speculation. But then we go look at Fox News, and what did they tell us? Well, he said some decently, or I guess somewhat racist things. I don't really think agreeing to have Ellison removed is a racist, but it does seem like he wasn't for his own party. He does have close ties with Ilhan Omar. So this may have been something personal for him, and we just need to be able to understand that. It doesn't have to be political. This could have been something personally wrong with this guy. And there's more proof for that than saying that it was staged. But all right.
Executing him.
No,
and just like you would have supported.
No, that wouldn't have been justification. That wouldn't have been justification for the ICE agent to react. But merely holding a phone, is justification to react.
Who said that it's justified for somebody to spray something? We're talking about a specific incident where a man had a gun. They had a reason to believe that he was armed and dangerous.
He had a gun in his holster. He was holding a phone. He was holding a phone.
Can we talk about masculinity for a second, Peers? I'd like to talk about masculinity for a second.
On him.
I don't know if you want to do that, Tim. You be out here on TV wearing pearl necklaces. I don't know if I want to hear that from you.
Did not have a gun on him?
I would too.
Did he not have a gun on? Have you ever done law enforcement? Any one of you emasculated men on a thing? Have you ever done law enforcement?
You know, Brandon, I can field this one for you. I'm happy to take this. Thank you for that.
Why are they emasculated?
Have you ever had to use force and make a split-second decision?
Apparently, Pierce, we're emasculated because we're not bootlickers for ICE agents who want to kill somebody.
Well, you can judge
apparently we're emasculated because we're not in support of six guys jumping on and murdering a nurse.
There's a use of force.
You're a real man, Brandon. You're a real man.
I mean, and it's kind of crazy how they're talking past the entire point of how, well, he had a gun on him, so he just wasn't any man. And they didn't know he had a gun on him until they brought him to the ground. This guy walked up to an officer, put his hands on him, armed, getting in the way of a law enforcement scene, and they're just like, that don't matter anymore. This is where the Dems are going to lose us, and this is where y'all gaslighting us at. You're pretending like the first couple seconds of that video is not real. And the sad reality is, yes, we know the man did not deserve to die, but he literally walked himself into that situation.
No, you can defend a 6-foot man unloading a clip into a nurse.
Hang on, please. Hang on. We can't hear you when you all talk. When you all talk at once, nobody hears any of you. Tim.
Yeah. So I have a couple of things on this question of whether I've been an officer. This appeal to authority. I haven't, but you know who has? The chief of police of Minneapolis.
The
chief of police of Minneapolis. Excuse me, Brandon. Let me finish talking. The chief of police of Minneapolis gave a press conference.
Shot Freddie.
Brandon, let him talk.
Well, actually, that's a good point. We actually don't know the man who shot Freddie because the federal government is hiding him, so we don't know who killed their own citizens yet,
isn't he?
But we know that the chief of police of Minneapolis gave a press conference after the shooting of Freddie, where he talked about how the judgment was irresponsible and how his police officers, every single police officer in the entire city of Minneapolis, shot 0 bullets last year. They encountered real criminals. Excuse me, let me finish. They encountered real criminals, not soy boy protesters. Like
if I was talking to that police chief, I'd be like, bro, I'm be real with you. It's kind of your fault why this happened. if you'd have been a responsible person actually providing safety for the public, well, you would give crowd control. You wouldn't leave it up to the protesters to go in there and get themselves hurt. You got 2 dead on your hands, and now you want to talk about, oh, well, our police didn't have to do anything. Well, maybe if your police was providing crowd control, then maybe something would have happened. I mean, and I hope, I'm be real with you. I hope that wouldn't have happened. But let's be real though. If you guys providing crowd control, it would have probably been Minneapolis police the ones doing the shooting, but instead you're forcing ICE to do it.
Why are you using logic? Stop putting 2 and 2 together. This is your last warning set.
My bad.
Freddie, they encountered actual criminals. They encountered murderers,
not
rapists,
in use of force scenarios.
Assault. Yeah, they did. They encountered those people. They were armed. How many? They disarmed 1,000. According to the chief of police of Minneapolis, they disarmed 1,000. They disarmed 1,000 people last year without firing a single bullet. These morons fired 10 bullets. And this whole thing about this definition of masculinity. Okay, it's like the tough guys are the 6 masked goons pushing down a woman. Pushing down.
Whoa. Okay, well, there was one guy pushing down a woman, and the rest of them was helping apprehend the guy who's resisting arrest, by the way. And I'll be fair, you can sit there and say because he was pepper sprayed, his eyes hurt, he can't see, discombobulated, but still resisting arrest. That's why they need to put 6 officers on him. And even with 6 officers on him, the man was still trying to stand up. Most likely to try to rub his eye, but still resisting arrest.
A protester and then getting scared. Oh, they saw a gun and I got so scared and I've got to shoot my bullet. Boom, 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 10 times. I'm so scared. I'm so scared. I got to shoot my bullet. Those are the masculine men? No, I'm sorry. The masculine guy was the guy standing up for the woman, doing what men should do, standing up for the woman that got pushed down. And then in exchange for his bravery, a bunch of pussies shot him dead and unloaded 6 bullets into his dead body while he was laying on the ground. That's what happened. Those are the emasculated men. And I wish we had more men like Alex Preddy, but unfortunately he's dead.
Okay. Let me bring in. All right, hang on.
You never arrested anybody.
Let me bring in.
You never carry a gun. You probably don't have a gun on you now. Quit acting like you bold to break. If you in a scenario,
think it's cool to just shoot people,
do you have a gun on you
all the time? I'm concerned about your.
I would be like, no, it's not cool to shoot people all the time. But when people sit there and try to resist arrest, they sit there and try to get in the way of a law enforcement scene and not letting me know that they're armed. Yeah, bro, I'm be real with you. It is okay. Sadly, it is okay. For you, it's sadly. But for that officers, for their safety, and let's be real, if Alex Preddy cared about his safety, you let that officer know he was armed, and he wouldn't have tried to touch the officer. He'd have been like, look, I'm armed. I just want to help this lady up off the ground. That's all he had to do. But that obviously wasn't his intention, though. I mean, apparently he was trying to be a hero by getting in the way of the officer, not realizing that at this point you've assaulted him, and now they got to put your ass to the ground.
Your weapon, to be honest. I'm a little concerned about your weapon based on your judgment and how big of a wuss you are.
I was a police officer.
Brandon,
how many people you kill?
Brandon,
how many people you kill?
If I may, Brandon, you don't have to be packing a gun to be a real man. I don't have a gun. Most people in my country
said that. The wussy said that. I'm saying that in order for you to judge a man who's making a life or death decision, in order for you to judge another man who's making a life and death situation, it would behoove of you or have any wisdom to be in a situation like that. I've been in a situation where I had to choose whether or not I had to shoot a person or not based on use of force policy and the threat of bodily injury or death.
Did you do it?
You have never done that. So it is weird for you to try to judge a person who's in that split-second decision when you don't even carry a gun. So how about you go on a ride along and do some training?
It's pretty easy to judge,
maybe you'll have a better perspective.
It's pretty easy to judge, actually. The guy was laying on the ground. He was a corpse. And the guy shot him from a distance. Boom, 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 6 times. It's pretty easy to judge whether it was a threat. And you can obviously tell that that guy panicked. He shit his pants.
Let me bring in Jonathan. Let me bring in Jonathan. Let me bring in Jonathan.
Hey, shout out to my man Castro. He says Monty does butt stuff for Cheetos. For your information, Dave told me. Damn, threw Monty and Dave under the bus in one chat.
A lot of movement going on here.
Bro, that's crazy.
Bovino's been sent packing from Minneapolis.
Why you doing that, Castro?
Kristi Noem's been effectively gagged. A lot of heat on Miller and others for putting them up to the rhetoric. They all seem to suggest.
I need to address something. I need to address that comment. First of all, I didn't say that. And second of all, I'm just his manager. Okay? Don't worry about all that. It's legal, I think. Anyway, play the video.
Gotcha.
It all come from Stephen Miller. Trump clearly aware that this is not working politically, but ICE remain
not the best.
Doing what they're doing in other parts of America. They're deporting a reasonably large number of people, although interestingly, less actually in the first year than Biden did in his last year, for example. So there are some interesting parallels here. It's not apples and oranges because Biden was letting a lot more people in. But in terms of actual deportations, it's not overly successful so far, but it is attracting, I would argue, an overly negative context now for the administration. If you were running ICE now, what would you be recommending to Donald Trump about how they should conduct themselves going forward?
Well, I sort of disagree a little bit with your premise in terms of how it's been successful. I think about 1.9 or over 2 million people have taken the self-deportation option, which is removing, in which the government gives them $1,000, and now they've raised that to 26.
And that's that. I mean, honestly, that's how the Dems try to play people on the argument of immigration. You've only immigrated 600,000, yeah, but over 1 million self-deported. So, yeah, I mean, you can go ahead and add that to the guys that we've also removed. And I mean, what you got? You damn near almost got 2 million people that's been deported, or, if you count self-deportations and forced deportations, we're basically close to 2 million. So, well, the Dems won't make that argument, or they won't hear that out. Oh, gotcha.
That's it. Yeah.
$600. And so you put that on top of the 600,000 that have been removed and then nobody else coming in. It's been enormously successful. And the way how do you measure success? Well, we have the lowest murder rate since 1900 in this country. That crime rates are down about 20% nationwide. So our country is objectively safer. We know that. We know people aren't coming in droves anymore. And so you have to look at the big picture. We also know things like wages are going up, because when you look at illegal immigration, and from your country, it's not just something that has no cost to the citizens. It's enormously costly. Illegal immigration makes Americans poorer, less healthy, less safe, less educated. And that's not really even arguable. It costs $150 billion a year. And what's interesting, just in tax dollars, and not to mention all the other costs, and what's really interesting about this is everyone knows at this point Biden and Mayorkas are bringing people in deliberately because they want them to be voters and they want them to help in the census. There's really no serious argument against that. It's very interesting that the Democrats' response to everything is always stop the deportations. They never say, hey, let's think of a good way to get rid of the illegal aliens. They'll never say that. So it really is a tell where they're coming from. But as far as what I think a good messaging should be going forward is focus on the criminals for the deportations, meaning for the arrest outside of the jail. Focus on the sanctuary cities, because, one of the issues with Minneapolis, it's a sanctuary cities where they would rather turn over a child molester back into the community than turn them over to ICE. And by the way, Tim Walz wrote an op-ed lying about this the other day in the Wall Street Journal. So you have to wonder, is he even acting in good faith on this? But I think emphasize the criminals, emphasize the benefits from not having illegal aliens in the country, and also remember, deportations and border security are intertwined.
Get on them clothes.
Because the reason people were coming under Biden was because they knew the second they set foot on American soil, they were all, for all intents and purposes, a citizen of this country. So you cannot have those policies, or people will continue to come in. These all work together. But deport the criminals.
Yeah, I agree. And I mean, I'm not sure if he mentioned this, but let's be real, though. If Trump actually pulls back and does what these guys want him to do, then that's what the liberals are going to do across America. They're going to get violent. These sanctuary city mayors are going to pull back their police, so these guys can get violent, obstruct, have a couple of their own citizens die just so they can have ICE pulled out. I mean, trust me, they're going to follow the pattern, word for word, bar for bar. And trust me, we do not want that.
Say who you're deporting, why, incentivize self-deportation, and talk about the benefits of not having illegal immigrants. As you know, in your country, it's a big problem.
I get it. Let me bring Brian back in. I want to play a clip of Jimmy Kimmel last night.
And to the people of Minneapolis, to the Preddy family and the Good family, and these people who were looking out for their neighbors. We want you to know that we are with you and you are not alone.
Brian, apart from the fact that Jimmy Kimmel really needs to stop crying, I just wanted to say that as a general blanket observation that barely a week goes by.
You know
when
it's
he's not
bad when
blabbing
Piers
on
Morgan
TV
has to
about
say it.
something. I'm not saying he doesn't care. I'm just saying that it's getting a bit weary for me. But also, I don't remember him crying when Barack Obama was president. There's a clip doing the rounds today of Obama talking in really tough language about his own deportation record and why it was so important. He deported over 3 million people. No liberal friends of mine gave a damn or knew how many people he was deporting. He was putting kids in cages, separating them from their families, all the stuff that people chuck at Trump. But it was never an issue throughout those 8 years. He was the biggest deporter of people in the history of the United States in terms of pro rata per year as a president. So there's been a massive double standard there. And I can't help but think that one of the reasons is the liberal skewed media, which it is. I've worked in it. You could shoot a harpoon around the old CNN newsroom when I was there and not hit a conservative voter.
Hey,
they
pause
just
it real
didn't
quick.
care because it was their guy. And what happens this time, because everyone hates Trump on the left and the media collectively hate Trump. So they fire everything up. Then it becomes a huge thing. Then you have people going out in the streets and protesting because they've been whipped up by the media. Then you have these altercations with ICE. Then you have deadly altercations. And we're in the position we're now in. I'm not saying they're to blame, but I'm saying that part of what we're seeing here is something that never happened in the Obama years about this kind of issue of deporting illegal immigrants because nobody cared. And my question for you is, all right, we can have Jimmy Kimmel blubbing on TV about it because he cares so much. Why didn't he care?
Hey, yo, shout out Castro. He hopped in here on one tonight. He said Trump would have grabbed Jimmy K or Jimmy Kimmel. He is a fat pussy.
See, here's the thing. Here's the thing, Seth. I will say one thing about Piers Morgan. He does shoot straight, and he tells it like it is. And like I said, he said it right. Like under Obama, it was like triple or double as worse as it is now, and you don't see people making a hucklebuck.
Yeah, bro, Donald Trump used some strong language. I mean, not Donald Trump, but Barack Obama used strong language. Like, bro, he was talking about going after employers. He was like, look, I don't care if they're here and they didn't commit no crimes. They're here illegally. We're a nation of laws. They got to go. This was what Barack Obama was saying. But go ahead, Toph.
I'm sorry. I did not mean to do that
You're good.
I was yelling at my dogs.
That man said, I'm tired of hearing Jimmy Kimmel cry. You know it's bad when Piers Morgan is saying it.
Yeah.
It just don't sound
Kimmel's
legitimate. He was just such a young man. It's like, oh, I don't know why it just feels fake. But
it's like, bro, if you were so heartfelt and so sympathetic, like Piers said, why didn't you say this under the Obama admin? Oh, because that's your guy. That's your guy, and if you speak out about him, you're going to the cross on that one.
Yeah, and I can honestly argue that Obama's immigration policies and practices were 1,000 times more inhumane than anything ICE and Trump has done now.
Shout out to
like the cages that they try to blame on Trump, those have been built at the beginning of Obama's presidency, which a lot of people like to forget.
Same way when Obama was doing this. And did you care and did you speak out about Obama's deportation record? Or do you accept that Obama pretty much shared Trump's view, which is actually, if you're in the country illegally, then you should probably be deported because there are millions of people trying to become legally immigrants to the United States. And there are hundreds of millions who've come to the country over the last century who did it the right way.
Look, I can't speak to what my thoughts were during the Obama administration. I was in college, so I wasn't really paying that much attention to politics. But I would say in general, look, I am in favor of immigration. I think it's better for the economy. I also recognize that immigrants, if we've heard so much about crime, immigrants commit crime at lower rates than native-born Americans. So this isn't about stopping crime, because if this was about stopping crime, our law enforcement agencies would focus on the people who are actually committing it, certainly committing it at higher numbers, but they won't, because this is not about crime. That's just some flimsy pretext that people use to be able to justify this.
They're not always able to find people who are illegally in this country that commit crime.
Now, you know what? I just want to take us back, man. Let's take us back 11 years with our guy Obeezy. All right, shout out to Obama. Let's just take us back for a little bit.
We'll build on our progress at the border with the immigration system more fair and more just. Tonight, I'm announcing those actions. First, we'll build on our progress at the border with additional resources for our law enforcement personnel so that they can stem the flow of illegal crossings and speed the return of those who do cross over. Second, I'll make it easier and faster for high-skilled immigrants, graduates, and entrepreneurs to stay and contribute to our economy, as so many business leaders have proposed. Third, we'll take steps to deal responsibly with the millions of undocumented immigrants who already live in our country. I want to say more about this third issue because it generates the most passion and controversy. Even as we are a nation of immigrants, we're also a nation of laws. Undocumented workers broke our immigration laws, and I believe that they must be held accountable, especially those who may be dangerous.
The same ones you're trying to protect, Obama's pretty much siding with Trump like, look, I get it. Look, I know you like them, but they broke our laws, and they need to be deported.
I think if Trump just played that speech from President Obama, then hold up.
All right.
In our country. I want to say more about this third issue because it generates the most passion and controversy. Even as we are a nation of immigrants, we're also a nation of laws. Undocumented workers broke our immigration laws, and I believe that they must be held accountable, especially those who may be dangerous. That's why over the past 6 years, deportations of criminals are up 80%. And that's why we're going to keep focusing enforcement resources on actual threats to our security. Felons, not families. Criminals, not children. Gang members, not a mom who's working hard to provide for her kids. We'll prioritize, just like law enforcement does every day. But even as we focus on deporting criminals, the fact is millions of immigrants in every state, of every race and nationality, still live here illegally. And let's be honest, tracking down, rounding up, and deporting millions of people isn't realistic. Anyone who suggests otherwise isn't being straight with you. It's also not who we are as Americans. After all, most of these immigrants have been here a long time. They work hard, often in tough, low-paying jobs. They support their families.
I know, basically modern-day slaves.
They worship at our churches. Many of their kids are American-born or spent most of their lives here.
Just like the
And
slaves.
their hopes, dreams, and patriotism are just like ours.
Just like slaves.
As my predecessor, President Bush, once put it, they are a part of American life.
So, like I said, Obama always has a better way of saying things. He's just a really good speaker. But he is basically saying what Trump is saying. Like, you get here, you came here undocumented, you broke our law, you gotta go.
Yeah.
Y'all, sorry, my mom was about to. My bad, y'all. My mom was about to put the beat down on my younger brother. She still might. Anyway.
All right. But go ahead. All right, let's get back.
When they have a crime committal stat, it's because they've been able to find the person and prosecute the person to some degree. People that are illegally in this country have no identity. They commit crimes with with complete impunity. So
I don't know what that means. I don't know what that means. This idea that.
But on. Shout out to my man Daniel Castro. It's anyone falling for this fake ass drama is a retard.
identity.
Do you, hold on,
Wait a
hold on,
minute,
let me
wait a
just ask
minute.
this. Do you think illegal and legal immigration are the same?
Look,
yes.
of course they're not the same. Of course they're not the same. But the reality is that
do you think
that
do
this
you
is not
accept
what.
both, or do you believe in one or the other?
But they all get treated the same.
Well,
I don't know what that means. I don't know what that means.
Just
They
for
all get
starters,
treated the
I
same.
just say two things.
The same.
If I could just say really quick two things on this point. Number one, right now they're deporting actually people that came the right way. They're reporting people that came here as asylees or refugees, and they're sending them back, even though they've been going through the legal process. Excuse me, can I just finish? They are asylum seekers. They came across the border illegally. They showed up to a port of entry and they volunteered. They've been going to their checkups with ICE, waiting for their court date, and they're deporting those people. So that, excuse me, just really quick. So those aren't illegal immigrants that are being deported. They're people that have done the right thing. They're being deported. And lastly, can you just let me say one other thing?
Other than those people.
Can I say one other thing?
The other 20 million.
I just want to say one other thing before you respond. When you talk about illegal immigrant crime, I do have one pretty easy stat to point to. So far this year in Minnesota, illegal immigrants have killed 0 people. The ICE agents have killed 2. So 2 American citizens have been killed by ICE, 0 by illegal immigrants. So that's the current.
Do you know that for sure, bro? So no illegal immigrants killed nobody in Minnesota. All right, I'll fact check that one. Sure, why not?
Kick out ICE and bring in illegal immigrants. Okay.
Well, kick out the murderers, I would say. I actually want to kick out the murderers. No, great. I want to kick out the murderers. The illegal immigrant murderers, get the hell out. The guy that killed Laken Riley, get the hell out. By the way, the guy that killed Alex Preddy, you get the fuck to prison as well. How about that? We get rid of all the killers.
If he's unjustified in his use of force,
you're manning up there.
Let me ask Brandon. Look
at what Jacob Fry has done in Minneapolis.
If I can say one thing.
Hang on, please. Hang on, please. Guys, let me try and moderate the panel,
criteria, not the hysterics.
Let me moderate the panel.
I gave you a stat.
Brandon, do you think there's a lot of hypocrisy given that Obama deported 3 million people and was very strong in his rhetoric, as indeed Bill and Hillary Clinton were? The clips are everywhere, right? They all basically agree about the problem.
I'm for that, Piers. This is a question about hypocrisy. It's a question about killing American citizens.
I literally lost my mind.
Criminals is fine.
When I went back and listened to what Barack Obama said. What Barack Obama said about not coming to America, you would go to the back of the line. You didn't do it the right way. We're gonna catch you and we're gonna kick you out of our country. Everybody should be in lockstep with that. If you came here legally, we love you.
But they are coming here legally. Liam Ramos, a 5-year-old boy, who was wearing a 5-year-old boy who was wearing a Spider-Man backpack, a bunny hat. His father was here through the asylum. His father was here legally. He was going through the process. So there's always an excuse. You'll always complain. He was here. He was going through the process. He was the exact type of person.
Guys, don't talk at once, please.
Let him
talk.
He was the exact Liam Ramos's father, the 5-year-old child.
Then why not help
stop talking for a second?
All right, go. Shut up.
A 5-year-old boy.
Right,
a 5-year-old boy was
let
used
Brian
as
finish.
bait.
Brian, make your point about the 5-year-old boy. Then Brandon, you respond.
Liam Ramos, a 5-year-old boy wearing a bunny hat and a Spider-Man backpack, used as bait to get his father to come outside. He was here legally, going through the legal process, the exact thing that, Brandon, you're claiming you wanted to see, and yet he's now in the process of deportation. So the goalpost will always move. You'll claim that this is all about wanting people to go through the proper process, but then you've got people who are going through the proper process, and yet ICE still creates deportation porn out of their processes and tries to get them out of the country anyway.
Okay. Are you done?
Brandon.
Okay. I want people to be very clear about this. You can come through the country without going through a port of entry. You're illegally in this country. You can come through a port of entry and your asylum claim gets denied, and you're also illegal in this country. So 2 things can be true at the same time.
Well, I mean, I have to come back with you guys on that. Remember what he said? He said that from 2025 all the way out to 2026, there were no illegal immigrants killed anybody. Well, luckily he didn't say 2024, because actually there was an illegal that was drunk driving that actually did kill somebody in 2024, and he was convicted in 2025. So there you go. But here's what we can never find. There is no public Minnesota database that clearly answers how many unalivings through 2025 and 2026 that were committed by undocumented immigrants. Yeah, immigration status is not consistently public, and charging documents or crime stats and media coverage is uneven. So yeah, even as I'm looking it up on both Gemini and ChatGPT and Grok, they're both telling me the same thing. They have no public database that can even prove that to be right or wrong. They're not even tracking it. But he said it with such confidence.
Did not use a 5-year-old to lure this guy. They already had an arrest warrant for him. He got arrested. He fled from them, leaving his child behind. They had to take the child into some type of custody for his safety. The family refused to take the kid into the house. They refused to take the kid back from the facility. So ICE had no choice but to have this kid in a safe environment because his dad did not care enough about him to take care of him. You guys are using a 5-year-old for your immigration porn. It is not true that they lured that man. Listen, why can't we all on this panel say legal immigration is good? If you come here illegally, you have broken the law and you have to be deported. Why are we against deportation of illegal immigrants? The two people in the middle make sense.
Real quick,
Y'all don't have a solution to it.
What are you
Pierce,
talking
I'd like
about,
to get
man?
in
Like,
here
look,
real quick
you
on
don't
the
let me
asylum
talk,
issue.
but I'm for it. I'm for deport. Start
why
with
are
the
you
worst
mad
of the
at what
worst.
ICE is
Then why
If
not?
people
Why
are
not
here legal,
encourage
deport them.
Minnesota to cooperate with ICE?
Because
Why
ICE
not have them
isn't
cooperate
going
with ICE on the
after
criminals?
illegal immigrants. How hard do I have to say this? I agree with. Could I finish? I can answer
so
your
they
question
are
if
trying
you
to
want.
leave the illegals in and deport the legal ones. Well, why not have Minnesota give up the illegal immigrants that are in their jails? Why aren't you in favor of that? Or maybe you are in favor of that. I don't know.
They're doing that. Huh? The Minnesota Department of Corrections
They are
is
not
working
doing it.
with
That is a sleight of hand. That is factually untrue. You can spaz out or do whatever you do, but that's not true. The jails are not turning people over, and that's the vast majority of people arrested. The prison system is, and that's the sleight of hand that Tim Walz is using there. But the jails are not, and that's factually true, and they would even admit it. Tim Walz deliberately
putting these guys in the jail, and the jails aren't turning them over, but they'll take them to the prisons, which is different than jail, by the way, if you didn't know. And they'll take them to prison. For some reason, the prison will turn them over, but not the jails. Which is absolutely crazy because the jails is literally, where the police are.
Spaz out and do your little shtick.
I'm just trying to reply.
I think the other issue,
usually in the police department.
All right, go ahead and reply, Tim.
Look, I'm with you. Criminal aliens should be handed over to federal ICE agents or federal CPB. I'm with you on that. Here's okay. And so if you have could you let me finish? And if you have a critique about the way that Hennepin County and Minneapolis is handling that is a fair critique, and that is fine. And we could talk about that policy and what the right policy is. I'm also for deporting people that came here illegally. What ICE is doing in Minneapolis is far beyond that remit. They are going after people that have asylum claims that have not been adjudicated. They're going after protesters. They're going after American citizens. They've jailed American citizens. They're going into neighborhoods. They're bullying people. They're pushing people, and they're murdering people.
Well, I mean, if they're going after the asylum seekers, it's because Trump revoked their TPS program. Revoked their TPS. So
I mean, because it was being used to smuggle money to get people that were on the do not enter list into the United States.
And there's a lot of stories that people were telling that they never cooperated. They just never went back and said, "Oh, is this actually going down in this country?" No, they just believed them at face value and let them in. Like as long as you had a really sad story, they was gonna let you in. Or if you was trans, you was running away from persecution because you're trans. Oh no, they love that one. They love that.
Yeah. I might get kicked again because instead of charging up, it's dropped back down to 4. I mean, it's going to take a while, but I might get kicked again. So,
no, you're good.
But no, what I was going to say was them saying that they're going into, they're arresting American citizens. They're doing everything that he said is just not true.
So if your issue is let's deal with Hennepin County prisons and figure out how to work better with them, then you don't need to murder American citizens to achieve that goal. And so we can agree on that. I wish you could agree that the American citizens should be shot dead.
Let me bring in Brandon.
More issues.
Let me bring in Brandon. Let me bring in Brandon because I want to bring in just an update from Polymarket about Kristi Noem. It's quite interesting. We're following the prediction markets on this subject of who will be the first to leave Trump's cabinet. Almost uniquely, he's a year in and hasn't fired anyone from his cabinet yet. Polymarket has a $1.5 million market open, a lot of activity. As we speak, Kristi Noem is at 39% to be that first member of Trump's cabinet to be fired. She was just at 13% before the 2 deaths in Minneapolis. I mean, Brandon, do you think she's on the way out? Is she going to be the first casualty of Trump's cabinet?
Doubt it.
I don't know. I think Trump is very loyal to the people that are in his cabinet right now. That's why he hasn't fired anybody so far. But I do think that she's becoming incredibly unpopular on the Republican side. Now, I don't necessarily agree or disagree with it. I don't pay attention to what she's saying. I don't care unless people are getting arrested and they're doing their job. But I do believe if she's not doing what she's supposed to be doing, if she's doing things illegitimately and is not working on behalf of the country, get her sorry self out of there. And I believe that with anybody that's in the cabinet. I don't owe no loyalty to none of y'all. If you don't do your job, you need to get fired. And so if there's a fair evaluation of Kristi Noem and what she's doing and not doing, and if she's not doing what's right for the American people and she's committing fraudulent behavior, fire her. I think we all understand it. Can I give you the Border Patrol response real quick? Law enforcement and Border Patrol connection, because I worked in law enforcement in Tucson, which is a border state, and we work well with Border Patrol and ICE. And there's a big difference when you arrest somebody and they are illegally in this country. Now, local law enforcement do not have jurisdiction to arrest them for their federal crimes, but we do take them to the jail and we put them on what we call an ICE hold. Therefore, they cannot leave the jail facility even when they're done serving for their city crime or their state crime. The ICE agents will come and verify them and take them. That keeps the community way safer because ICE does not have to go into the community. When you force ICE to go into the community and then you have idiots harassing them, doxing them, throwing stuff at them, blockading their vehicles, you create an unduly risk. This is why ICE is patrolled, or even Border Patrol and their assistance with ICE around the entire country. And you don't see people getting shot and hardly anywhere else. You would say 99.9% of the shootings.
But all right, we're going to call it an end on this video. And you know what? Because you guys supported, I'm going to go ahead and close out on that James O'Keefe video. If you guys missed it the first time, I'm going to go ahead and play it again because I seen some people actually wanting to watch it again. So I'm like, I got you.
All right.
So shout out to my man, James O'Keefe.
Undercover in the protests in Minneapolis. Here we go. So we're in downtown Minneapolis. What we found, NGOs and nonprofits funded by the government featuring true believers.
Is the door locked?
Lock the door. Why are you giving us the middle finger? Our undercover people were inside the mob.
You can look up Make the Road New York.
Are there chats and stuff? I'm trying to get linked up. Watch out. Here we go.
Not press. These guys aren't press. Not the fucking
They threw something at me which hit the back of my bulletproof vest.
They're everywhere.
Grab the fucking doors.
Shut the door. Whoa.
They threw a frozen ice brick at the car. Downtown Minneapolis, the day before the shooting of Alex Pretty, they were still protesting Renee Good. The O'Keefe team rolled into town in an SUV with tinted windows. They could not see inside. And what's remarkable is they start cursing at your car merely because it is an SUV, which they all perceive to be feds.
Is the door locked?
Lock the door. Why are you giving us the middle finger?
Ready, everybody, get the fuck out of here.
Here comes the guy. Don't loan. Do not.
Yeah, I don't know what he's doing.
No.
Don't. See?
Just don't hit anybody, okay? Usually I'm pretty confrontational, but we soon realized the only way to deal with these types of white walkers, or zombies as we call them, is to just not engage. Roll up your window. Roll up your window now. Anything else would lead to escalation and violence. It's safe to say that I've never seen anything like this in my life. Just driving down a street will have people scream to you and curse at you and threaten violence. In fact, independent journalist Cam Higbee was nearby and texted me at this time, telling me that trucks, Tahoes, Suburbans, SUVs are an absolute no-go. He advised us to get a Subaru or other mom car, or Honda, as he said. He mentioned they would bank our license plate. Our undercover people arrived at the tail end of the protest that evening, including myself. Watchdog, how you doing? What's going on? It's Jay O'Connell, Watchdog. My fiance is a teacher.
Is she? What's she teach? What's she teach?
Special needs.
Where are we going? We're gonna be at ice agents. Don't you have a thing to cover your face? Like this.
We heard chants of ice out and fuck ice.
Ice out. Ice out. Fuck ice. Fuck ice. Fuck ice. Fuck ice.
Hopefully the audience will forgive this reporter for participating in these chants in order to fit in. We found teachers, nurses, and union organizers all telling us, "We appreciate you, neighbor."
Appreciate you, neighbor. Appreciate you, neighbor. Appreciate you, neighbor. A guy came by before and he stopped here. It was a bunch of young kids and they handed out weed to everybody. Yeah. It was so cool. I gave all mine away, all but a little bit, because I wanted to at least try it. You got anything better than weed? Well, are you a paid agitator? Just kidding.
While many, probably many of you, might think this is all due to some specific centralized funding source, what we found is a hodgepodge of various NGOs and nonprofits loosely tied together through ideology, funded in part by the government, featuring 501c3s with nonprofit tax returns, a variety of funding sources. But most of these people we found were actually true believers, there to live and die by their cause.
What is this about?
Yeah, so we're individuals for national organizations supporting the fight against ICE.
This woman, featured on a hidden camera, is Peggy Wang. Based in Boston, she works at Massachusetts College of Art and Design. Active in the Massachusetts Teachers Association, she participates in pro-Palestinian protests, and her job is currently being threatened for doing so. While this footage is hard to hear, Peggy Wang lists the issues that her organization gets involved in: immigration rights, abolishing ICE, stopping raids and deportations, justice for victims, and getting ICE out of cities like Minneapolis.
I thought you meant union work. Union work. That our unions definitely need to take in the fight against ICE, against the genocide. But also fighting for reproductive rights, universal health care. Labor, workers' party. We need a real political representation for working class party.
Okay. Is this a party?
We're an organization,
Independent socialist group.
This other protester we secretly recorded talks about an organization called Make the Road New York. We've never heard of this organization, but apparently they have a budget of $30 million. They talk about one of the speakers that spoke earlier that day, April Veretti. April is the president of the SEIU labor union.
I mean, if you're interested in an immigrants' rights organization, you should look up Make the Road New York.
Make the Road New York.
Make the Road.
But who are you with?
I'm just with the union.
Oh.
Yeah, SEIU, Service Employees International.
We looked at the tax returns of Make the Road New York and found they're a registered 501c3 that file a 990, and they received $16 million in grants.
Well funded.
As cars drove by, the agitators would ride on top of the cars. One man's spoiler was broken off his car as one agitator tried to climb on board the car.
What happened? What was that? Accidentally broke his wing on his car. Oh, shit. Oh, they slapped the shit out of that wing right there.
One of the comments they made was, there's no blood here, and you know there's no Trump people, there's no MAGA people, because if there was, there would be blood.
We had one person. Oh, I had to have it. I got any fascists trying through here today? Nope, not yet. See any blood on the ground? No, I haven't seen any blood. That's how we know there's no fascists. They haven't showed up. They haven't showed up.
One of the advantages of it being so cold is we were able to cover every single part of our skin. But these conditions were truly dangerous. Many of our DSLR cameras actually froze. Our hidden cameras malfunctioned in minutes because it was so cold.
You make this? I did. I made it for the Powderhorn Art Festival because I want to melt ice and get them the fuck out of here.
It's not melting.
Oh, you know why? Because it's so cold out.
Yeah.
And we watched water freeze in seconds. A bottle of water could quickly be turned into a weapon.
Negative 17-degree weather. Let's see what happens to water. Let's see how fast that freezes. 1, 2, 3. It's already frozen.
On our second day, January 24th, something happened that we never anticipated.
Oh, shit. What the fuck?
There was a second shooting. We were only a few miles away when that happened. There was just a shooting. And any updates that you've while you were sitting there, you guys reading the news?
The biggest updates that we have is that the mayor just announced that you need to decide what side you're on. Either you're on the side of Minneapolis or you're on the side of the federal government.
Our streets! Our streets! Our streets! Our streets! No justice, no peace! No justice, no peace!
Around noon local time, when people started to descend, walking down the street, mobs of people appeared out of nowhere, all walking in the direction of the shooting. We wondered, where did these people come from and how did they know so quickly to mobilize? Our undercover people were inside the mob.
I can't believe this happened again. I drove down from Colorado to come yesterday. We were going to leave today, and then all that just happened. Like,
you could help support the community.
Yeah, of course. I mean,
I know, a good time. I mean, like, I'm glad you guys are here because, I don't know what the fuck is going on.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know how they're gonna keep getting away with this.
Yeah, and are there like group? Are there chats and stuff? I'm trying to get linked up and stuff, and I don't.
Unfortunately, just because you're out of towner, I don't know if I feel comfortable like putting you in chats and stuff, just because there's like so many fucking ops.
Oh, I
you know what I mean?
Yeah.
The agitator confirms the reporting done by citizen journalist Cam Higbee, who posted a video on X of all the signal chats. The agitator talks about the signal chats. Just seconds later, after having that conversation, our undercover reporter was tear gassed.
I don't feel comfortable like.
Oh no, okay, yeah. You're fine. I just drove down here, me and my brother, and he's a film editor, so he's filming it. Watch out. Here we go.
You fucking cowards!
Our undercover reporter was invited into the lobby of a nearby apartment complex where the agitators were wiping tear gas off their face.
Oh, fuck, I was fucking tear.
Hey, and shout out to my man Ham. He had too much to say, just wanted to show some support. Appreciate the support, brother.
Tear gas.
Yep. Let's say I live here if anybody needs in for a second.
I got you. It stays like on your clothes and burns.
Yeah, you'll smell it on your clothes.
And they'll keep burning. That's great.
Go to upstairs and find.
Right, can I just sit right here, dude? I just.
Let's face it, healthcare is a mess. Outrageous premiums, surprise bills, denied claims, and now the rates are climbing again. Medical debt is the #1 cause of bankruptcy, even for people with insurance. That's why I switched to Impact Health Sharing. No networks, no woke nonsense.
Nah, don't worry. I ain't about to put you through the commercial. I ain't about to do you like that. Let's get right back to it.
Accountable. But today I want to issue your bank months, and that's why I partnered with American.
Hey, Set. So
what's up?
I want to get in and say something. So a lot of these people, this is kind of why I was saying that I feel like the ICE, what happened with Ilhan Omar was staged. Forgive me for like the background noise. I'm putting stuff into the car, but I'm also talking. A lot of that stuff was staged. What happened to her? Because you gotta think about the timing of this.
Wait, bro,
like
that, like the topic. Come on, man.
No, I'm staying on topic. Just hear me out. So think about it like this. One, this stuff happens when fraud is confirmed in Minneapolis by one guy and his YouTube channel and asking like a public official. All this stuff gets brought up. Now, it starts by Trump mentioning it. Then Nick Shirley investigates it, puts it out for the world to see. So now they caught with their pants down. All right, cool. Then all of a sudden, they send ICE, the IRS, some feds, they finna do a forensic investigation. Now all of a sudden, these protesters are coming out. This isn't by, accident. This is all systematic. And it's as we confirmed, as you speculated, me and Tove and everybody else, probably except for Sid, speculated that all of this stuff is dark money being funneled so that giving people enough time to cover their ducats. That's all it is. This is a confirmation of that.
All right, gotcha. All right then.
Shame on you! Shame on you!
I can agree to that.
Shame on you! Shame! Shame! Shame!
When that happened, I decided to arrive. We rolled up about 10 blocks from the scene of the tear gas. What struck me was this was not a bad neighborhood. The neighborhood looked like many of the neighborhoods that you live in. And immediately, as we got out of the car, 4 to 5 women asked us who we were with.
I'd love to see some sort of media. Just curious. Like, I would love to see just like your work.
Yes. Exposed to what's happening.
Yeah, stop taking pictures of me, bro. Stop taking pictures. No, you're not. These guys are not press.
No, we are press.
Let's see them. Let's see them.
Yeah, we got to take the best off.
Eventually, I decided to identify myself as a member of the press, specifically a member of OK Media, as in O'Keefe Media. I even had a press badge.
Hand it to us.
If it's real, just hand it to her. Yeah, no, it's right here. Go give it back.
These guys are not press. I looked up OK Media. It's from Portugal. They're not from Portugal.
Bizarrely, the agitator claimed that OK Media was Portuguese.
Well, it's real play. It's real.
Yo, that's crazy. Said, hold up. That's crazy. He was like, yeah, I'm from this media organization. They're like, no, you're not. And he was like, I know his brain was probably processing what just happened.
Yeah, he just like, wait, what? Like, no, you're not, but I'm showing you my press pass. You're still not press. Okay, well, here's my media group. You're still not a press. I'm like, bro.
Actually, you're not even Portuguese. You're not even Portuguese. You're white. And it's like, bro, what's happening right now? Like, all logic is completely out the door.
And the crazy thing is, I'm pretty sure you said look up O'Keefe Media, and she just said OK Media, and that was it.
Bro.
And none of their work is political at all.
What's fascinating about this interaction is the statement from the agitator, quote, they're not political at all. What dawned upon me in that moment was it wasn't a good thing we weren't political. It was actually a liability. If you're not a member of their team, if you don't believe exactly what they believe, you are their enemy. Even if you're neutral, you must be destroyed or killed.
Stop taking pictures of people.
I'm not taking pictures. I'm taking pictures of him.
Stop. Why? What the fuck is the point?
Because we're press.
You got it? We got it? Tell me the website. Tell me the website. These guys are press. These guys are not press. We are press. These guys are not press. We're press.
Then they were able to ID me. A woman pulled up my Wikipedia page, which labeled me as a far-right activist, and it went all downhill from there.
So I mean, you're press. You're just not the right press to be around there. I mean, you're right wing. He was cooked. He was cooked as soon as they found that out. But hey, at least he tried.
I don't know all kinds of things. Not the fucking bed.
Shame!
They threw something at me, which hit the back of my Kevlar plate.
Shame!
My security determined this was an unsafe situation, so we retreated back to the SUV.
The key is when we get to the car, we're gonna get in and get out right now, okay?
But they continued to follow us. All you can do is merely disengage and try your best to get out. But they follow you, and they don't stop following you. It felt like a horror movie. This agitator attempted to organize an army, recruiting members of the mob to follow us.
Those guys are feds. Yeah, the press. Feds. These are feds. These guys are feds.
Our cameraman actually pulled his mask down to try to show them that we are actually press.
If I was a Fed, I wouldn't take off my mask.
We got into the vehicle and they started throwing projectiles at us. Frozen water bottles at us. One hit my security in the back of the neck.
I am shooting.
Shoot.
I'm shooting.
Whoa. This is about we're press.
We're fucking press.
We're press. Do you know what the First Amendment is? Go. Do you support the First Amendment? Do you support the First Amendment? Yes or no?
I'm against fucking ICE. You guys are yelling and throwing things. We're not doing nothing to you.
You just assaulted us. We're press.
We are. We're trying. All right. No problem, bro. I got you.
Hey, they're just everywhere. Look, turn around. They're everywhere.
Shut the fucking doors.
Shut the door.
Shut the fucking doors.
They threw a frozen
Ice.
ice brick at the car.
Take off your vest again quickly. Yes, I gotta fucking bring a lot. Here, throw it in the back.
Yeah, I don't know. You could get killed, man. You could get killed. There's no First Amendment anymore in this country. No, there's not. It's over. Game over. Now there's a cop. What is that?
It's an ambulance.
Okay. Yeah, let me get out of Dodge and regroup. But this is not safe. This is not safe for you and I. Okay. So we were 1 became 20 became 100. They just started assaulting us. They started attacking us, and I think my realization is that we are headed towards a civil war in this country. There is no way that's going to be avoided. There's total lawlessness. They don't care that we're press. Anybody who is not on their side will be destroyed, killed. Everyone's afraid. No one wants to expose anything. It's all about greed and money and power. People need to wake up because that's what the future looks like. That's the future. I felt like we're in a movie. Perhaps Children of Men would be the closest metaphor I could see. Zombies attacking the car, attacking you. Cartel guys, you should put in the line in the sand. Cartel was running away from me when I pulled up with a press vest in California, but here they throw bricks at the police
in your face.
They don't give a fuck.
It's a crazy thing when the cartel runs away from you, but protesters in America, oh no, they're ready to attack you and take you out the game. Like, man, it shows. I mean, the audacity.
Now let me say something. So there's only one other reason why I could think that the federal government is allowing this stuff to go on. What they're doing is they're letting, because and this should be something that should worry y'all too. So ICE actually found this woman that was at one of the shootings. They scanned her face, and then the lady ended up finding out later that the Immigration and Customs Enforcement had sent her picture over along with like an excerpt of the altercation and where she was, and they ended up banning her from flying. Now let's blow that up on like a big level like this. In the event, I think the federal government is just allowing this stuff to happen because they're taking names, they're taking faces, they're taking geolocations. So that way, when the dust settles and they think they're good and, you know, fine and dandy, you know, hit me with the FBI open up set.
Oh man! So when they find it, FBI
open up. Right, they gonna appear right at the house. They're gonna hit them with the FBI open up, and then all of a sudden they're gonna be standing on trial because guess what? They got the name, they got the face, they got the visuals, they got the body cam footage, they got the flock cameras. I mean, come on, bro. You handing them all the evidence. You think the federal government just gonna take this lying down? No. And, you know, on some degrees, I do like that the federal government has this because it helps. It traps people that think they would get away with being lawless. At the same time, I am kind of wary because that is a surveillance state, and that's what we're headed for. But in this case, I will definitely say 100%. These guys are not getting off. They're not getting off. Maybe the ones that are close. Maybe the ones that are closer to like the millionaires and billionaires. You know, the ones with some real sway. Maybe they'll get off and they'll buy their way out of it. But like the average Joe that's doing this BS, absolutely not. They cooked. They just don't know it yet.
This is 2014. Wow. Apparently I missed a lot. Sorry.
You're good. But
well, I'm just gonna protect my portfolio and make sure my kids are safe behind my picket fence. Okay, for another few years that'll work. Eventually they'll come for you.
We went back to our hotel. My undercover reporter found spotters from their groups spying on us, following us, and reporting back to their signal chats.
We have to get out of the hotel.
James, go pack.
Okay, I need you with me.
Yeah, let's go.
We have to get out of the hotel. They got spotters in the hotel.
them there
so
too?
we gotta get just out of Minneapolis. Come on.
We soon realized we had to change hotels and moved to another location 30 minutes away.
Took 3 pictures of us, and then now they're changing lanes and trying to act like I didn't see them.
You want to slow down so we can figure out what's going on? Yeah, he's slowing down too?
Yep.
Dude, that's wild.
Yep.
People were following us on the freeway. Reporter Cam Higbee also reported that people were following him.
But they turned with us? Yep, here they come.
White Chevy Silverado with the newly changed plates with the coexist sticker on the back. We're on Irving and Lake Street. We seem to be the only commuters following. Just wanted to give an update on our location. We aren't ICE. We are not ICE. We're not ICE. We're not ICE.
I'm showing my face. I'm not.
We've questioned you. We're not ICE. Yeah, they've been following us for over an hour. We're just letting them know, and they.
Not in an ICE vehicle, right?
No.
Right.
Right. Get in your truck. Get the fuck out. Why? Because you need to go. Confirmed ICE. Get the fuck out.
Confirmed ICE through who? We're American citizens. We're not ICE.
These are the people that you're abducting. Get out.
It was incredible to see how people act when they're stopped. It was impossible to convince them that you are not ICE. If you are not them, you are automatically ICE.
If you don't hear your name called, they most likely think you're a Fed. That's actually better than them thinking that you're James O'Keefe. It's better that you're a Fed than James O'Keefe, according to our source. But again, if you're thinking about, don't try this at home, but if you do, come here to Minneapolis, get on the freeway, exchange the SUV or the pickup truck for a Subaru.
You want to look like your mom. You want to look like you're a teacher. You want to look like you got that union sticker on the back of your car. You get that union sticker put on your car. You do not want to have an SUV like us. Lesson learned. Let's get inside the hotel. Yeah. Upon getting to our next hotel, my security detail showed me a text message that he had received from what appeared to be a burner number threatening to kill us if we do not vacate the city of Minneapolis within the next hour. We just got this message. It says, we know that you're in Minneapolis. You're with O'Keefe and his crew of Nazis. You're in a white Ford license plate. They actually wrote the license plate down from Florida. You have 1 hour to leave or you're dead. You have 1 hour to leave or you're dead. We're going to contact law enforcement, DHS, and the FBI, and we're going to try to get out of here safely so we can bring the news to you. As I left Minneapolis, I was very shaken by what I witnessed, and all I could do was write down my thoughts as I awaited my production team to go through the hidden camera footage and identify some of the folks we spoke with. And what I realized is that self-preservation is the enemy of the American people. In the Peloponnesian War, Thucydides says, "The strong do what they can, and the weak suffer what they must." There is absolutely no accountability in our country for those who are actually engaged in wrongdoing. And everything collapses when power disparities grow. Justice, as you want it, can only exist when there are consequences. But why be just if injustice pays better? The Minneapolis police stood down. They probably stood down because there was no incentive for them to stand up. People are only just if they're being watched. And you might say that this report and investigative journalism doesn't matter if there are no consequences. But remember that justice only happens when they are being watched. Remove oversight in the journalistic sense, and those incentives that define human behavior will take over. Profits of corruption are immediate. Accountability or prison for bad actors takes forever. And there aren't enough prosecutors who can't be bribed or threatened. One of the most haunting things I know is that people tend to love money more than justice. They love power more than truth, and safety more than doing the right thing. But perhaps the only thing that these people fear is exposure itself. And that's very good news, because at this point, it may be our only recourse. This is James O'Keefe. You know me for exposing the truth and holding the corrupt.
All right, guys, want to go ahead and close it down on that one. But go ahead, I'll allow y'all to get y'all closing thoughts.
Holy crap, 7 hours. Almost. We were close to that 8 and 12 hour mark again.
Man, don't worry. Tomorrow is hopefully we can get another long live in. But it's been a good one.
Yeah, it has. I would like to at some point to go over just so I can kind of tell you what, if I had been in charge of her security, what I would have done during the Ilhan Omar, if you want me to.
No, go ahead. Closing thoughts. So go ahead.
Well, so if she was my client, one of the main things I would have done was had security standing behind her. There would have been at least one person behind her. Just because she is a congresswoman and she's a high profile target for any situation. And the rest of security would have been stationed I would have security. There would be security at the doors, but there would also be one at each end of the stage. And the moment that guy stood up and started walking towards the front, either one of the security officers that were at the end of the stage would have been intercepting him. There would have been no way he would have gotten close to her. Because once they start walking towards the stage, they are perceived as a possible threat. My guys would have intercepted him and taken him off to the side and had a discussion to see what was going on and why he felt the need to approach the stage. He never would have gotten close to her. And then as the discussion is happening, either A, he would have been escorted back to his seat, or he would have been escorted out. Once he was back to his seat, both stage officers would have gotten closer to Omar, and the one that was behind her would have gotten close to her as well. Now, if by chance he had gotten past the stage security officers, the moment he got and started and he got that fluid on her, she would have been crowded she would have been grabbed by the one that was up there with her. The two would have restrained the guy that attacked her, and the rest of security would have been pulled in, huddled around her. There would have been no discussion about it. She would have been almost forcibly taken out the closest exit. Vehicle would have been at that door, and we would have taken her straight to the hospital. There would have been no. I'm going to finish the rest of my speech because she now has a substance that we don't know if it's dangerous or not. We don't know if it's a poison or if it's water or what it is.
True.
It's now on her person, and it needs to be removed and it needs to be tested. So she would have gone straight to the closest ER. The guy would have been detained. Local police would have been called, and he would have been put in the local jail at least until we knew if there was any damage or any adverse reaction to the liquid. And once we knew what was going on, it would have depended on how. I'm sorry, hold on one second.
All righty. Now, Jet, go ahead. Not Jet, but no. Okay. Oh, you were gonna finish. Go ahead.
Yeah. Basically, depending on what the substance was, would have depended on whether he would have been booked for attempted murder or assault. So that's basically what would have happened had she been had I been her EP. There would have been no discussion about her finishing or leaving. We would have taken her against all her protests.
All right. And all right, Gaming, you have any closing thoughts? I will take that as a no. Wait. Go ahead.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. I was getting ready to say my closing thoughts would have been that are going to be this. First of all, let's take what Charlie Kirk said at face value because it is true. We have discussion to prevent a civil war and to prevent violence. When people stop talking, that's when violence ensues. That is a true statement. It happens with nations. When diplomats start getting recalled home and embassies start getting shut down, that's when things start escalating to potential violence.
Okay.
The fact that the press essentially can't do unbiased journalism, which is something that we want, is problematic. And I don't care if this is a right issue, a left issue, or whatever, what have you. This should be something that actually scares, the vast majority of people. Why can't the nation do unbiased press conferences? Why can't people get the answers to the questions that they seek? And it's like James O'Keefe said, as long as people are able to operate in the shadows, they won't have a reason to be scared. When you start revealing who they are and shining light on the things they do, that's when people become fearful, because now their livelihood, who they are and what they've done, it will now be exposed. And that's something that needs to be taken into a grain of salt. And I'll close with this bit of a long-winded thought. This isn't just a Minneapolis issue. This issue affects the rest of the nation. Minneapolis is the petri dish. Need people to understand that. The fact that this is even happening or should be allowed to happen should scare the living daylights out of people. You shouldn't be cheering that people are, quote, justice fighters or freedom fighters, and you also shouldn't be cheering when one of these people die. This goes for the left and the right. You should be appalled, you should be worried, and you should be ashamed that this happened, or that you had a reaction, a good reaction to it. Because at the end of the day, it's all fun and games until it's you. I can speak on this from this perspective because everybody else was cheering on St. Louis, Missouri when we had the Ferguson riots. But you know what happened with the Ferguson riots? You know the aftermath that nobody talks about? Ferguson, Missouri is now, people are living in abject poverty. You understand that, right? Like, all the jobs, all the businesses, the people with the money, they left. Ferguson, Missouri, there's no money there. Beautiful houses, nobody can live in them. There's drug dealing, gang banging, and freaking just a general killed morale over in Ferguson, Missouri. Nobody's trying to rebuild there. It just got nuked by a bunch of protesters. And now these people are out there doing the same thing to other cities, and people are championing it on like a bunch of idiots. I'm here to tell you because I've seen it not once but twice. Once with Michael Brown, and the second time with George Floyd. They ended up killing St. Louis police chief. That was one of the people who died during the Floyd protest. And you know what's sad about all that? Is it robs the people who really do need justice. Don't sit up here and peddle me this, I'm a freedom fighter and, F the police BS, when your actions are directly affecting the people that are vulnerable that you're trying to protect negatively. You're not a protester. You're not a freedom fighter. You're not being helpful. You're causing more irreparable long-term damage than you even realize. And I need people to get that through their head. Yeah, Trump should be he should be kicking certain people out of his cabinet because they're just flying by the seat of their pants. And they're saying reckless stuff at times when they don't have all the facts. They don't have all the material in front of them. Kristi Noem. Golly, that was one of the most irresponsible statements she could have made, calling this man a terrorist. We don't know that. Yeah, I can sit up here and tell you, yeah, ICE was justified all day. Now, do I agree with it? No. When I first seen the video, I immediately said that was a bad shoot. I still maintain that position. Does that not mean they can't be justified? They can't also be justified? True. It was a hairy situation, and there's still some things that I even wrestle with. But at the end of the day, rioting, burning crap down, causing a systematic breakdown of law and order is not the way to go. But you can't sit up here and call yourself a Christian and say, well, this is what Jesus would want. No, actually, no. What Jesus would want is for y'all to be, getting active when Christians are being killed. Jesus would want you to step up and step in when other nations are doing unspeakable horrors to both their own citizens, allowing it to happen via terrorists, or committing it against other citizens. That's what Jesus would want, especially when it comes to him and his church. He himself flipped tables over that. What Jesus doesn't want is for people to cause tensions to get higher by stupid ideology instead of taking a step back and realize that, hey, maybe this isn't the best course of action. Hey, maybe there's more to the story. The Bible says, and it is written, that blessed are the peacemakers. We should be trying to resolve this as peacefully as possible. Not first thing first, we're going to kill you. And secondly, I'm going to just say this out there right now. You can't dox everybody, bro. I'm saying this for y'all on safety too. I know a lot of people in the chat wouldn't do that. You can't dox everybody because there are Americans. There are Americans that tote one, and there are Americans that will put you in the freaking ground. I ain't gonna lie, I'm one of them. I'll put you in dirt. I will gladly put one straight through your face if you try to show up at my house unannounced to try to, send a message. Because there are... Oh, yeah, 100%. I'm one of those men that will gladly kill you and do it with a smile on my damn face if you try to come after me and mine. You can't do that to everybody. You can't sit up here and chase everybody out. There are some people that are mild-mannered and will just leave for the sake of conversation. You got other people who will straight up just kill you for the sake of killing you because you went too far over that red line. You can't enact violence on people and then or perpetrate violence against the weak and then be surprised that people want blood. So think about that going forward. Don't take Trump's side solely and don't be solely against Trump. Take everything that every politician says with lots, and I mean lots of grains of salt. Always assume that everyone, regardless of what side they're on, is lying, and always look at things from an objective point of view, seeking truth, not bias.
All righty. Like the way he landed the plane on that one. And all right, guys, you can go ahead and follow my man Gaming on his channel, the original Backyard Gaming. And I will go ahead and catch you guys on the next one. Make sure you guys double tap that screen and also make sure you subscribe to the channel, man. We try to do this every night. Appreciate the support, guys. I'll leave it out on this nice little informational
what
video.
Happened to your closing remarks?
Have a good night, guys.
What? You want my closing remarks? What?
Yeah, man. Come on.
You know what?
Yeah, definitely.
F it. I can do a quick little monologue real quick. I hadn't did a monologue in a minute. So, you know what? Excuse me while I monologue this one solo. All right, guys. This is a mess. This is just a straight up mess. And this is idiotic at a certain point. We as American people should be able to come to some type of middle ground when it comes to immigration. There should be really no far left agenda. And here's the thing. These guys, if you go talk to them, they'll sit there and tell you, yo, no, we don't believe in open borders. We don't believe in this free fall in immigration. No, that's not us. But the thing is, though, they're out there protecting it. It is off the F Trump agenda. That's the problem. The F Trump agenda is getting a bit toxic and is clouding y'all thinking. And I know what y'all gonna say. Oh, we'll say you just love Trump so much. I'm like, bro, you're talking about somebody that was against Trump's war plans every step of the way. You're talking about somebody who condemned Trump when he spoke when he pretty much celebrated the death of that one guy. Trust me, I have argued against the Trump administration plenty of times to make this statement. You guys don't hold your side accountable, and nor do you hold them to a high standard. You let them sit there and lie to you. When I can sit here and hear people say that ICE is part of what? The Gestapo? They're what? They got KKK and Proud Boys and all that crazy stuff in there. Bro, we're somewhere dangerous where people can think that and legitly believe it. They legitly believe that these are KKK members, skinheads that we're dealing with when they're ex-law enforcement. Bro might have been an ex-officer in your community, but you're over here calling him Gestapo because what? He went from that police being on his chest to ICE? You see how ridiculous that is? And I guess I'll go ahead and I'll talk on the whole Ilhan Omar thing as well. Because to be quite honest with you guys, I'm a bit hesitant to fall into these rumors that the right-wing media push out because, well, let's be real. I've been hurt before, or AKA I've been terribly wrong before by just following the rhetoric on the right when it comes to certain politicians. I think I've proved it with Ilhan Omar when everybody was saying she married her brother, and I proved that that was not true, and there's no substantial evidence to it. To the point where I was even able to track back her husbands for you guys. And I was still called a liar. So trust me, or I was still saying, oh, no, you didn't read that right. It's like, no. No, I was trying to tell you what the real scam was. It was her third husband, the fact he owns a political consulting company and a winery, and the fact that she was giving kickbacks to this guy during her campaign while married. Nobody picked up on that because everybody likes to look at the nice little shiny thing. Apparently, I think these ICE shootings are, well, the next nice little shiny thing. I mean, we still got Epstein. We still might be going to war with Iran, and those are going to cost more lives than anything. But yet we're worried about ICE and a couple wild ass protesters who don't know how to, well, look out for their own safety. And here's the thing. You guys must think I'm an asshole. I mean, I'm pretty sure the libs think, oh, he's just this asshole, listens to Trump. He doesn't really care about y'all's safety, but I do. If I didn't, I'd be telling y'all to go out there in full force and go even harder and put yourselves in danger. Oh, shit, wait, that's what your leadership is telling you to do. That's what the politicians you follow on Twitter is telling you to do. But, oh, the guy with the MAGA hat on is telling you to please stay home safely or please stay behind the barricade and practice your freedom of speech without obstructing. I'm the bad guy. I'm the bootlicker. These motherfuckers is making y'all lick the fucking concrete because you guys are out there doing this. Like, shoot, please tell me, how does this make sense? How does this go for help your agenda out? Like I said, Renee Good got killed, and guess what? They doubled down. They still brought more in. So what you guys want is not happening. They're asking for ICE to get the fuck out, but guess what? They're bringing more to fuck in. And look, guys, I'm not going to be the type here to honestly defend. Like I said, I'm not going to be the type here to defend everything the right does or the Trump administration do. I agree with you. The way Stephen Miller, Kristi Noem called that out was atrocious. They shouldn't have did that, and we get that. But that doesn't take away from the fact, because for some reason, that's what you guys are trying to focus on, doesn't take away from the fact that Alex Petty literally walked himself into that situation and lost his life because of it. And do you think I feel good about that? No, because every human has a mom, a dad, cousins. That's going to miss them at the end of the day if they were to ever leave this earth. So no, it's never a good thing to celebrate nobody's life because everybody's special to someone. And I actually do see you people as special to someone. Therefore, I'm going to tell you, don't go out there and risk your life like that, because there's kids out there who will never see their mother again. There's a hospital out there that will never see their friend, their nurse again. Never see that man again. And that's sad. But you know what's also sad? When political leaders come out here and endorse it. And that means there'll be more people going out their loved ones. There'll be more ICE officers most likely having to commit killings that they don't want to do. You think these people want to do this? No. They get pushed into this position. But for some reason, you're going to let left-wing media dehumanize them. I mean, just like they got to dehumanize MAGA, which I really don't understand the meaning of. Like, you know, when you guys start dehumanizing people, that's when you fall on the wrong side. I'll even hold MAGA accountable. When we sit here and we try to dehumanize Muslims, you know we're wrong for that. I mean, I'm going to call it out on both sides. We're wrong when we sit there and try to demonize any group as if they're just all evil. And you guys got to hold yourselves accountable just like y'all hold us accountable. You can't demonize all of us. Not all of us are, sitting there following Donald Trump like in lockstep. Not all of us are doing that. Not all of us sit here and think ICE is just, infallible and they're just doing everything on the up and up. I mean, I still support ICE in their endeavor to get all these illegals out of here, but I'm never going to support like innocent civilians just dying or just honestly regular civilians just dying. Nobody's supporting that. But the problem is when you guys support these guys crossing that line, that's a problem. And you can't blame ICE for that. You can't blame Trump. You can only blame the rhetoric of your own side. And if you're not willing to hold your leadership accountable, they're going to push you further into the fire to a point where there will be no return for you guys. And I pray that never happens. But it is what it is. This is Set with Set Media, and I wish you guys a good night and stay safe out there. Peace.
Democrats love illegal immigrants because they help them win elections. That's absurd. We support our undocumented neighbors because we have a thing called humanity. Well, let's start with this. We know that conservative women tend to have more babies than liberal women, and also that traits are inherited from our parents, and there is at least some moderate statistical correlation between parents' political beliefs and their children's. Therefore, in the long run, this is a clear electoral advantage for conservatives. Couple things. One, politicians are focused on winning elections today. I don't know if any of them can afford to vote based on such long-term electoral possibilities. Second, if conservatives are having more babies, then why are young people more likely to be liberal? Well, the correlation isn't airtight, especially when the left has co-opted many of the teachers' unions, Hollywood, social media, but it's always been true that the young are more liberal, but then you grow up and grow wisdom and become more conservative. Sure, I think more than anything with age, you go from a renter to an owner, poorer to richer, more accepting to less accepting. Were you smarter 1 year ago or today? The general human trend is with time comes knowledge. I don't know how much intellectual rigor the retired crowd is engaging in. Lots of cocktails on the beach, but look, there are many older liberals who remember when they were younger and poor and still had the compassion to still vote with a disadvantage. Well, then they would vote conservative because nothing hurts a young person more than promising them a bunch of free stuff. We're just asking for the richest country in the history of the universe to provide some basic necessities. But what is this tangent? You were on that Elon Musk blame undocumented immigrants for losing elections conspiracy theory. Oh yeah, well, we won the last election, but look, this affects politics today. We know that the census counts everyone, including illegal immigrants, and this count affects electoral votes and congressional seats per state. And this is a problem for Democrats. You see, the 2030 census forecast projects traditionally red states to gain electoral votes and blue ones to lose because people are moving from blue states to red states, plus red states have higher birth rates. Therefore, the only way for Democrats to keep up is to import illegal immigrants. Well, we count everyone in the census because this thing called the Constitution, 14th Amendment, demands so, and the Supreme Court has ruled this includes undocumented immigrants. We don't want to go back to the days of the original Constitution where some people were considered 3/5 of a human, but also the effect of this is largely overblown. If you look at the states with the most undocumented immigrants, it's a mix of red and blue states, and the Center for Immigration Studies says that if you remove them from the census, Democrats would net 1 seat in 2020. Wow. Well, yeah, that's from 2020. A record number of illegals came in under Biden, and since 14 states, mostly Democratic, provide some sort of healthcare coverage to illegals, we can assume many went to blue states. Plus, it's a hard thing to track because when taking the census, we don't ask for citizenship. citizenship. I've seen some studies say illegals give Democrats many more seats than just one, but regardless of number, the incentive for illegals for electoral power exists, and the need is especially for blue states losing population. It's just this weird demonization of an extremely small subset of our neighbors who play a crucial role in our society. Like, yeah, there's some undocumented people in California because they do a majority of the farm jobs, and undocumented people can't vote. Then why don't we pass nationwide voter ID? Not an argument you want to have. Oh, let's have it. I'm free tomorrow. But if you're so concerned about our elections, instead of going after the most vulnerable people in our society, let's talk about billionaires buying our politics. That's another debate to have, but let's focus on this. What